Chapter 2. The New Recruits, Part 1. The air was so thin that it caused occasional spasms in his lungs. Soshyan sat upright in his seat, his peripheral vision occasionally sweeping across the surroundings. Within the transport ship, there were 20 boys and over 100 empty seats. Perhaps this place had never reached full capacity. Somas's prestigious academy recruited more than 5,000 boys from various strata each year, a significant portion of whom would not live to see graduation. Most of them were children of distinguished middle and upper-class families, yet within those walls, their lineage held no value, merely transforming them into recruits subject to the whims of their instructors. At the academy, they were not only required to engage in academic studies but also to endure grueling physical training that bordered on inhumane. Over the years of their education, each individual was pushed to the limits of their capabilities. However, on the other hand, most of them were promised bright futures, commanders in the Astra Militarum, high-ranking civil officials, diplomats, or clerics that a select few would become engineers, regional governors, judges, or even enforcers, perhaps even stepping onto the sacred soil of Terra to ascend to greater glory and status. In the hushed whispers of the night, Soshyan had inadvertently overheard that, in ancient times, the criteria for selection had never been so stringent. Yet, following the Horus heresy, much had changed. That it was a rebellion that had once torn the empire asunder, where Horus, the cursed son of the emperor, raised the banner of treachery, dragging nearly half of the space marines into his revolt. It was a conflict beyond the comprehension of their youthful minds, where the emperor's favored sons fell, and even the emperor himself was gravely wounded in the final battle, necessitating his retreat to the depths of the imperial palace on Terra to preserve his life. Subsequently, the vast powers of the human empire fell into the hands of the high lords of Terra. The age of the demigods had come to an end, ushering in the era of mortals. Yet this did not imply that those formidable warriors had vanished from the annals of history. They remained the emperor's most beloved and sharpest blades. No matter how perilous the battleground, their presence would surely turn the tide of despair into salvation. They were the emperor's angels of death, the harbingers of extermination against Xenos and heretics, as well as humanity's most elite armed forces, each one an immortal superhuman. If this were indeed true, then the fact that Soshyan Aleksey had been chosen became even more astonishing. He still found it hard to believe. Disbelief washed over him when his name was called, and he felt as though he were in a dream during the ceremonial address, even amidst the tributes paid to their small group of fortunate ones. He remained in a daze. The moment he was escorted onto the transport adorned with the insignia of a battle group, it still felt surreal. From a young age, Soshyan had harbored an intense desire to become a space marine. While his family was not particularly distinguished in the local context, it possessed a very ancient lineage, its ancestry tracing back to the time of the Great Crusade. Despite enduring numerous trials, this family had managed to survive and continue into the present day. Although the ancestors of the Aleksey family had never held any significant positions, the local nobility still held a considerable respect for this ancient bloodline, allowing its members to occupy a respectable standing in the hive city. However, in Soshyan's generation, their venerable lineage seemed to be nearing its end, with only him and a cousin remaining as the last of the young heirs. Thus, while becoming a space marine was indeed a matter of great honor for any family, for the unfortunate Aleksey clan, it likely signified the potential extinction of a bloodline that had persisted for millennia. That Soshyan's cousin had always been frail, raising doubts about whether he would even reach adulthood. For many years, Soshyan's father had recounted to him the heavy burden of perpetuating their family line, and he would simply listen in silence, redoubling his efforts in study and training. His mother had also wept in the darkness, pleading with him to consider the descendants he might never have, the sole hope for their ancient family. Though he was still young at the time, his response had been this: "Everyone fears the darkness. Who will stand against it?" People often said he was a precocious child. Some remarked on his strangeness, and there were even rumors that Soshyan had perhaps heard the emperor's holy words or some kind of calling within the church. But such gossip was swiftly quashed by the local state religion. Yet only Soshyan understood that he was not truly heartless, for when his parents bid him farewell, he had wept. He had become their pride, but had also failed their expectations. As a son, he would never fulfill his duties, and as a scion of the family, he would forever be unable to shoulder its responsibilities. The ancient bloodline was likely to come to an end. Years later, he would often reflect that this was perhaps the most crucial reason a fragment of his humanity had remained intact. Yet mortal emotions were the very first thing one had to cast aside to become an Astartes. Soshyan pondered these thoughts, letting out a quiet sigh. Although he ought not to feel regret in principle, He would never deceive himself. Soshyan occupied a seat in the front row, closest to the door. A position that suggested to others his considerable capability. He was aware that his talents surpassed those of the vast majority of candidates, and he understood how jealousy could take root in the hearts of men. At the academy, he had encountered conflicts born from jealousy more than once. Therefore, Soshyan had learned to tread carefully, ensuring that none of his actions appeared arrogant or proud in the eyes of others. Suddenly, the transport began to shake, indicating they were breaking free from the constraints of the atmosphere. Soshyan reined in his emotions, suppressing his feelings. Soon, the tremors ceased, and the readiness indicator lights within the cabin turned red. Leaving the boys exchanging bewildered glances. "Have we arrived?" "That was too quick," a small voice whispered. With a slow hissing sound, the loading ramp of the cabin opened, revealing the spaceport and the planetary orbital station that Soshyan had thought he would never see again in this lifetime. At the same moment, 3 figures appeared outside the ramp. The indicator lights cast a crimson hue over their cold, plasteel robes. They wore no helmets, their indifferent gazes sweeping over the boys. The slightly trembling children blinked nervously at these giants, their facade of calm shattering instantly. Soshyan recognized the silver-gray power armor adorned with blue markings and the crossed swords emblem on their pauldrons. The long honor sash flowed from their left shoulders to their sleeves, and a helmet with distinctive spear-like designs hung at their waists. These were the honor guard of the Astronauts. What is happening? A sense of foreboding washed over Soshyan, yet he maintained a facade of composure. "You are coming with us, now," one of the Space Marines said darkly as he approached Soshyan, tearing away his safety harness and half-dragging him from his seat. For the first time, Soshyan felt the immense power of a Space Marine, leaving him no possibility of resistance. Moreover, in this situation, resistance was exceedingly perilous. "But we are supposed to go to the Obsidian Fortress. Please tell me why this is happening." In an instant, Soshyan could no longer maintain his adult demeanor, though he stubbornly held on to his tone. Yet they offered him no opportunity. "Obey the orders." Before he could finish speaking, cold metal pierced Soshyan's neck. As he felt the chill against his skin, he ceased all movement, his consciousness shattering along with his hopes, plummeting into the abyss of darkness. Ugh! After an indeterminate period, as his body swayed, Soshyan's awareness flickered back to life momentarily, but he felt cold, very cold, as if trapped within an ice cellar. Simultaneously, a throbbing pain pulsed at his temples, the meaning of which he could not discern, yet he knew at least that he was still alive. Suddenly, voices drifted into his ears. "This is a fine specimen. His assessment level far exceeds the qualifying parameters. The commander will want this one." It was a somewhat nasal, high-pitched voice. "That remains to be seen until he undergoes the gray matter procedure," replied another voice, flat and indifferent, accompanied by the sound of metal clattering against a metallic surface. "Do you think he can endure it?" The nasal voice chimed in again. "That we'll find out," the second voice replied, sounding somewhat impatient. "This subject demonstrates high adaptability. Compared to the previous dozen, his success rate is the highest. If he fails, we may." Gradually, the voices became indistinct, like distant drums, fading in and out. A warm liquid was slowly infused into his body, shattering his slightly revived consciousness once more, plunging him back into an endless slumber. The future morphed into an unpredictable fog, wrapping around him tightly. Chapter 3. The New Recruits, Part 2. He is a 10-year-old child, undergoing a dissection by mechanical means. Although he has succumbed to slumber, his body continues to convulse, reacting to the agonizing dreams and sleepless nerves triggered by the trauma of the operation. It begins with an overwhelming wave of pain, a pain that penetrates to the very marrow of his bones. This agony is boundless, reminiscent of a tumultuous ocean surging towards the heavens, ebbing and flowing, devouring time itself. That he hears nothing. The torment has severed all his other senses, leaving him with nothing but the relentless wheels of suffering that roll and crush upon an endless horizon. He should have been broken, for they wish to see him yield, to surrender, to succumb to the crimson sea and the monstrous waves. He cannot even recall who they are, yet that is of little consequence. The crux of the matter is that he cannot abandon his resolve. He must not yield, and thus the pain persists, and he endures. Then, all at once, it comes to an end. He howls at the abrupt cessation of the process, a chilling void flooding into him, before he ascends into a haze, tumbling from one end to the other. Perhaps this is death, devoid of anguish, the cessation of suffering, a plunge into the void. From this emptiness emerges a cacophony of voices, hundreds and thousands whispering as they traverse the vastness, existing just beyond the realm of sound. Then colors replace the pitch black, myriad images flooding forth, all the hues he has ever witnessed throughout his life, fragmented into countless shards. Yet he tells himself that to survive, he must endure. He is a 12-year-old child. Being reshaped, a new point, two robust hearts pulsate within his open chest, the second organ, slightly smaller than the new heart, poised to alter the growth of his bones, stimulating them to absorb unnatural minerals throughout his life. Numerous hands, some human, others mechanical, cut and stitch without a tremor upon the boy's body, implanting new organs within him. The boy trembles anew, his eyes momentarily opening, feeling something cold brush against the skin beneath his eyelids. His vision begins to sharpen, and he attempts to blink once more. That a deity shakes his head at the boy, clad in a gray robe that envelopes his formidable muscles, a starburst tattoo adorning his chest and neck. His eyes a serene gray. Do not attempt that. A voice resonates nearby, gentle yet resolute. Your eyelids are held open. Trying too hard to blink may tear them away. The boy struggles against the encroaching drowsiness. But soon he is enveloped by its thick embrace. For a fleeting moment, it feels as if he is sinking into the profound ocean of his homeland. He submits, for the chemicals coursing through his blood compel him to obey. He is a 14-year-old child, destined to be extraordinary. The third organ is implanted close to the new heart within his chest, as the bone-strengthening apparatus alters his skeletal structure to grow reliant upon new minerals. The muscle-enhancing device generates a plethora of hormones to amplify his physique. The pharmacist sutures the boy's surgical wounds, then casually moves a yellow wrench. The restraints holding the boy upright are released, and he collapses forward onto the ground. He lies there for a few seconds, breathing heavily, before pushing himself up to kneel. What is your name? He begins to inquire, but the pain in his throat and lungs halts him. The pharmacist pauses, looking down at him, the tattoo on the right side of his face quivering. My name is mine alone, not for your use. The boy wishes to retort, but his mouth is parched and empty. Most ask me why that is. The pharmacist shakes his head. I know why, the boy stubbornly asserts, and the pharmacist raises an eyebrow. You think I am a failure? The pharmacist shakes his head once more, hesitating, before pulling him up. No, he replies, leading the boy toward the rest of the hall. Beneath a frost-laden roof, rows of metallic frames stretch out, each supporting a naked humanoid figure bound by rings of ceramic steel. Numerous helmets obscure their faces, resembling the one the pharmacist removed from the boy's head. As flickers of light dance at the periphery of their vision, their bodies tremble, many tubes connected to their arms and chests. The boy observes the veins bulging beneath the skin where needles have been inserted, rubbing his arms as he feels the sting of those wounds. Many of the figures lean slackly against their bindings, blood staining their bare skin. Numerous mechanical servants clad in red robes and single-eyed masks maneuver among the rows, extracting limp corpses from their restraints and discarding them onto various transport carts. The first phase has already claimed a staggering toll. This chilling reality dawns upon the boy's mind. The pharmacist had warned him, yet he had once expressed skepticism. That is what a failure looks like. The pharmacist indicates toward a figure that has fallen from its frame due to the release of its bindings. The young man is still alive, but barely so. Blood trickles from his mouth, his eyes rolling back as his limbs flail in a desperate attempt to rise, only to be assaulted by the servitors, the young man thrashing like a beast. Ultimately, one of them thrusts a thick tube into the back of the young man's head, followed by a resounding crack and the sound of bones fracturing, causing the young man to collapse, blood oozing from a neat hole in his skull. We do not desire your failure. We wish for your success. I will not fail, the boy bellows, the scene piercing deeply into him. The pharmacist gazes down at the boy, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gray eyes. Good that moment. The child is no longer human. This night's work aims to achieve that very goal. Time will reveal how profoundly different that boy will become. He is a 15-year-old child, a nascent god awaiting his ascension. During the procedure, he often feels the sensations, though they have grown numb. They brutally excavate large chunks of flesh and replace them with fresh organs. He has come to understand why anesthetics cannot be administered during his surgery. He is unique. His transformation differs from others. Typically, the surgeries for interstellar warriors involve 19 steps, but Soshyan's procedure encompasses 20, with one phase called gray medulla mandated to be performed while he remains fully conscious. As they conclude, the pain gradually resurfaces, as if a bundle of iron wires has been coiled within his chest. He reveals no trace of this agony, for he has come to comprehend what is beyond the reach of mere mortals, derived from the implanted organs and hypnotic indoctrination. You are handling this well, child, the gray-eyed pharmacist remarks with a smile, while inspecting a series of fixed sutures aligned along the center of the boy's chest. Even having come this far, some will still perish. Most will, the boy rasps, his vocal cords undergoing transformation. The pharmacist raises his gaze to meet the boy's, their gray eyes locking in an unblinking stare. Most will die before it is all over. Simultaneously, new memories flood into his mind, some vivid, others murky and intertwined. He knows more than he ever did, yet he cannot fathom how this is possible. The machine affixed to his head has imparted this knowledge, infusing his mind with change like liquid metal poured into a mold. The pain intensifies, yet so too does his capacity to endure. The agony from the surgery and hypnotic indoctrination becomes merely a multitude of islands within an expansive, profound ocean. Time loses its significance. Life transforms into a tapestry of diverse sufferings. Aside from the pharmacist, who occasionally flickers through the haze of pain, he encounters no other living souls. The only words he hears come from the servitors as they adjust his limbs, repeating remote commands. Everything appears so devoid of vitality. Chapter 4. New Recruits, Part 2. He is an 18-year-old assassin, the sniper rifle in his hands feeling weighted. He has observed for a long, interminable duration. He has been trained for this, knowing how to slow his heartbeat, how to control his breathing and the natural tremors of his body until he becomes as still as a statue. Predator, prey. His mind gradually turned to ice, his concentration absolute. The prayers he silently recited transforming into the sole means of perceiving the world around him. Predator, prey. There were no other thoughts as he pulled the trigger. A life extinguished 2,000 meters away. Hunter, hunted, target eliminated, he told himself. He was a 20-year-old man, lying once more on the same surgical table as before. The chemicals coursing through his veins lulled him into slumber, and he dreamt once again of that scene. His thoughts hung suspended in silence, drifting into the dreamscapes of two worlds that I in one realm. His mind lay dormant while memories churned and reverberated within the tightening confines of his recollections that I in the other. His eyes observed the intersection of corridors, his thoughts shifting slowly, akin to the rhythm of his own pulse. His eyes were wide open, pupils contracting and trembling as if perceiving movement before him, yet all that lay ahead were 3 long, dark corridors. He had remained in this state for 56 hours. With more than half of that time spent awake, the remainder a haze between wakefulness and the sleep he could now control. When he finally awakened, several days had passed. He felt the sockets embedded along his spine. The scars, the metallic tumors. He understood that in a universe rife with unending warfare, only by drawing ever closer to death could one ultimately attain sanctity. The gray-eyed apothecary observed him, akin to an artist admiring his most flawless creation. A genuine smile finally gracing his lips. He was a neophyte, gazing into his own eyes that he stood naked in a darkened chamber, lined up with a dozen others, their pale skin marred by the remnants of surgical procedures. Desire was a forgotten concept, non-existent in his mind, merely one of the myriad human longings abandoned by his consciousness. He could no longer recall the faces of his parents, he only remembered his name. For the Legion's instructors had never altered it. He gazed into the eyes that now belonged to him, eyes set within a helmet painted a ghostly gray. As he stared at the skull-white battle helmet, it returned his gaze with a chilling reflection. This was now his visage. Through these eyes, he would witness the entirety of the galaxy. Through this helmet, he would unleash furious roars against those who dared to scorn the Emperor. You are Soshyan Aleksey, a battle cadre instructor informed him. Assigned to the 7th Company, he was a champion, born for victory, status confirmed. Soshyan transmitted a message through the communicator to the other 2. Sector 21 stable. No movement, just like before. There right outside, came the response from his squad mate, Aleksey, his voice a low growl over the comms. They're coming. Didn't the pit where you were born teach you patience? Oh, it did, but for some reason, it failed to instill in me the enjoyment of floating in vacuum, awaiting the appearance of an unknown enemy. Besides, where I lived wasn't a pit. Soshyan's tone held little extra emotion, yet his counterpart burst into laughter. The sound echoing in the silence like a series of rapid barks. This won't end here, came the cautious tone of another squad member, Nader, who hailed from the same planet and batch of recruits as Soshyan. If we're here, the enemy is too. What if this isn't a lesson? Soshyan said as he turned to peer into one of the 3 passages. Soshyan, Aleksey, and Nader were tasked with monitoring a dead-end corridor. All clad in space suits, armed with explosive rifles and chainsaw swords. What do you mean? Aleksey barked, Soshyan inhaling carefully before responding. This youth could transform from amiable to furious in the blink of an eye. And all those transformations had only sharpened his temper. What if waiting is the wrong course of action? What if there's no danger at all? The only thing trapping us here is our belief in a threat. That's not right, Soshyan, Nader interjected, cutting off Aleksey before he could speak, that we have a mission, and we must see it through. But what is the mission? Soshyan persisted, turning to gaze into the second corridor, his movement causing him to stumble. Gripping the safety line that tethered him to the wall for support, the second corridor was empty, just like the first. What if we misunderstood it? This Nader began, but was interrupted by Aleksey. What do you mean? I mean, perhaps there are no enemies here. They might be elsewhere, while we are stuck here, allowing battles to rage in other locations. This is duty, not fear. Is it? Soshyan questioned, unable to restrain himself, regretting the words as they slipped from his lips. He noticed this happening more often, emotions and impatience surfacing unexpectedly, as if another being resided within his mind, a cold-hearted individual with no insight into this phenomenon. But I apologize. Enough. That Nader's voice was calm, seemingly untroubled by such concerns. We're brothers. You need not say more. Just refrain from speaking like that again. Brother, a term still as foreign to him as the implanted organs within his body. He was a demigod, a complete superhuman, ageless and immortal. He gazed through the crimson visor at the surface of this world, a cascade of sharp, clear white runes indicating data scrolling across his retina. He observed the lives of his brothers displayed as numbers, felt the temperature outside his sealed armor, and watched the targeting reticle flicker as his eyes moved. He felt his hand, the one gripping his explosive rifle, tensing in response to each target lock. The round counter informed him of how many enemies had perished that day. The alien foes lay dead around him, 10, 100, 1,000, as his brothers carved a bloody path through this city, reminiscent of a refuse heap. Brothers, he shouted as he fired a round of explosives into each corridor, the recoil light as a feather in his hands. That I'm on my way to you, Aleksey roared in response. I'm moving towards you. Nader's voice was filled with electromagnetic crackle. He fired again, cycling between shots, and he finally glimpsed the enemies. They crawled along the walls like spiders, their jointed metallic limbs replacing arms and legs. Heads raised atop necks formed of steel rings, weapon pods connected to spine-like appendages that protruded from their backs, and there were dozens of them. Hey, he called through the comms during a lull in the battle. At least this time we found the enemy, Soshyan laughed in response. The explosive rifle thundered, the chainsaw sword roared, and amidst the cacophony of battle, the brothers unleashed their furious cries at the foes through the helmet speakers. The sounds were always the same. The explosive rifle always roared, the chainsaw sword always howled, and the Astartes always shouted to vent their anger. He shouted the words etched deep within his mind, phrases that would soon become the essence of his existence. Now, alongside his brothers, he shouted aloud, uttering words never before contemplated, feelings never before experienced. For the Emperor. Chapter 5. Landing for the Emperor. The assembly concluded with a synchronized vow. Each company making its way to the lower deck, preparing to enter the landing pods. They would leap from the ship the moment the Stormbreaker breached the enemy's defensive shield, hurtling towards the terrifying alien fortress. Ready to engage in a bloodbath where survival was uncertain. That we shall bring them to their knees, shall we not? The voice of Axe resonated loudly through the communication channel, his tone slightly trembling with the tension of the pre-battle atmosphere. Indeed, we shall eliminate them, Soshyan replied, employing a calming demeanor to soothe the frayed nerves of his comrades. The captain. He bore the responsibility of leading 9 squad members into the fray. Perhaps this was an overwhelming honor for a new recruit. Yet no one in the ranks of the Star Knights had ever voiced dissent regarding his capability, for he was the most exceptional among this cohort of novices, arguably the finest in centuries. Calm, resilient, charismatic, and notably tall, the former was a testament to the personal qualities he had exhibited in numerous operations, while the latter was somewhat peculiar, as Space Marines were not simply brutish greenskins who could assume leadership due to their stature. Nonetheless, Soshyan's physique was indeed extraordinary. He towered over the average Space Marine, necessitating modifications to his power armor for a proper fit. Some referred to him as Big Guy, while a select few preferred the more teasing moniker of Little Original, a title that was difficult to accept and strictly forbidden by the chapter master. In truth, Soshyan detested being called that, as it was a term laden with both blessing and curse. This day, the remnants of that rebellion continued to seep through the veins of the Empire, despite the passage of 10 millennia. Alarms and sirens blared throughout the landing zone, their cacophony jarring and disorganized from overuse. Crew members hurried through the corridors illuminated in a crimson glow by emergency lights, their battered boots and ragged foot wrappings splashing through the blood that dripped from the ceiling, walls, or some unknown source. The time spent as subordinates under the Space Marines had dulled their fear as they jostled one another, racing toward their battle stations. Emaciated servitors, with their frontal lobes excised, dragged their bodies into the engine room and landing bays. While chapter servitors trudged heavily toward the weapon emplacements, their reinforced arms, coated in white powder, poised to hoist massive, heavy shells. The engine crew of the Stormcaller had already been pushed beyond their limits. The surrounding bulkheads vibrating in response, the vessel's hull groaning in metal agony as it faced the encroaching alien bastion. Prepared is undergoing intense collisions, incessant changes in direction, and violent deceleration. The inertia deceleration apparatus of the landing pod, along with the hydraulic systems of their powered armor, are being put to the ultimate test. Each warrior possesses a near-divine physique, with robust, resilient muscles, and a highly adaptable black exoskeleton that absorbs the colossal forces capable of tearing an ordinary person apart. Yet, this is far from sufficient. Should their descent be misaligned, they would still be reduced to a mere puddle upon impact. Initiate the landing thrusters, commanded Wangu, the foremost deity. Through the cracked screen, Soshyan issued his final command to the machine spirit. He could still observe the landing pod piercing through the hard black stone shell like a comet, trailing a long stream of sparks as it scraped against the surface, inside the crew cabin. The air was filled with the jarring sounds of metal grinding and violent collisions. Despite its dissatisfaction, the machine spirit complied with Soshyan's wishes, activating the deceleration rockets, though only half of them functioned properly, indicating that their impact angle would be far from optimal. Bang! The immense force caused Soshyan's helmet to slam violently against the bulkhead behind him, the restraint harness creaking under the strain, while inertia pressed down on everyone's chests as if they were burdened by a great stone. Finally, after a prolonged, intimate friction with the rocky surface, the landing pod came to a gradual stop, resembling a slowly rotating egg. Subsequently, the operational cameras relayed to Soshyan the chaotic images outside that AS planned. The desolate surface of the world engine was littered with the wreckage and fragments of landing pods emblazoned with the insignia of the Astral Knights. The once smooth black ground now resembled a small asteroid, pockmarked with craters from impacts. However, not a single interstellar warrior was in sight, nor was there any sign of the enemy. Soshyan could sense the explosions from the damaged landing craft reverberating through the deck beneath him. Through the surviving camera, he witnessed the liquid leaking from the shattered palladium fuel container igniting, black smoke engulfing the chaotic surroundings. Prepare to open the hatch, Soshyan communicated through the comms within his helmet. At his urging, a heavy thud announced the opening of the pressure valve. Simultaneously, the supports unlocked, allowing the warriors to exit swiftly. For the airborne module, lying sideways on the ground was not conducive for a rapid exit. As Soshyan knelt on one knee beside the shattered instrument panel, the other squad members climbed out from their seats using the supports, gathering around him. The warriors knelt, each one a battle-hardened veteran, gripping well-maintained weapons. Everyone accounted for. Hasdru, present. Hasdru, the heavy weapons specialist of the squad, was responsible for operating a heavy explosive gun, serving as the core firepower of the tactical team, and he was among the earlier recruits to join Soshyan. Rezino, present. Charisinus, present. Rezino and Charisinus stood on either side of Soshyan, awaiting the dispersal order, bearing the standard weaponry of the squad. Vilinus, present. Fex, present. Vilinus's voice came from behind Rezino, the young legionnaire tightly gripping his MK.C explosive gun, while the equally youthful Fex knelt behind him. Alcan, present. P, armed with a flamethrower, moved to Soshyan's side, the grenades and extra palladium canisters clattering noisily. Occam, present. He was the oldest member of the squad, yet the most supportive of Soshyan's leadership, having once been rumored to be the rightful candidate for captain, a position he had declined. Oxay, present. Nade, present. Following them were Soshyan's two closest friends. The squad was fortunate to have incurred no casualties for the Emperor. Soshyan's steady voice signaled the start. Positions. With a nod from him, Oxay pressed the manual open button on the hatch. Instantly, the hatch, composed of several sheets of plasteel, began to open, resembling a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. As the sights of the world engine gradually unfolded before the squad members, the tactical display interface within Soshyan's helmet immediately began to calibrate all moving targets outside the drop pod. As blips of light flickered across the screen, the sensor array began to display various readings. infrared receivers, ultraviolet receivers, and motion sensors. The welcoming ceremony is about to commence. Aleksey maintained a light-hearted demeanor. Yet his humor faded as a Gauss disintegration beam whizzed by, narrowly missing his helmet. Why not give them a grand introduction? Nade jested, prompting Soshyan to interrupt this ill-timed banter. Prepare for action, focus formation. With that, Soshyan leaped from the hatch first, firing the explosive gun with a thunderous boom, marking the first shot of the day. Propelled by the boosters, the explosive shell soared across the black rock deck, leaving a trail of fiery brilliance in its wake. Its impact was devastating. A lurking xenomorph was struck squarely, its grotesque metallic skeletal form bursting apart in the process, its Gauss ripsaw clattering to the ground. Fueled by hatred, Soshyan aimed again at its head, delivering the final blow. First blood. Yours again. Aleksey's annoying mutter echoed through the comms as the squad members followed suit, ducking and leaping from the hatch. These interstellar warriors, upon landing, immediately engaged in pushing back the enemy's assault, the explosive guns rapidly firing round after round, accurately hitting their targets and dismantling the slowly advancing metallic skeletons in no time. Squad leader, do you copy? As the members dealt with the encroaching undead minions, Soshyan strained to make contact with their battalion. Yet the communications seemed to be disrupted, the channel filled with static. Searching. Main control. Core. Amidst the noise, Soshyan discerned a fragmented voice. He could not identify who it belonged to, but it was undoubtedly human. 11 o'clock, direction. Converge. Soshyan glanced at the sensor array, which revealed no friendly units in the vicinity, implying they were distanced from the main force. Advanced towards 11 o'clock. The faceless undead surged relentlessly from all directions, closing in on them, and while the squad was backed against the landing pod, it was evident they could not hold out for long. Soshyan quickly identified a gap in the battlefield. Follow me. It was a damaged Gauss turret. As Soshyan ran and shot, the Gauss rifle's disintegration beams followed in his wake. Yet he was still slightly faster. The squad members trailed closely behind, weaving through the hail of bullets in an effort to reach the ruined turret. Click. An oddly three-legged space undead leaped forth, wielding a massive, glowing scythe, charging at Soshyan with astonishing speed. Bang! Bang! Soshyan fired twice. One explosive round was dodged, while the other struck the creature's shoulder, merely tearing away a few metal plates. They were now mere steps apart. He decisively drew his chain sword, his thumb brushing over the activation rune. With a hungry whirring, it clashed violently with the pale green scythe, as Soshyan, burdened by guilt towards the machine spirit, struck the creature's head with the butt of his explosive gun. The pale metallic skull cracked under the impact, and taking advantage of the moment, Soshyan pressed forward, wrapping his left arm around the creature's neck and twisting to the right. Snap! A Gauss ray struck precisely at the undead warrior that Soshyan had locked from behind. This weapon was notoriously effective against most armors, yet did not fare well against their own active metal. A gaping hole was blasted into the undead warrior's chest, causing it to thrash violently. But Soshyan's renowned strength within the squad prevailed. Forcing his elbow upward in one swift motion, he pulled the pale skull free along with its metallic spine. Conserve ammunition, he commanded through the squad channel to the members covering him. Then fastened the skull, still attached to the spine, to his waist. Advance. The squad successfully took refuge behind the turret, and Soshyan glanced at the sensor array, noticing several bright spots emerging at the screen's perimeter. Found them. We need to regroup with the others. Chapter 7. The Skinner. They chose the left passage, which appeared somewhat narrower and inclined downwards. The surrounding surfaces remained shrouded in darkness, while the strange inscriptions transformed into striking silver, emitting a ghostly glow as the illumination passed by. Soshyan noticed that his breath began to fog up the eyepiece, an unfavorable sign indicating that his oxygen circulation system might be malfunctioning. The world engine was an environment where only the space dead could thrive, devoid of oxygen and moisture. Prepare for engagement. Suddenly, Aleksey in the front halted, and the entire squad swiftly assumed a combat formation. As Soshyan remained vigilant of his surroundings, he peered over Aleksey's shoulder into the distance, while a rustling noise began to crescendo at the edge of his hearing. Cease fire. Occam's voice resonated through the communication channel. Everyone, remain still. Soshyan followed his directive, as did the other team members, and they soon beheld the source of the noise at that moment. Soshyan admitted he was indeed taken aback. Countless mechanical swarms emerged from the shadows, gliding past them like liquid mercury. the light from their lamps reflecting off the exoskeletons of thousands of beetle-like creatures. They swiftly inundated the surrounding corridor, resembling a moving tide that enveloped the walls, ceiling, and floor. The first to encounter them was Aleksey, followed closely by Soshyan, and then the others. They parted and then converged, filling every inch of space around them, their passage creating a sound akin to whispering fragments. Judging solely by their appearance, whatever they were certainly not organic. Each was smaller than an interstellar warrior's thumb, yet entirely composed of metallic material. As the tides swept through the passage, each beetle mirrored the coordinated movements of its kind with perfect precision. In merely half a minute, the wave transformed into a stream, and the bizarre insect tide passed by, oblivious to the motionless interstellar warriors. As the rustling sound gradually diminished, the swarm faded into the darkness behind the squad. Witnessing millions of clicking metallic legs scuttling past him, Aleksey finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. "What are they?" Aleksey inquired. When Soshyan remained silent, he turned to Occam, who simply shook his head. A profane intelligence, utilized by these xenomorphs as maintenance workers. Once startled, they will initiate an attack. Trust me, you wouldn't wish to witness their frenzy. Continue onward. Remain cautious. They proceeded deeper, but the tunnel they traversed had become disjointed, with numerous stone sarcophagi strewn along the walls. Approximately 20 minutes later, they began their descent, at which point Soshyan noticed anomalies in the communication channel, the crackling static filling his ears. Moreover, more critically, certain data from the powered armor began to malfunction. It seemed to stall just as they reached the surface of the world engine, and the other team members reported similar issues. Soshyan did not expect any answers. He knew none would be forthcoming. Soon, the passage came to an end, revealing a grand hall with 2 corridors leading into the distance. The markings on the walls transformed into larger, silver bas-reliefs, while the ceiling arched like a series of black spines. "Is this location marked on the augury device, Occam?" "Indeed." The veteran glanced down at the augury device. It appears that the left path leads to a larger chamber behind. "Excellent. Maintain formation." They swiftly transitioned into a more expansive space, which bore signs of conflict. Yet there were no corpses, neither of interstellar warriors nor xenomorphs. In the empty hall, only a massive base remained, clusters of thick cables coiled around its side like serpents, connecting it to a silver-skinned statue perched atop. At first glance, Soshyan felt it resembled a colossal metallic spider, or an enlarged version of the miniature creatures they had encountered earlier. Artificial crystal clusters adorned its shoulders, emitting a soft glow as the beams of light swept across. "Do not approach it." Occam issued a warning, and the squad members quickly took positions around the hall, aiming their weapons at the base and the statue above. "It is in a dormant state," the veteran added, as if that explained everything. "Let us advance." Enemies approaching from the rear. Suddenly, Nader, positioned at the back of the squad, raised the alarm. All interstellar warriors turned in unison, raising their explosive rifles to cover the archway they had passed through. Then they heard a noise, a cacophony of footsteps. It resembled the sound of an interstellar warrior's march, the heavy clanging of metal striking metal. Yet these steps were uneven and disordered. As the beam of light illuminated the dark corridor, a flickering figure emerged, akin to a patch of pallid skin. "What is that?" Aleksey attempted to speak, but the words quickly lodged in his throat. Simultaneously, the limping silhouette revealed itself at the edge of the archway. It was a tall humanoid creature, but severely hunched, seemingly composed of metal, yet with subtle differences. It wore a bloodied human skin like a cloak, with strips of flesh draped over its shoulders and trailing behind, crimson blood saturating much of its silver exoskeleton, and its gory trophies continued to bleed, even the wicked claws that served as its hands. More chillingly, a human face hung like a nightmarish mask upon its skull, 2 green eyes burning within its hollow sockets. Yet, the acquisition of its trophies came at a price. The fractured right foot and the myriad wounds across its body revealed the extent of the deceased's retaliation. Perhaps it had once been agile, but now it was merely a target. Fire. Eliminated. The sound of the xenomorph's footsteps was swiftly drowned out by the thunderous roar of explosive rifles, engulfing the creature that limped into the hall in an avalanche of wrath. With a sound akin to a hammer striking an anvil, the explosive rounds struck its metallic body, tearing through the moist skin and the living metal beneath. The skeletal horror disintegrated rapidly under such fierce assault. Metal fragments scattering as sparks and smoke erupted from the damaged circuits. It faltered in its erratic advance, one knee collapsing to the ground as its systems failed, convulsing in spasms. Boom. A searing column of fire shot into the sky. Resembling ink swirling in water, the periphery of the shockwave, 3 interstellar warriors were hurled away by the force, crashing violently against a nearby metallic panel, which did not yield to the sudden onslaught of flesh and ceramic debris. Even through his armor, Everidge could feel the explosion's heat wash over his face, while alarm sensors blared frantically. Stumbling yet resolute, he remained on his feet, bellowing commands to charge forward, for the Emperor, as the second-in-command. Piliseth heard the explosion erupting from the west and beheld the billowing smoke and flames in the sky. He was stealthily approaching through a hidden passage. They were nearing one of the energy nodes of the world engine. Yet a solid wall of darkness obstructed the view of the interstellar warriors. Everidge, report, came the voice of the battle group leader, Amurad, through the helmet communication array, noticing the sudden emergence of significant heat signatures on the tactical display. "I'm afraid we've been discovered, Commander," Everidge replied. "Convene your forces and advance to the energy node." "As you command, Commander," Everidge responded before ordering his combat squad to swiftly withdraw from the battlefield, navigating through a maze-like series of conduits toward the central corridor where he could rally the other squads. As they pressed forward, Everidge led the way, the enormous platform above casting its shadow over them all. Instinctively, he looked up to see a line of Xenos wielding Gauss rifles aimed down at them. In the blink of an eye, disintegration beams rained down upon them. Everidge rolled into the shadow of a statue to evade the onslaught. Another officer, Grays, was momentarily distracted, resulting in a brief hesitation. He paid dearly for his lapse as a searing beam blasted a hole through his torso, roasting the interstellar warrior within his armor. With a resounding clang, he collapsed to the ground. Everidge retaliated with the thunderous roar of his explosive pistol, catching a glimpse of a target perched atop a shattered main beam as the statue around him was torn asunder. The remaining interstellar warriors, under his leadership, raised their storm shields, deftly avoiding enemy fire while maneuvering to flank. As the fire from the explosive weapon continued to suppress them, Everidge pressed his back against the rock wall. "Lieutenant, we're under ambush," a soldier shouted over the comms, straining to be heard amidst the cacophony. Yet his tone remained remarkably calm. After the transmission, a momentary pause ensued before a muffled voice interjected. "Reinforcements are on the way." The brief response quickly faded, leaving Everidge to speculate that it might have been Soshyan's voice. After a second round of retaliation, a series of minor explosions swept across the observation platform, with debris cascading like a shower. A tactical squad rushed in to provide support. Everidge rose and shouted his orders before the smoke from the explosions could dissipate. "Don't give them time to react. Eliminate them. Eliminate them immediately." The Astartes broke cover and charged. Leaving the fallen behind. 200 stiff-legged Necrons emerged in formation from several corridors, immediately commencing a countercharge. "Open fire," Everidge bellowed, instantly feeling the rush of air from the volley of explosive rounds unleashed by the obedient soldiers behind him. The effect of the coordinated barrage was brutal. Rows of Xenos fell under the relentless assault, their bodies tumbling into their kindred, convulsing under the impact of explosive bolts. Shattered parts flew in all directions, and the wreckage piled up like sandbags, tripping the approaching Xenos. This was not a one-sided attack. Interstellar warriors also fell to the enemy's retaliatory fire, but the disciplined Astartes drew their melee weapons before the first wave of cannon fodder closed in. One battered and stained Necron, resembling a tortured engine worker, approached Everidge wielding a bladed Gauss rifle. The lieutenant met the foe with his shrieking chainsword, slicing it into the Necron's chest. The Necron did not die immediately, writhing as it twisted the weapon in Everidge's grip. Without a moment's hesitation, the Astartes flung the wretched creature aside with such force that its remains spiraled through the air, colliding with its vile brethren. The lieutenant then executed a low, sweeping strike to fell a second assailant that a captain of a tactical squad, brimming with fervor and confidence, joined Everidge amidst the fray. As he plunged into the throng of enemies, severed limbs and dismembered arms rained down like a tempest. Out of the corner of his eye, Everidge witnessed another comrade behead an enemy attempting to fire, igniting greater fervor among the warriors. However, despite enduring relentless slaughter, these wretched Xenos refused to retreat. They were soulless machines, devoid of fear, uncaring of their kin's demise. Amidst the chaos, he lost his shield, yet as he groped through the sea of fallen bodies, he found the hilt of his chained word. Activating the chainsaw mechanism, Everidge cleaved through metal to liberate himself. But soon, countless hands grasped at him, striving to pull the Astartes down as he attempted to rise. Icy fingers entwining around his armor. This was not the way of human combat, nor did Xenos willingly perish in such a manner, even when something worthy of such sacrifice existed. This is why the Astartes were lethal warriors. The ultimate weapon against any enemy steeped in the natural fear of death, for an interstellar warrior could master and dispel his own terror. Yet, the space Necrons were a different enemy, one that even the Astartes could not vanquish. Damn it. Everidge muttered through clenched teeth as he shook off a mechanical foe with only its upper torso remaining and, with the help of his comrades, stood once more. Now we must eliminate them all. The squad pressed forward amidst the encirclement of Necrons, but a sudden shot struck his side, and Everidge felt a fierce, explosive pain. Ugh, he staggered. Providing his foes the opening they sought, a suddenly animated metallic Necron lunged at the wounded Astartes. And the weight of the attacker brought him crashing down, its cold touch overwhelming his senses. Chapter 9. Here Soshyan weighed his last bag of armor-piercing grenades upon the observation platform. A series of explosions rumbled across the uneven surface. Clearing large swathes of black rock and searing metal, the assault achieved its intended effect, compelling the ambushers lurking above in the channels to temporarily withdraw and redirecting their attention. Boom! Flames erupted once more on the platform just before the final grenade detonated. But this time the Necrons focused their efforts on Soshyan's squad. Soshyan's heightened senses detected the acrid stench of burnt metal and blood, accompanied by the sporadic rat-tat-tat of weapons fire, leading him to assume his brothers were preoccupied elsewhere and thus unable to greet them. Occam, after assessing the firepower configuration of the ambushers firing upon them, slid into cover beside Soshyan. They know we're here. Soshyan glanced at the battlefield, noting that their squad was embroiled in a desperate struggle. The Necrons had cunningly established an ambush zone here. What are your orders? Hearing Occam's question, Soshyan turned his calm gaze toward his brother. We will eliminate them. He grinned, though the smile was obscured by his helmet. Razino, Kalashinus, Soshyan called out over the comms, and the two summoned warriors left their positions to join their commander. Prepare the thermite bombs. Do you see those support pillars? He pointed toward the sources that allowed the platform to soar. Kalashinus and Razino nodded in unison. I'll go with you. You need to stay back. Occam decisively interrupted Soshyan's reckless intent. You must assume command. The two summoned warriors nodded in agreement. Very well. Then I will provide you with covering fire. After a 10-second preparation, Soshyan stood first, firing his explosive pistol at the Xenos on the platform, while Hasdru wielded a heavy explosive weapon, unleashing a deadly rain of fire upon the loathsome machines. Before embarking on their daring venture across the open expanse leading to the supporting structure, the two interstellar warriors activated their thermite bombs. The xenomorphs detected the incoming fire from the flanks. A portion of them pivoted, redirecting their weapons to commence firing upon the position of Squad Soshyan. As Razino tentatively stepped forward, a green disintegration beam struck him. Ugh! The impact knocked him down into a pool of blood. Spinning him around, Chrysinus fared somewhat better. Upon reaching the base of the platform, he let out a primal roar and affixed explosives to one of the pillars, only to suffer a hit to his shoulders shortly thereafter. Chrysinus, upon seeing this, Soshyan instinctively wanted to leap out and drag the injured warrior back. However, Occam immediately restrained him. The retaliatory fire from the space Necrons was exceedingly fierce. Once the xenomorphs near the building's base realized what Chrysinus was endeavoring to do, they unleashed a barrage that pierced through his body. Yet, before they could thwart him, Chrysinus pressed the detonator. For the Emperor, boom, the thermite bomb exploded in conjunction with his furious shout, instantly vaporizing him in a blaze of ultra-high temperature chemicals. Soshyan stood frozen for several seconds. The platform had held firm. Damn it! Just as Soshyan prepared to plunge into the hail of gunfire to complete the task, a second explosion erupted. He turned to evade the sudden blast. The acrid stench of chemicals assaulting his nostrils, followed by the groaning sound of metal bending. The observation platform finally collapsed, sending a cloud of dust and smoke billowing forth, paying no heed to the source of the second explosion. Soshyan rose and let out a victorious roar. Advance! He sprinted across the open ground towards the vast wreckage of twisted metal and shattered black stone, wielding his chain's word, ready for battle, fully aware that his battle brothers were closely following him. The line of space Necrons strained under the fierce assault of the interstellar warrior squad that a verdant cloud of energy coalesced above the Astartes, rending the air asunder. With a thunderous crack, many warriors were turned to ash. The sound of explosive rounds battered the Necron vehicles, yet the disintegration beams relentlessly tore through the Astartes' ranks, causing numerous warriors to crumple grotesquely upon the battlefield. Their company banner was tattered and on the verge of collapse, and their sergeant was nowhere to be seen. The Necron weaponry left a series of ripples in the air, but aside from Soshyan's furious battle cry, the space Necrons gained nothing. His explosive weapon unleashed a torrent of wrath, striking the Necron ground vehicles and reducing their pilots to mere pulp. As he trampled over the wreckage of these machines, he felt no mercy. Suddenly, a jolt struck his head, and Soshyan caught a whiff of burning. The disintegration beam had grazed his helmet, nearly taking off half his skull, yet the threat of death did not deter him. For the Emperor, Soshyan tore off the shattered helmet, retaining only the breathing mask, and let out a high-pitched roar before plunging into the ranks of the space Necrons. He thrust his chainsword forward, carving a path of death among the ranks of the Necron infantry. The serrated edges of the chainsword met the living metal, unleashing a tempest of fragments and debris. Each blade meticulously savored the delicate forms of the Necron bodies, devouring them as if they were a sumptuous feast. Discarding the unnecessary remains to either side, glistening limbs and torsos soon carpeted the ground. To his right, Aleksey unleashed his fury, wreaking havoc upon the Necron line. Squad member Alkin had fallen, igniting his promethium canister in his dying moments, transforming dozens of Necrons into searing metal shards. The company's standard-bearer leaned against a torso, barely managing to keep firing, though his legs had turned into a puddle of shimmering molten iron. Soshyan gritted his teeth, striving to ignore the diminutive mechanical insects systematically devouring humanity's creations. Each bite from the mechanical beetles was accompanied by sparks of agony erupting from the power armor. Everyone engaged in close-quarters combat with the Necrons. Though few in number, they were filled with fervor. The blades gnawed at the Necron bodies, yet the jump packs shattered under the onslaught of green beams, leaving the exposed torsos and bodies utterly vulnerable. When Soshyan witnessed one of the cursed Necrons flaying the skin from a living human and donning it as a grotesque garment, while other flesh was evaporated by green light, his hatred for these abominations intensified. Chapter 10. Formidable foe. Soshyan pressed onward, traversing the towering archway and entering the heart of the sepulchral hall. The interior space was immense, suffused with a green luminescence, resembling a mechanical hell. A multifaceted black stone, levitating and supported by beams of light, surrounded him, while slender, silent Necrons lay within, thousands of corpses ensnared in a web of light, black stone, and gravitational fields, unified by an automated control system. Should they all awaken, the Seventh Company, even at full strength, would barely create a ripple. Fortunately, perhaps due to that mysterious curse, only 1/10 of the Necrons stirred, yet that was still sufficient trouble. Soshyan cleaved through the metallic jungle, reaching the center of the battlefield, where his sergeant was surrounded. Yet, he arrived too late. The company's apothecary lay on the ground, his chest cleaved open like a clam, entrails and blood gushing forth, staining his white armor. With the death of the company's apothecary, the genetic seeds of those fallen warriors would forever be lost in the cold void. For any chapter, this was a devastating blow. This sight should have prompted Soshyan to shift into a defensive stance with utmost speed and vigilance. Despite his superhuman instincts, the apothecary's death momentarily dulled his senses. Thus, the first strike caught him off guard. The attack came from the side, and Soshyan's shoulder armor barely deflected the blow. The assailant's war scythe shattered his shoulder plate and wounded his forearm. Damn it. He staggered backward, his face a mask of surprise and fury. Anger over this distraction, astonishment at the formidable power of his assailant. Soshyan regrouped, raising his sword to parry the enemy's onslaught. He found himself locked in combat with a Necron noble, a creature devoid of flesh. Its smooth silver armor adorned with various enhanced organs and striking green crystals. These beings were often the rulers of their pathetic kin, elite within the undead ranks. The warrior's form was worthy of an equal opponent. Wielding a reinforced warglaive, after a brief standoff, they began to dance through the hall, attacking one another. The Necron noble's challenge posed more danger than all the Necron rabble Soshyan had obliterated that day combined. These elite warriors possessed fearsome combat techniques, their enhanced strength far exceeding his own. Even its speed left the Astartes gasping for breath. One could scarcely fathom such agility in a machine, in a chilling moment. Soshyan wondered if he was finally experiencing the sensation of powerlessness. They battled their way towards the center of the hall, where a colossal biostatic generator stood, adorned with bizarre imagery, resembling an altar of a temple. Necrons lying in their coffins were transmitted from within, hovering and stacking above one another. Several massive black statues, as radiant as snow, knelt reverently around the static generator. The Necron noble's silver armor glimmered with an oily sheen in the eerie light of the sepulchral district. Its warglaive moving like a ribbon of light, calculating each attack with cold precision. Yet Soshyan's defense was more seasoned. Ha! With a mighty shout, he seized the opportunity, delivering a lightning-fast strike with the hilt of his sword. Shattering the opponent's breastplate, the Necron noble staggered back a few steps, but quickly regained its footing and launched a counterattack. Clang! The two weapons clashed in a fierce embrace, locked together. However, the teeth of the chainsword faltered against the sharp edge of the glaive, accompanied by a grating screech, as splintered metal rained upon Soshyan's power armor, some even grazing his face and leaving trails of blood. As the stalemate appeared increasingly disadvantageous, Soshyan was preparing to withdraw and regroup when suddenly an opponent collided with him using their shoulder. Astarte staggered backward, crashing into a row of automated control systems. The casings shattered, fragments scattering like withered petals under the feeble light. Some casings were propelled beyond the gravitational light column support, shattering against the polished metal floor. The energy supply to the tomb plummeted in an instant, causing the dormant xenomorphs to tumble to the ground in a chaotic heap, resembling tangled branches and roots. Victory or death. The Necron shoved aside the floating casings that obstructed its path and charged towards Soshyan. Trampling over the debris and wreckage, Astarte struggled to regain his footing. Dark, morbid energy flickered like errant neurons, leaping amidst the collapsed sections of the tomb's grand hall, as flames of various hues from the explosions writhed into the serene silver surface of the undamaged walls that a peculiar, low hum, akin to a chorus of countless voices, enveloped the entire hall. The Necron noble had already reached Soshyan's front. Soshyan steadied himself. At that moment, time seemed to slow dramatically, and the opponent's movements appeared sluggish. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Before he raised his arm, the chain's word slicing through the air, severing a camera unit and inflicting a gash across the foe's abdomen and hip.I in the blink of an eye, the Necron swung its war scythe, narrowly missing Soshyan's head. Yet, the Angel of Death's counterattack forced the xenomorph to retreat, crushing the scattered debris underfoot. Soshyan's subsequent strike wounded the enemy's thigh, a silvery, liquid-like substance oozing forth with a mournful whisper. In this dire predicament, the Necron noble twisted its upper body around its spine, flinging Soshyan's chainsword aside, while the scythe's haft crashed violently against his face. Soshyan fell to the ground, the impact causing a ringing in his skull, his mouth and nostrils filled with blood. Face down, he reached out in a daze to find the sword he had just lost, but grasped nothing. "Commander," he flipped over, gazing upward, eager to understand why the enemy had not yet finished him off. To his surprise, he discovered his squad mate, Vilinus, engaged in a duel with the Necron noble, while Fex was not far behind. The resounding booms of weapon fire echoed from the entrance, indicating that other squads had entered the core area of the tomb. Nothing could be more invigorating than the arrival of reinforcements. However, what transpired next filled Soshyan with anguish. Vilinus had been wounded on his way into the hall, his movements sluggish. His arrival and interception had saved Soshyan, but had also sealed his own fate. The Necron noble was an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, and before the day's Soshyan could rise, the xenomorph leader delivered a fatal strike, cleaving Vilinus from left shoulder to right hip.I in a single blow. He was bisected diagonally. The remains of the squad member fell heavily to the ground, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. Fex roared as he lunged at the Necron, only to be sent crashing into another row of sarcophagi with a single punch. This provided Soshyan with an opportunity. He located his sword, albeit with the serrations now partially dulled. Die. He drove the blade into the spine of the undead noble from behind, the tip piercing through the emblem on the xenomorph's chest plate. The beast initially knelt, then collapsed face down. Soshyan pressed his knee against its back, cleaving open its skull, the Necron noble's pallid face turning to the side, cheek pressed against the floor, the silvery metal stained with dark red droplets. As Soshyan obliterated everything within its cranium, the eerie green glow in its eye sockets gradually dimmed. Chapter 11, The Mission. Soshyan, while striving alongside his comrades to eliminate the last remnants of the mobile mechanical undead, Soshyan turned upon hearing the voice of his company commander, Evrich, approaching. His left arm had been severed at the elbow, wisps of smoke rising from the wound. Yet, this did not diminish the commander's resolute expression. as if the injury were not his own. "What are you doing here?" Our landing craft encountered enemy fire during descent, deviating slightly from our trajectory. But fortunately, that's unfortunate. However, Ivrich interrupted him, frowning. "You should be by the side of Commander Amurad." "Not here. Commander, I don't understand." Soshyan sensed something amiss, the doubts that had plagued him before boarding the landing craft resurfacing. Many things had seemed off from the very beginning, but Ivrich clearly had no intention of explaining. Casting a glance around before declaring loudly, "Seventh Company, assemble." After dealing with the undead in the tomb, the soldiers gathered, totaling 53, including one priest. This was all that remained of the Seventh Company, the majority of whom bore wounds. "We must completely destroy this node and prevent the undead from repairing it," Ivrich said, looking at a soldier wearing a red and white helmet, his lieutenant. "Are the thermite bombs ready?" "Yes, Commander." At that moment, an ominous metallic grinding echoed from the entrance to the south of the tomb, as if countless iron boots were trampling the ground. Without needing to look, Soshyan knew the enemy's main force was approaching. Evidently, their master was unwilling to relinquish this vital energy node. The commander of the Seventh Company glanced at the entrance, then turned to meet Soshyan's steadfast gaze. He took a deep breath and continued, "You are the last 53 of the Seventh Company, bearing the weight of all the honor of the regiment upon your shoulders. Perhaps I have not fought for long, but I have vowed to witness all of this. The Seventh Company has fought thus far and will continue to fight until all is concluded. In the final battle to end the nightmare of the undead, a last stand to uphold our duties and defend the honor of our team." At this moment, the black-armored priest also stepped forward, his stern voice booming. "So what do you plan? Will you join me in beseeching the souls of our fallen comrades, pleading for their assistance in the impending battle to ignite our fighting spirit?" All Astartes turned to the priest, kneeling on one knee upon the hard rock floor, Soshyan included. Some were slower, hindered by their wounds, but none hesitated. The priest stood before them, raising his staff high and watching the people mimic his actions. "In the name of the most exalted, the Holy Emperor, we beseech thee. Long live the Emperor," the crowd responded in unison. "For the honor of the Emperor and the tireless dedication of its defenders. We beseech thee, long live the Emperor, to those who have sacrificed their lives, exchanging eternal torment for our survival. We implore you, return the souls of our brothers from the grasp of death, gather them back to your side. Death is but a name for it." The angels of death echoed in unison. At that moment, the staggering mechanical nightmares re-emerged from the darkness of the passage, their hollow eye sockets ablaze with cold green flames. Their rending guns held level at their chests, like neatly arranged toy soldiers marching in perfect formation toward the living gathered in the tomb. "Prepare for battle. You few, go set the thermite bombs." The soldiers of the company took their positions. Just as Soshyan picked up his weapon, ready to find his place, the commander appeared before him, handing him his sword and a helmet. "Take this, lead your squad away from here. To the commander's side, head in that direction, and you should encounter them." His voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority. "This is an order, as if anticipating Soshyan's next words, he added, turning to approach the priest. "Commander!" Soshyan reached out, calling after him, but Ivrich paused for a moment, without turning back. "May the Emperor have mercy upon us." The priest's words evoked a bitter smile from Ivrich as he removed the explosive launcher fixed to his thigh and moved behind cover. At that moment, the undead began firing, a torrential rain of disintegration beams raining down upon the Astartes' fortified position. Boom! As the resounding roar reverberated through the entire sepulchre, the energy nodes supplying a vast region were abruptly severed, plunging the surroundings into darkness. For the Emperor, with a fierce yell, Ivrich fired the first shot at the enemy. The other Astartes swiftly unleashed their wrath, the flames of their explosive firearms becoming a flickering beacon in the enveloping gloom. While the beams emitted by the undead resembled ghostly lights within the crypt, intertwining amidst the resounding thuds of heavy bodies collapsing to the ground. "Why?" Hearing the gunfire behind him, Axel glanced back before hastening to join Soshyan. "You've asked that 4 times already. I don't understand. This is an order. Understanding is not required." Soshyan. Axel grasped the other's arm, causing the entire squad to come to an immediate halt. "We are not cowards." All eyes turned towards him. Although Soshyan was not wearing a helmet, his expressionless visage bore no distinction from that of a helmet. "No one has called you a coward. Then we should fight. Die alongside our brothers, rather than flee. I will reiterate, this is not a retreat. It is an order, a command from the squad leader. Why? What task requires us few? We are neither veterans nor terminators. Mind your words." Axel, after glaring at him, Soshyan withdrew his arm from Axel's grasp and continued forward. Indeed, we are neither veterans nor terminators, yet it did not perish. Energy continued to amass. 8th Company, advance. Observing the opportunity, Zakanas ordered the soldiers to launch a surprise attack, charging towards the pyramid and toppling all the undead like mere stones in their path. Eliminated. Realizing that the pyramid had gathered energy to a perilous level, Soshyan signaled to the squad's heavy weapons operator, who immediately raised the heavy explosive launcher. Aiming at the target, a thunderous roar erupted as the apex of the pyramid endured a torrential bombardment. With circuits extinguishing one by one, the pyramid ultimately fell into complete silence. Captain Zakanas, I am from the 7th Company. Soshyan introduced himself. I know you. Soshyan. Zakanas replied that as the other soldiers continued to fend off the counterattack from the mechanical undead, Zakanas approached Soshyan, holding a thermite bomb in hand. I owe you my gratitude this time. The captain removed his helmet, a faint smile breaking upon his face. The battle group leader is in that direction. You shall find him if you proceed from here. However, I must caution you. That area is the core of the alien fortress. Exercise utmost caution. But here, Soshyan hesitated, observing the scant number of remaining soldiers from the 8th Company and the corpses strewn about. A testament to the ferocity of the earlier battle. How could he bear to abandon them? This is our mission now. Soldier, you must fulfill your duty. With a pat on Soshyan's shoulder, Zakanas limped towards the flickering energy nodes. Let us move. Casting a glance at the retreating figure, Soshyan turned and led his squad in the direction indicated by Zakanas, sensing that this so-called world engine seemed to tremble ominously. Chapter 13. The Terminator. The trembling of the world engine intensified, and though Soshyan could not fathom its implications, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. His instincts, unfortunately, seldom strayed far from reality. Along the way, Soshyan noticed bloodstains on the ground. It was evident that a battle had recently transpired in this corridor. Strangely, however, there were no bodies or remnants, neither of aliens nor of his fallen comrades. Upon exiting the corridor, Soshyan guided his squad, following the trail of blood to the left, passing through several grand archways and ascending a spiral staircase to the upper level. At that moment, a faint groan caught Soshyan's keen ear. He discerned it to be a human voice, laden with agony. Driven by a dreadful premonition, Soshyan suddenly accelerated his pace. Something's amiss. Rushing through another corridor, he arrived at a terrace overlooking a vast space where multiple pathways converged. Explosions rippling through the orderly expanse. To the far end of the terrace stood an archway, where a crimson figure lay on the ground, beset by a mechanical undead, its clawed hands peeling away his flesh. In a flash, Soshyan's fury ignited, and he charged forth to strike before the target could sense the impending danger. Yet some sixth sense alerted the fallen alien. It spun around just in time, its bloodied massive claw colliding with Soshyan's weapon, sending sparks flying and producing a shrill metallic screech. This block forced Soshyan back a step, but he lunged again, swinging his whirring chainsaw sword towards the creature's abdomen. The fierce and swift attack pierced through its body, but as he raised his weapon for another strike, he finally beheld his opponent's face, a bloodied visage. Scum! Enraged, Soshyan wrenched the creature's head from its shoulders and crushed it underfoot. The other 4 squad members quickly surrounded the fallen comrade, striving to save their injured brother. However, when Axe gently shook his head, it became apparent that the lifeline of their comrade had been severed. Soshyan recognized the shattered shoulder insignia. It belonged to a veteran of the 2nd Company. This indicated they were drawing ever closer to the battle group leader. As they took a moment to mourn the fallen veteran, a multitude of enemies emerged from the archway. Soshyan surveyed the surroundings, noting only the path ahead was viable. Thus, their tactical options dwindled to a singular choice. Open fire. With a resonant roar, the nearest undead fell, exploding into fragments under a hail of explosive rounds. The 4 warriors spread out on either side of Soshyan, maximizing their firepower despite their limited numbers. The narrow corridor meant they faced only a manageable number of foes. However, ammunition quickly morphed into a pressing concern. Unbeknownst to them, they had been engaged in combat for several hours, and their previously prepared ammunition had long been depleted, leaving them with no choice but to resort to melee weapons. As Soshyan reloaded, a chilling low growl interrupted him. The alien leader charged forth, leading the mechanical undead into the fray. Though these mechanical abominations were supposed to be soulless profane creations, Soshyan sensed a semblance of emotion emanating from the alien leader. as if these high-ranking mechanical undead retained some vestige of their biological nature. At the very least, it seemed to challenge authority. "Maintain the line." Soshyan's voice echoed over the comms, and then he unleashed a torrent of bullets at the undead leader. In an instant, the air filled with the crackling sound of metal as dust danced in the dry atmosphere. 3 members of the squad suffered minor injuries in the crossfire. Exposed, they could not sustain their fragile line for more than a few minutes. Soshyan discerned that they must move at an opportune moment. During this exchange, the alien leader advanced through the hail of bullets, wielding a massive metal scythe in a direct challenge, sweeping towards Soshyan's throat. "Fall back." Soshyan calmly assessed the situation, creating space for the enemy leader. He continued firing, reducing the undead soldiers trailing behind the leader to mere refuse, deftly transitioning from one target to the next. The remaining warriors held the line, unleashing a barrage of ammunition towards the ever-increasing tide of mechanical foes. Only Soshyan withdrew. Only then did the alien leader enter the squad's encirclement. "Concentrate fire." The alien leader's attention fixated on him, its enormous scythe carving deep furrows into the blackened ground, radiating a fierce intent to slay him. Meanwhile, the other 4 aimed their weapons at it, commencing a frenzied assault. The plan was sound, yet Soshyan underestimated the adversary's determination and resilience. Overestimating their firepower. Axe weapon was the first to fall silent, accompanied by an ominous click. Out of ammo, Soshyan had no time to address this issue, as he was driven back against the edge of the terrace, with nowhere left to retreat. Then, a crack of thunder struck down, saving his life. It stemmed from a violent discharge of energy, colliding with the terrace and causing the ground to tremble violently. Thanks to Soshyan's stabilizers, he managed to remain upright as a colossal figure descended, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris as the alien leader vanished amidst the haze, reduced to scattered metallic fragments under the Empire's onslaught. When the dust finally settled, Terminator Squad leader Forlo stood before Soshyan, a thunderhawk roaring overhead, raining fire upon the undead below. Forlo had jumped directly from the thunderhawk. He lowered his gaze to inspect Soshyan. The servos of his Terminator armor whirred and clanked. The tactical dreadnought, known as Terminator armor, was the Empire's most treasured single-soldier gear, capable of transforming a space marine into an indomitable siege beast on the battlefield. The Terminator armor had once been mass-produced during the Great Crusade. But following the Horus Heresy, due to the loss of knowledge, this formidable armor became a rarity, manufactured only in a handful of Forge worlds. For most battle companies, any single suit of Terminator armor was an invaluable asset, typically reserved for the longest-serving veterans who heeded only the direct commands of their battle group leaders. Forlo raised his metal boot and crushed the deformed head of the alien leader. Sparks flying. His fists crackled with electricity. That terrifying blow had originated from those very fists. "Brothers," Forlo spoke over the comms, though his eyes remained fixed on Soshyan. "It is now your turn. In the Emperor's name. Advance." Chapter 14. The Lich Guard disrupt them. Forolo's command resonated unambiguously through the channel, and the soldiers of the Starbound Knights emerged from the dust like embodiments of death, their explosive weapons roaring to life. The nearby Necron warriors were largely the most rudimentary of thralls, only realizing the chaos that had unfolded when it was too late. The 1st and 3rd tactical squads of the 2nd Company maneuvered in a wedge formation on either side of Forolo, pouring their firepower deep into the ranks of the nearby enemies. Soshyan's squad joined the left flank, distributing some of his ammunition to Aleksey, thereby straining his own supply. It wasn't long before the Necron forces began to react. Some colossal figures materialized through the dust ahead, their movements accompanied by a clattering sound, approaching clumsily and heavily. "The enemy possesses heavy armor," a sergeant reported over the channel, his voice drowned out by the sharp crack of Gauss weapons. "Ceasefire," Forolo commanded immediately. "Conserve ammunition." The Space Marines halted, directing their weapons towards the source of the noise in the dust. There were 5 of them, each as large as a Terminator, humanoid bodies adorned with flickering green crystals, encased in gleaming, heavy armor plates. Each bore a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, the massive shield rippling slightly, indicating the presence of some form of deflective field. After tentative attacks, the Space Marines discovered that their explosive rounds merely sparked against the armor, while strikes to the shield were effortlessly deflected, only the corpses on the ground slowing their advance. These were likely the Lich Guard of the Necron Overlord. "Concentrate fire." Forolo was clad in a relatively rare ironclad tactical Terminator armor, a model that sacrificed some mobility for formidable protection. and the only variant equipped with a field generator. At that moment, an armor-piercing round shot straight for the Lich Guard, piercing through the eye socket of the skull and detonating within. Though it did not fall, it was rendered a motionless husk. However, the remaining 4 were already closing in, their hyperphase swords eager for carnage. Continue suppression. More Necron warriors were amassing behind the Lich Guard, their mechanical strides relentless, Gauss flares firing continuously, although their poor accuracy meant that most shots whizzed past the Space Marines. A few found their mark. As the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed, the firepower of the Space Marines began to wane. Following Ferrolo's orders, the 2 squads redirected their fire, unleashing a deluge of explosive rounds upon the Necron warriors supporting the Lich Guard. 3rd Squad, maintain fire support. Ferrolo's tone remained resolute. 1st Squad, prepare grenades. Follow me. He charged forward with a roar, as the 3rd Squad continued to suppress the Necron warriors. A group of soldiers had already caught up with Ferrolo, brandishing armor-piercing grenades and combat knives. After a few strides, Ferrolo surged towards the foremost Lich Guard, raising his right fist high. The Lich Guard attempted to retaliate with its phase sword, a series of blades cutting deeply into the ceramic sands and refined metal of his right side. But the strike was deflected by the refractive energy bursting forth from Ferrolo's left shoulder armor. Adorned with the Terminator core, now unguarded, Ferrolo unleashed a powerful punch, generating a crackling blue flash that pierced the darkness. The force of the impact shattered the core of the deflective shield, turning the grayish fragments into metal shrapnel as the thick shield was sent flying from the Lich Guard's grasp. As it staggered, another punch struck its chest, crushing the armor and causing the mechanical Necron to erupt with debris and liquid metal, akin to entrails spilling from a disemboweled body. The final blow, an unstoppable force and momentum, sent the shattered Lich Guard crashing to the ground. The shockwave rippled outward from the impact point, vibrating through the corpse-strewn battlefield, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the dust-laden atmosphere. Ferrolo withdrew his fist from the smoldering wreckage. Around him, the 1st Squad had also joined the fray. 3 warriors combined their efforts with armor-piercing grenades to obliterate one Lich Guard's leg, and as it flailed, one Sola, deathly being, at the forefront, advanced directly towards Ferrolo, unleashing a maximum-powered Gauss beam that burrowed deeply into the right shoulder plate of the captain of the Terminators, embedding itself within his black carapace, tearing through flesh and bone, and incinerating a gaping hole. Subsequently, the 2nd and 3rd shots were deflected towards the ceiling, as Ferrolo, stifling the intense pain, raised his right arm to activate the mounted explosive gun to intercept the assailants. Before the deathly creature could react, a relentless barrage of bullets sent its head reeling backward, shattering its metallic visage, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. However, other ambushers swiftly surged forth to engage. They approached the Space Marines with a morbid indifference, wielding Gauss rippers, phase swords, and the remnants of their kin. Mundane adversaries, caught in such proximity to the explosive onslaught, would generally succumb to despair and fall, awaiting their demise. Yet, facing the Space Marines, even grievously wounded, they remained undeterred. The veterans retaliated with brutal ferocity. The savage roar of chain swords drowned out the deathly footsteps, while the thunderous report of the explosive gun formed a chilling counterpoint to the icy silence of the Knights of the Void. Without uttering a single word, they unleashed a merciless slaughter upon their attackers. Among them, none was more ferocious than Soshyan. The recent impact had cracked his helmet, shattering one of the black lenses and damaging the faceplate. Even amidst the chaos, Ferrolo sensed the monstrous fury of this rookie, who was striving to reign in his wrath. Hatred and anger swelled into a black ocean, the thirst for blood standing like a towering cliff, beckoning him forward. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, the sole fragrance emitted by the wounded Space Marines. Soshyan's thumb grazed the activation rune of his chained sword, and then he plunged into the enemy ranks, unleashing a flurry of swift strikes within the confined space, roaring as he cleaved through the metallic forms. The constraints of the environment only intensified his carnage, the silvery armor gleaming momentarily, slick with flowing liquid metal. Before him, none were spared. Ferrolo, too, exhibited his own combat style, his fists shattering ribs and pulverizing skulls. In the instant that an assailant struck him with a Gauss Ripper, the beam sliced through his right arm in the moment when the colossal mechanical spider drew near. Ferrolo unleashed devastation. The massive ironclad Terminator surged forward at an incongruous speed, deflecting the opponent's enormous pincers with its elbow, then bringing its fists together, lifting them high before delivering a thunderous blow. All occurring within the span of mere seconds. Faced with the full force of the Terminator's strike, even the thickest armor proved futile, with the ground crumbling beneath. The head of the burial spider, along with a substantial portion of its body, was driven directly into the hard earth, its mechanical limbs twitching momentarily before falling still. Beside Forlo, the Battle Brothers remained unmoved, confronted by the advancing burial spider. The chainsaw was rendered ineffective against the heavy plating. Despite its relentless scraping and gnawing, it could not penetrate. The adversary, though staggered, was nonetheless robust and powerful. That a burial spider seized an arm of a space marine in its claws and then swung down its hooked appendage. The vicious blade slicing through ceramic steel and plastic steel, delving deep into flesh and blood. When the arm was detached, the space marine remained silent, instead retaliating by swinging his chainsaw sword to sever the machine's bloodied limb. Blood and liquid metal splattered together, yet that warrior continued to fight fiercely. However, his sacrifice exposed a fleeting weakness in the burial spider, a moment seized by how peculiar. Aleksey suddenly spoke up, standing guard on the left. What? Soshyan paused his steps. Do you not find it strange? Aleksey turned his head towards him, and even through the helmet, Soshyan could discern the expression on his face. It seems as if Lord Forlo's sole purpose was to escort you in here. The previous commander held a similar attitude, as if they were fighting solely for you. What nonsense are you spouting? I have felt the same way. Nader's voice interjected into the channel. Soshyan, there's something I didn't tell you. When we entered the landing pod, I noticed that the battle group leader seemed to be watching us intently. The battle group leader? Soshyan recalled for a moment, failing to notice whether Amurad was present. Indeed, I saw clearly. He was standing with the mastersmith Aleksey, approximately 200 meters away, behind a storage rack. Before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning, sharp as a whip, struck directly at Nader. A low growl escaped Nader as he staggered backward, glancing down to find his left arm transformed into a bloody stump. Enemy attack. Aleksey's furious shout resonated immediately, prompting Soshyan to swiftly raise his weapon and scan the surroundings. Countless figures moved within the profound darkness, converging towards them, weapons glowing with a green hue crackling ominously with terrifying energy in the distance. A pyramid silhouette gradually came into view. Boom. Just as Soshyan and his companions were nearly surrounded. A thunderous roar akin to a volcanic eruption reverberated through the ground, vibrating beneath their boots. The three space marines activated their magnetic locks to secure themselves in place, while the necromechanical foes toppled like puppets being unceremoniously knocked over. Then, the hall experienced a dreadful collapse, millions of tons of massive stones crashing down. Soshyan hurriedly ducked and evaded alongside his two comrades. Amidst this chaos, through a gap in the dome, Soshyan glimpsed a colossal structure ascending into the void. Its form resembling a gigantic and razor-sharp sickle. Suspended momentarily in midair, it departed at an unbelievable speed, followed by two smaller models. Soshyan recognized these as the spacecraft of the Space Undead, yet their demeanor at that moment reminded him of the escape pod aboard the Storm. It seemed as though they were fleeing. However, considering the characteristics of these soulless machines, their retreat was rather astonishing. Could it be that these undead were not united in purpose? As Soshyan focused on the anomalies above, the already precarious dome completely collapsed, and before a mountain of rubble could descend upon him, a hand suddenly shoved him from behind with great force. Chapter 18, Sacrifice Cough. The tremendous impact left Soshyan dazed for an extended period. When he regained his senses, the air was filled with acrid smoke and dust, and the residual heat from the explosion had severely damaged the automatic sensory systems of his power armor. Initially, he feared that he had been entirely buried, but as the smoke began to clear, he discovered that only his legs were pinned beneath fallen debris. His explosive shotgun was nowhere to be found. The structure had nearly collapsed entirely. The ground was pockmarked with depressions caused by colossal stones, and the tomb spiders, crushed under the weight, had effectively turned into their own graves. After observing the scene for a moment and confirming there were no enemies around, he activated the internal self-check of his armor, fortunate that he had only sustained minor injuries. With little effort, he kicked aside the jagged stones and metal remnants of the building. Upon managing to stand upright, the full panorama of destruction shocked him. The street was littered with the shattered remains of Space Undead, some entirely flattened, others reduced to fragments by direct hits from the immense stones. He switched his communications to the company public channel. A series of disheartening hissing and crackling noises filling his ears. He could receive no messages from his squad, let alone the company. Nader, Aleksey, respond. Realizing he could not reach his comrades through the communications, Soshyan began searching the ruins for any trace of them. After inspecting the metallic corpses scattered throughout the rubble, it seemed he was the sole survivor amidst the rain of debris. Suddenly, his automatic sensory system detected a faint signal emanating from the left. He immediately sprinted in that direction. After navigating through a mound of dark rubble, he spotted an armored arm protruding from the tons of stone, instantly recognizing it as Nader's hand. "Brother, I'll get you out," Soshyan exclaimed as he pushed upward with both hands, attempting to stabilize the falling debris while clawing at the rubble to free Nader. Before long, he managed to reveal Nader's right arm and head, but neither showed any signs of life. His helmet was damaged, smeared with blood. With renewed effort, Soshyan excavated Nader's torso, aided by the adrenaline coursing through his armor, allowing him to lift a massive stone nearly as heavy as himself. UHAS, Soshyan shifted. Nader's right arm twitched, fingers extending slightly. Yet Soshyan knew all too well that his condition had not improved, that a large pool of blood had pooled around the sharp stones, and numerous cracks and dents marred Nader's armor. Blood flowed steadily from his left arm, as if the hemostatic mechanisms had failed. Nader, wake up. Nader helplessly tapped the severely damaged side of his helmet, and Soshyan immediately understood his intent. He bent down and twisted the helmet, severing the connection. With a hiss of escaping air, Soshyan removed the helmet, revealing Nader's bloodied, battered face. In that moment, he fully comprehended the horrifying wounds. Fragments of skull protruded from one side of Nader's injured head, while that ear had vanished, reduced to a mass of flesh along his jaw. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Soshyan, Nader slowly nodded, managing a faint smile that revealed blood-stained teeth. "That I knew you would survive. The commanders were right. You are destined for greatness." Gazing at Nader's bloodied smile, Soshyan suddenly realized who had pushed him away in those final moments. "Why?" he asked, grief-stricken. "My life is in the other party's pace," faltered for a brief moment before resuming its original rhythm. "Are we not all executing a mission?" "No. What I mean is, a mission that I am unaware of." Aleksey remained silent, moving forward as if he were a guide. "Answer me, Aleksey." Soshyan halted, gazing intently at Aleksey's retreating figure. Alas. Then, within Soshyan's helmet, Aleksey's exasperated sigh echoed. "My brother, have you not realized how extraordinary you are since the moment you enlisted?" "I have. Indeed, the battle group commander has entrusted us with a clandestine mission, and that mission is to ensure your safety at all costs." "Why?" "I do not know, nor have I inquired, nor will I inquire. We merely execute. This is the essence of being an interstellar warrior. Do you not understand, Soshyan?" Chapter 19. The fall. The impact was unparalleled, even causing Soshyan to feel as if he were ensconced within the maw of a colossal cannon. Amidst the tremors surged waves of energy, shattering even the hard rocks of the ground. Soshyan felt the world dissolve in the searing flames and the piercing shrieks of shrapnel. The servos of his powered armor hissed ominously, while damage signals flickered frantically within the shattered visor. He could taste the yearning of his skin to ignite, could sense the metallic demise and the resonance of the circuitry. He was ablaze, engulfed in steel, until the sudden onslaught arrived, vanishing just as abruptly. As Soshyan felt he was on the brink of being boiled, everything reverted to an eerie silence. He gasped heavily a few times, suddenly realizing that a weight bore down upon him. Aleksey. Upon grasping the reality of the situation, Soshyan immediately seized Aleksey's shoulder armor. However, the moment his gauntlet made contact, a wisp of white smoke erupted from the point of contact. Even within the powered armor, Soshyan could discern the acrid scent of charred flesh. Aleksey, can you hear me?" Soshyan shook him, but to his astonishment, Aleksey pushed him away, standing unsteadily. "Fight that I can still." His voice over the comm channel resembled a vague mumble, and since he had risen, he had been swaying as if intoxicated. Soshyan, concerned, attempted to assist him, but was immediately interrupted by a beam of disintegration fire. Turning to look, Soshyan discovered a bizarre necromantic vehicle appearing 500 meters away. Its main body was a massive semicircular metal frame, resting above a floating platform, piloted by a necromancer warrior. The main weapon of this vehicle dimmed ominously, clearly having just discharged at a green beam grazed Aleksey's leg armor, striking the ground, provoking an intense reaction from the interstellar warriors. Enemy. Aleksey suddenly seemed to go mad, charging towards the vehicle. Aleksey, seeing this, Soshyan immediately pursued him. Yet at that moment, Aleksey appeared to have pumped all his adrenaline into his body, moving with astonishing speed, closing the distance to the ranks of the undead warriors in an instant. To protect the vehicle, a phalanx of necromancer warriors stood before Aleksey. Enemy. Aleksey continued to mutter, gripping his chainsaw sword. He became a whirlwind, tearing into the ranks of the undead, shards of light and liquid metal scattering in his wake. All of this culminated in the second firing of the necromantic vehicle. No. With Soshyan's furious roar, the green beam severed Aleksey's lower half, and the frenzied interstellar warrior crumpled like a felled tree. Ruptured entrails cascading forth in a gory deluge. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and Soshyan's visage was once again marred by gray veins. In a howl akin to that of a wounded beast. Soshyan charged forward like a launched explosive. However, the undead clearly did not wish to grant him his desires. Having abandoned their initial target, they redirected their focus towards Soshyan. Even while running, Soshyan could gauge the trajectory of the next shot from the enemy's muzzle. A sensation he had never experienced before, yet he followed the instinct of slaughter, racing toward the alien vehicle. The core of the world engine reverberated again, shaking the earth and penetrating Soshyan's mind like the roar of a steel dragon. But Soshyan remained undistracted. As he neared his target, he raised his explosive gun and fired. From the corner of his vision, he observed the vehicle attempting to evade the tempest of fire, but it would not succeed. The explosive rounds he fired effortlessly dismantled the remaining necromancer warriors. With each shot, an alien felled he annihilated with an unprecedented efficiency. Realizing the precarious situation, the necromantic vehicle began to pivot, its anti-gravity apparatus screeching as it crushed the stones below. Simultaneously, the thermal cutting beams on either side swung around to target Soshyan that he continued to fire. Ugh! A force slammed into his chest, flames engulfing his vision. Soshyan stumbled, his charge faltering. The impact surged through him, blood seeping into the black shell encasing him. Then more beams struck, their sharp buzzing plunging his world into another kind of silence. A part of him, honed and trained for war, registered everything, unperturbed, cataloging the events. The main cannon of the necromantic vehicle did not fire upon him. Had it done so, he would have perished. Instead, it was two lower-powered thermal cutting beams, typically used for clearing obstacles. Though forceful, they were insufficient to directly breach Soshyan's armor. Yet they still forced him back, causing him to kneel, shattering his joints and rendering him a cripple. Their intent was not to kill him. Rather, they sought to suppress him until the main cannon could pivot and reduce him to fragments and blood. That moment was approaching. With each second of his pause, the inevitable reality loomed closer. Soshyan gritted his teeth, beginning to rise, raising his fists, using the armor of his forearms as a shield. His sensors were a blur, rife with threat indicators and damage readings. But suddenly, the firing ceased. Soshyan took a step forward, his vision sharpening. The necromantic vehicle was rotating its crimson cutting beam emitters, dragging sparks towards him, seemingly having expended much energy. Struggling to maintain its levitation, this also signified it could not fire its main cannon at Soshyan. Soshyan stepped forward, the damaged servos wailing as he lifted his weapon. He ignored it all, beginning to run. Feeling the injuries to his body intensifying. This action was foolish, far from ideal, and devoid of reason. Yet Soshyan no longer perceived the world through such lenses. All that resided in his heart was boundless rage and hatred. And he felt more than ever before he was merely a weapon now. And a weapon thrived solely on slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, he collided head-on with the necromantic vehicle, then leapt onto its slanted front body at the moment of impact. Raising his iron fist. With a roar, his iron fist crashed against the main cannon, molten metal splattering in all directions. Then, his fist drove into the wounded chassis, seizing the struggling head of the necromancer aboard, forcefully tearing it away along with its metallic spine. The vehicle, barely hovering, let out a wail as it plummeted to the ground. Flinging Soshyan more, he suddenly realized that these metallic specters seemed to have their energy abruptly siphoned away by some unseen force. Contemplating this, a strange flutter surged through his two hearts, followed by an intense pressure in his throat, as if something was forcefully pushing upward. Caught off guard, he opened his mouth, allowing the icy breath from his throat to escape. To his astonishment, a blood-like ash erupted from the grill of his helmet, splattering onto the ground while emitting a chilling aura. After expelling a mouthful of blood, He felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body, causing his knees to buckle and him to collapse to the ground. It took him over 10 seconds of panting before he could barely regain some semblance of awareness. He felt as if he had been entombed in an icy vault for an entire month. His limbs had grown cold and stiff, making even the slightest movement of his fingers a Herculean task. It was only then that he noticed the temperature gauge indicating that his body temperature had plummeted to a mere 19 degrees. Any ordinary mortal would likely have succumbed to death by now. Initially, he suspected that his power armor had sustained damage, exposing him to the vacuum for far too long. However, upon reviewing his status, he discovered that the situation was not as dire as he had presumed. It certainly should not have led to such a condition. Shaking his heavy head vigorously, he summoned all his strength to rise from the ground. He had a mission to fulfill, and he must aid the battle commander. Suddenly, he felt a warm trickle from his nose. Instinctively, he raised a hand to wipe it away, but his hand merely brushed against the cold surface of his helmet that he paused to catch his breath. At that moment, a fragment of memory flickered before him, akin to the touch of a ghost that should not exist. In hunger, his stomach craved a bowl of warm broth. In the cold, his body yearned for a clean blanket. In solitude, his heart longed for a warm smile. A stranger woman opened her arms to him, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his forehead. Who was that? A child, sobbing, staggered to grasp a toy, Space Marine. These visions persisted. Accompanied by a whispered, "It beckons you to halt, to ensnare you. You must dispel it and forge ahead. I am alone. In a daze." He murmured to an absent target, "I cannot continue. It is utterly meaningless. You are never alone. We are always with you. Eternally. I do not understand. You will understand. Now, move swiftly to at that precise moment. An object slipped from his neck armor. He gazed at it, suspended on a silver chain. As it swayed gently, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. This was the sole remnant of his transition from a mortal to a space marine, a silver ring, engraved with a design reminiscent of a family crest. Having once belonged to a mortal, he could not wear it, only hang it upon himself. Yet, he could no longer recall who had entrusted it to him. Was it that enigmatic woman? He lifted his gaze, his eyes enveloped by an intense golden radiance that rendered it nearly impossible to look directly. Moments later, as his pupils adjusted to the brilliance, he became aware of a colossal entity soaring skyward. It resembled a humanoid monster, with elongated limbs, surrounded by a halo of liquid energy. With the slightest movement, it could unleash a formidable wave of energy. Its first act upon ascending was to obliterate the world engine. At last, he understood the source of the tremendous tremors. In a fleeting moment, the commander of the Starbound Night Battalion lost consciousness. In the next instant, a potent mixture of syringes surged into his muscles, and the physiological enhancements of his genes nearly instantaneously revived him. He realized he was lying on his back, staring at the star-speckled void, as the warning system of his power armor blared incessantly. The structure of his right shoulder armor was severely damaged. His right arm armor warped, and his chest sustained 3 puncture wounds. The life index indicated low internal bleeding in his right arm and abdomen, yet there was little agony, as the injections and his augmented nervous system had dulled his pain. Amurad noted the right visor of his helmet was clouded with something indistinct. He suspected it was blood. He then sat up, the servos in the damaged areas emitting a dreadful grinding sound. The helmet of his power armor cleared the choking, frigid air of debris, dust, and organic mist, allowing him to breathe freely. The glance revealed a plethora of unidentifiable entrails and metallic fragments nearly covering every inch of the devastated ground. Massive obelisks lay toppled like heaps of sand, while those dreadful war machines appeared to be rendered nearly inoperative. The tremendous shockwave had almost annihilated everything. Even a superhuman like a space marine found it difficult to escape unscathed at such close range. However, they had only a minute to activate the thermite bomb. A minute. There was scarcely time to evade. Just as he stood, a figure materialized before him, its icy green eyes fixed upon him. Simultaneously, a Gauss Ripper presented itself, aimed directly at him. Amurad charged forward, shoving the weapon aside just before it fired, a beam of light embedding itself into the shattered ground nearby. In that same motion, Amurad kicked out his leg, striking the chest of the space specter, eliciting a sound of breaking bones and desperate struggle as the creature fell. Amurad was acutely aware of his labored breathing, the combat hormones coursing through him. Coupled with the tremors from earlier assaults, his explosive shotgun was long gone, leaving him with only 2 power axes. Their roars filled the blood-soaked expanse. Chapter 21. The necromancer overlord his brothers had perished. The battalion's priest, Messiah, and the forge master, Salak, lay on either side of him. The former had suffered the brunt of the explosion, his right side reduced to a mangled mass of shattered armor and exposed entrails, while a close-range Gauss beam had blasted apart the forge master's helmet, splattering the contents of his skull onto the ground. The blast shockwave was extensive, yet Space Marines still fought fiercely against the alien bloodthirsty. While the necromancers continued their cold logic, eliminating all intruders, the necromancers soon detected the surviving battalion commander and immediately closed in. Amurad was the first to strike, cleaving open a foe and kicking aside the severed remains from his axe's blade. He then roared, unleashing a cry of rage and hatred. Yet, something lodged itself in his throat. He recalled the burden he bore, and the most crucial individual had yet to appear. Thus, he resisted the impulse that urged him toward destruction. Severing the head of a second necromancer in the frigid silence, he would exact vengeance upon them, and he too would seek retribution as he surged into the throng of aliens attacking him with bladed weapons and Gauss beams. An endless hatred ignited within his muscles. He struck them down with brutal efficiency, even yearning to rip his bloodied helmet off and sink his teeth into the metal of those fallen monstrosities. Yet, a sense of duty anchored his thoughts, compelling him to commit wholly to the task at hand, urging him to kill and persist until the end. He employed his body as a weapon, crashing a pair of necromancers against the support beam, the sound of metal fracturing echoing as he wedged them between ceramic steel and rock. Amurad was nearly unstoppable, a vengeful soul adorned in crimson and patterned with blood, each strike resonating with death, accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking skulls and splitting bodies. Despite the agony of his clenched jaw, the roar of his battle axe grew louder at that moment. Darkness surged from the dust, violently pushing the remaining space necromancers aside. The newcomer's eyes glowed like specters in the gloom, emanating the scent of ancient grudges. Clad in dark golden armor etched with numerous archaic symbols, adorned with magnificent shoulder plates, and crowned with a fan-shaped cluster of dark green crystals, it wielded a staff that crackled in the void. It was the master of the world engine, the sovereign of the space necromancers. This alien leader charged towards him with a strength and speed that rivaled Amurad's own, its staff slicing through the air, aimed directly at the Space Marine's head. "Come on, alien filth," Amurad bellowed, deflecting the strike with the axe in his right hand, their weapons trembling as they locked together. The Space Marine attempted to convert the deflection into a counterattack, aiming to slice open his opponent's abdomen. But the Necromancer Overlord evaded the blow, leaving only a shallow scar on the silver embellishments of its chest armor. "Too slow, primitive lowly creature," the Necromancer Overlord mocked, its voice grinding through the serrated communication port. Suddenly, something seized his foot, a half-bodied undead warrior, hidden amidst the bloodied remains strewn across the ground. All the Necromancer Overlord required was a slight misstep from Amuradit. It lunged again, swift as lightning, its staff infused with raw energy crashing through Amurad's power armor. Yi Chun and Xia Roashua, the head of the scepter, bit deeply, generating a cascade of sparks as it sawed through Amurad's left breastplate, spilling forth a copious amount of blood amidst the violent impact. The commander of the Star Realm Knights grunted and quickly retreated from the blow, but before he could take more than a couple of steps back, the Lich Overlord delivered a kick that brought him to his knees. It staggered for a moment, its scepter still gathering energy. In the face of an intense sense of danger, the Lich Overlord turned to confront a new threat, the bloodied energy scepter emitting blinding sparks. The next instant, the roaring chainsaw sword clashed with this weapon, and the energy pushed back against the spinning teeth. The Lich Overlord transformed its half-slicing attack into a short-range thrust aimed at crushing the enemy's side armor. Much like Hope itself, it preferred offense over continued defense. Just as his chainsaw sword was poised to strike forward, Soshyan reacted similarly, and the two assassins were instantly locked in a deadly embrace. At that moment, Soshyan realized that his helmet was mere centimeters from the opponent's head. His black visor appeared bizarre and non-reflective from the outside, while the Lich Overlord's hateful gaze was fixated on him. Then, Soshyan delivered a heavy headbutt. The Lich Overlord staggered back, its skull buzzing from the sudden impact, granting Amurad a fleeting moment, which was sufficient for him to sweep his battle axe across the Lich Overlord's breastplate. As the blade bit in, the Lich Overlord let out a chilling roar, and Amurad nearly cleaved through its armored in an instant. The Lich Overlord reacted as every challenger it had ever faced would. It abandoned all defense, extending its left hand to seize Amurad's wrist, redirecting the battle axe to the right side while simultaneously thrusting its scepter toward the torso of the Space Marine. When Amurad attempted to block, he felt his arm convulsing in the opponent's grasp, as the Lich Overlord obliterated the servos of his power armor with some unseen force. Ugh! The scepter emitted a creaking sound as it pierced Amurad's abdomen, the sigils engraved on its shaft glowing with a dark light. Amurad bent over, his spine impaled. Bastard! Soshyan had been relentlessly striking the Lich Overlord's head with his metallic gauntlet, while the chainsaw sword buried itself into the foam multiple times. However, the Lich Overlord seemed resolute in exchanging its life for his. Finally, with a heavy blow, Soshyan managed to knock the Lich Overlord aside as it distorted, releasing its grip on the scepter. The ruler of this ancient dynasty knelt on the ground, emitting strange cries that seemed almost like laughter. Gritting his teeth, Soshyan unleashed an angry horizontal slash, sending the Lich Overlord's head rolling through a cascade of spewing liquid metal. Chapter 22, Escape. Haha. Amurad gasped heavily, trembling. His vision flickered erratically, and the sounds in his ears transformed into a distant echo. He clutched at his gaping wound. Yet even his advanced Larmont cells could not staunch the torrent of blood spilling from his torn body. At that moment, he felt a hand beneath his arm, aiding him to stand. The servos in his power armor whined in agony. It was Soshyan who saved him, the very person he had been waiting for. But now this robust recruit was so weakened that he could scarcely hold onto his explosive gun, nearly collapsing in an instant. His world succumbed to an impenetrable darkness. He yearned to move, yet felt as though he had plunged into the abyss. His limbs besieged by an overwhelming pressure, each organ acutely aware of the suffocating weight. That he attempted to speak, but was met with an indescribable cacophony of indistinct howls. The tangible darkness clung to him, ensnaring his neck, wrists, and joints, until the gray veins once again manifested upon his visage. Then, amidst the incessant curses and mockery, accompanied by agonized screams, the palpable darkness swiftly receded, his vision restored, revealing only the tumultuous, torn nebulae swirling about, asteroids colliding with one another, unleashing hues of white, purple, and 1,000 shades of red. He almost believed himself cast into the void, yet everything transformed into a vibrant cascade of colors. Rage, joy, anguish, an overwhelming torrent of emotions engulfed him, threatening to shatter his sanity, were it not for his indomitable spirit that held him together. However, such a state could not persist for long. Just as he gritted his teeth to endure, all reverted to silence. He found himself upon a sandy shore, the warm grains beneath his feet, gentle waves lapping at his ankles. The stranger, a woman, opened her arms to him. Who was she? Shocked by this scene, Soshyan felt the torment distance itself, only for a sudden exclamation to pierce the air. He has emerged. A hand, clad in iron, grasped his shoulder, forcefully dragging him down to the ground. Soshyan's helmet struck the earth, shattering the visor into shards, and then it was removed, allowing him to gulp in the stifling air. As he braced himself against the floor and lifted his head, the first sight that greeted him was the ashen face of Vinatirius, the commander of the 7th Company of the Space Marines. You are Soshyan Aleksey? Chapter 23. Annihilation. Upon the battle barge of the Space Marines, the high-ranking officials from all participating companies gathered upon the bridge, their curious gazes fixed upon the new recruit drawn from the subspace. Nearby, the think tank of the Space Marines panted heavily, their complexion pale as parchment. The mere act of extracting Soshyan from that perilous distance had nearly cost him his life. Yet the fact that he had emerged alive astonished them even more, for he understood the dangers of subspace better than any of the present Space Marines, even shielded by power armor. Traversing subspace in a corporeal form was akin to suicide. Yet, he had survived, appearing relatively unharmed. The strategist silently committed Soshyan's name to memory, feeling compelled to report this incident to the head of the think tank upon their return to Makulak. It is not too late. As Soshyan rose from the ground, his first action was to bellow at Vinatirius. We can strike immediately. Perhaps we could, Vinatirius replied, his expression unyielding. But we shall not. There are precisely 771 Space Marines up there. Indeed, those are my kin, my brothers, my commanders. Our entire company is up there. And you stood idly by while we fought for our lives. Soshyan's words escalated to a pointed accusation, directed towards the high-ranking officials present, prompting immediate dissent among them. You would do well to watch your tongue, soldier. The commander of the Aurora Company stepped forward, his right arm pointed threateningly at Soshyan's head. If only you could exhibit such valor in battle against the Xenos. Unfazed, Soshyan countered. provoking the honor guard of the Aurora Company to draw their weapons. The atmosphere thick with impending conflict, as tensions mounted, Vinitirius raised his arm, and the commander of the Aurora Company signaled his honor guard to sheath their weapons. If you truly cared for those warriors' lives, you would not have devised such a reckless plan while we deliberated on the situation. Do you believe we have humiliated you? Soshyan's words were laced with barbs. And even Vinitirius, despite his composure, could not suppress the throbbing veins on his forehead. His grip on the hilt of his sword tightening as the situation deteriorated. The commander of the invader company stepped forward. Not only because both companies hailed from the same lineage of the Imperial Fist, but also due to his acquaintance with Amurad. Soshyan, he said in a calm tone, lashing out at the commander will not alter the situation. Soshyan turned his bloodied and battle-scarred body toward him, pressing closer. My lord, those are 771 Space Marines. Our entire company, save for the new recruits stationed at Obsidian, are up there. But we cannot sacrifice more lives on the basis of a possibility. The world engine must be terminated immediately. If it revives, the blood you have shed will be utterly wasted. These words, Soshyan's fury surged, and he tore off his helmet, revealing a face marred with blood. Just drawing closer and deploying some Thunderhawks could save some lives. The world engine is not completely extinguished. It remains a perilous entity. We cannot risk the fleet. There it is. That is your way. Soshyan gritted his teeth, letting out a derisive laugh. You would rather turn tail and flee than risk a modicum of effort to rescue those who ended this calamity. So this is not the first time you have acted thus. Is it? Just as you intended to abandon the Veeder system. The latter part of Soshyan's remarks was clearly directed at Vinitirius, who merely regarded him with indifference, saying nothing. Suddenly, Soshyan raised his explosive pistol, causing everyone to draw their weapons in response. Yet Soshyan aimed at Vinitirius. Do not fire. The strategist who had extracted Soshyan from subspace quickly raised his hands, exclaiming, do not act foolishly. The bloodshed today has already been more than sufficient. Others gradually lowered their weapons, yet Soshyan remained steadfast in aiming at Vinitirius. Do not think this will intimidate me. My company is on the brink of annihilation. My brothers have fallen in battle. There is nothing left for me to fear. His hand trembled slightly, but the strategist was using psychic force to suppress the barrel of his gun, and the struggle against this force only intensified Soshyan's furious expression. Vinitirius sighed deeply, speaking calmly. We will not approach. Soshyan, I cannot do this. You know better than I what occurs up there. If there were even the slightest chance to save your company, I would be the first to ascend, even at the cost of our entire fleet and every soul. But the battle has concluded. My think tank senses only a faint trace of life energy, and the think tanks of the other companies, including the head of the think tank, feel the same. The strategists nodded in unison, affirming Vinitirius's statement. At the very least, we should try, even for one. Soshyan continued to struggle, though we are far mightier than mortals. Vinitirius approached Soshyan, whispering, we are not gods. The harsh reality served as the most potent argument. The bridge began to tremble, the entire warship quaking as the resonance produced by the simultaneous discharge of all weapons unleashed devastating firepower upon the world engine. Soshyan gazed forward, his vision unfocused, then turned away from Vinitirius without uttering another word. Under the watchful eyes of all, the last survivor of the company trudged to the thickened viewport, his bloodied hands pressed against the reinforced glass. In the distance, the colossal cube flickered violently, erupting in a blinding flash, shattering as if it were fragile glass, and in an instant, countless shards were propelled into the endless void. The world engine had been obliterated. His company, too, had met its demise. Soshyan painfully closed his eyes, his forehead striking the glass repeatedly, as if this could alleviate the piercing anguish within. The heavy impact caused blood to pour from his brow, trickling down his cheek and dripping onto the floor, mingling with the tears that rolled from the corners of his eyes. Mortals often perceive the Astartes as bloodless, tearless angels, yet this is far from the truth. Rarely does anything provoke such suffering within these super soldiers, but witnessing the destruction of their company and the fall of their kin was an exception. Soshyan was tragically among the few to endure this torment. Accompanied by the dull thuds, all present on the bridge lowered their heads in solemn silence, paying tribute to the 771 valiant warriors who had perished. Chapter 24. The monument. Since his rescue, Soshyan has remained in a state of seclusion from the world. In the initial days following the conclusion of the battle, he was confined to the medical bay, where, despite his vehement protests, the medics forcibly removed his power armor. Nevertheless, he never allowed the backpack of his armor to stray from his sight, nor did he permit anyone to lay a hand upon it. During his recovery, he learned that the Mechanicus fleet had arrived, intent on scavenging the remnants of the world engine, a technology to which they were perpetually drawn. He even overheard a bishop of the Mechanicus lamenting to Venistan about the destruction of the world engine. After his treatment concluded, he was still not granted permission to depart, although Venetilius did not articulate the reasons. Soshyan understood them all too well. Venetilius had his own honor to uphold. Yet such consideration struck Soshyan as peculiar. Within the ranks of the Astra Militarum, the foremost concern of a leader is always justice, not politics. However, Soshyan also recognized that the extremis gravis, as a nascent company with a multitude of squads, was far more complex than a single squad. Crucially, the Astra Militarum is essentially a subsidiary of the Imperial Fists. The profound losses incurred during this campaign necessitated a reasonable explanation from the extremis gravis to the Imperial Fists. To that end, Soshyan harbored little regard for them or their lofty commanders. He was solely preoccupied with his own responsibilities and the future of a company that had, in effect, been obliterated. This mindset enriched Soshyan's life aboard the ship. He declined the luxurious quarters offered by Venetilius, opting instead for solitude on the lower deck, transforming it into his personal space. Venetilius had visited him once during his recovery, bringing a set of repair materials for his power armor. By now, everyone aboard was aware of Soshyan's refusal to allow anyone to touch his armor, even in its battered state. No one knew the true reason behind this. They all assumed he was mourning his fallen comrades. Despite previously heated arguments, Soshyan accepted the gift with gratitude and promptly applied the rudimentary skills he had learned to his armor. Although the Space Marines are soldiers, they must also learn to perform basic repairs on their own equipment, including power armored as he bent over, diligently working on repairs. A familiar voice resonated at the entrance of his quarters. The portion of the room had been converted by Soshyan into a makeshift training ground. His bed was nothing more than a hard cargo pallet, scarcely superior to the surgical table of the medical bay, shoved into a corner, with his weapons positioned at its foot. Upon hearing Venetilius's voice, Soshyan halted his work and laid down the right wrist guard he had been hammering. I told you. I wish to be left undisturbed. Commander, Soshyan replied curtly, his tone devoid of emotion. Venetilius stepped into the flickering firelight, illuminating the room where Soshyan had set up several makeshift braziers for light. Do you truly not intend to don a new suit? I shall inform you when I require one, Commander. Venetilius cast a glance at Soshyan's armor. Riddled with rivets, it appears rather precarious. Perhaps you should entrust it to our tech marines for proper attention. Soshyan resumed his seat on the floor, meticulously executing each repair step with precision and order. My sergeant often tells me that nothing is more reliable than one's own hands. Barring your brothers, Venetilius remarked. Is that so? Venetilius continued to pace within Soshyan's quarters, observing the beads of sweat gather in the deep scars etched into Soshyan's face, marks that embellished his valorous deeds. I am surprised you have not inquired about the aftermath of the conflict. The Xenos and their filthy tombs have been obliterated, and we paid a grievous price for it. What more is there to discuss? Venetilius furrowed his brow. Have you pondered why Amurad specifically chose to save you? That is a matter for our company. Soshyan narrowed his eyes. When our strategist informed me that Amurad requested the rescue of a neophyte, I nearly believed him to be mad. Soshyan's expression instantly turned grave. Were Venistan to continue his insolent remarks, he would undoubtedly teach him a lesson, even aboard the latter's warship. Yet upon seeing you, I began to understand his reasoning. You are an exceptional warrior. Even among our ranks, few possess your qualities. Perhaps the second lieutenant. As he spoke, Venetilius's gaze drifted from Soshyan's solemn face to a point behind him. Following Venetilius's line of sight, Soshyan turned to realize the other was looking at his iron haloed at a memorial. A memorial is reserved for the deceased. It embodies a responsibility. Prior to it, I swore an oath to rebuild the company. Though the ship was warm as spring, this chamber felt as frigid as the void. Did you see his body? Yes, and it grieves me deeply. He was a great warrior. 2.1 billion souls were redeemed because of your sacrifices. Venetilius took a step forward, attempting to place a hand on Soshyan's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. But Soshyan stepped back, signaling his refusal. Do not attempt to console me. Commander, Soshyan replied coldly. Your power armor is likewise stained with blood. You shall gain no honor from this war, only shame. Soshyan raised his hand, silencing him. I have always been taught to master my emotions. Thus, we shall not lose our composure due to such provocations. But that does not imply I have forgiven you. Yet there is something you ought to see. Venetilius's words instilled a sense of skepticism in Soshyan. Yet he followed the other out of the quarters and aboard a Thunderhawk. Moments later, as the Thunderhawk's door swung open, Soshyan was rendered speechless. Before him lay a platform suspended in the void, with warriors from various companies lined along either side of a main thoroughfare paved with black bricks. At the end of the road stood a towering monument. With a single glance, Soshyan recognized the materials as fragments of the shattered world engine, adorned with the remnants of numerous space hulks. At the center of the monument were 3 silver-plated digits, 771-AS. If in a trance, Soshyan stepped forward, each stride evoking the name of a fallen battle brother in his mind. Their figures seemed to reflect from the monument's opposite end, silently gazing upon him. Aleksey, Nader, Occam, Fex. Upon reaching the monument, he beheld a damaged silver-gray helmet resting quietly upon the pedestal amidst a circle of burning candles, flanked by 2 crossed battle axes. That we gather here to mourn. Venetilius stated, standing beside Soshyan, gazing at the towering monument. The world shall forever remember this battle and the heroes who sacrificed themselves. As the new commander of the company, their names will be spoken by you. In the ancient era of the Great Crusade, every warship would etch the names of the fallen. Today, we shall restore this venerable tradition. Under the watchful eyes of all the Space Marines, Soshyan remained silent for a considerable while before finally breaking the hush. His voice was as weighty as the monument itself. Otto Amurad, gene seed unrecovered. Messiah, gene seed unrecovered. Hilaris, gene seed unrecovered. Serix, gene seed unrecovered. Chapter 25. Dan at Lysander. A standard Terran week after the morning concluded, Soshyan awaited the arrival of the second party to pay their respects, the mother company of the Astra Militarum. The Imperial Fist, AS, the massive Stormbird, descended upon the platform. The renowned first captain of the Imperial Fists, a legendary warrior, Dan at Lysander, emerged not far from Soshyan. Soshyan's understanding of this distant mother company was somewhat limited. The Imperial Fists ranked 7th among the 18 founding companies, their progenitor being Rogel Dorn. Since the days of the Great Crusade, they have been regarded as one of the most loyal chapters to the Emperor and were instrumental in the construction of the Imperial Palace on Terra. Even in the wake of the Horus Heresy, the Imperial Fists maintained their loyalty and, during the darkest of times, displayed remarkable resilience in preserving the unity of the Imperium. As that colossal figure stepped forth from the Stormbird's hatch, a striking splash of bright yellow brightened the otherwise dim space platform as the towering Terminator led an honor guard directly towards Soshyan. With every step they took, they moved in perfect unison, their movements as synchronized as a military parade. As the Terminator approached within 5 meters of Soshyan, he came to an abrupt halt, his retinue mirroring his action in a synchronized manner, as if they were a singular entity. Amidst the hissing of the valve, the Terminator removed his mask, revealing a face marred by scars and the weight of experience, yet still resolute and unyielding. The service studs on his forehead and his silver hair glimmered under the light, reflecting a metallic sheen. Darnath Lysander, an interstellar warrior forged in the crucible of countless bloody trials, had steadfastly fought for the Empire since his enlistment, never once retreating. During the Battle of the Colonies on 567 M40, Lysander held the line with remarkable tenacity, ultimately suppressing the Chaos Traders. Upon being appointed as the commander of the Imperial Fist's second company, he led an assault on the Ida-class warship Blood of Cain. It was in this engagement that the former commander of the Imperial Fist's first company, Cletus, entrusted the artifact Fist of Dorn to Lysander just before his demise. For nearly 2 centuries thereafter, Lysander commanded the first company of the Imperial Fist, achieving unparalleled glory for the entire warband. However, misfortune soon struck. The strike cruiser Shield of Courage, housing the first company, mysteriously vanished in the webway. Despite the fervent prayers of the entire Imperial Fist, no positive leads regarding the Shield of Courage ever surfaced. In their despair, the Imperial Fist resigned themselves to the belief in Lysander's fall, adding his name to their list of the fallen and erecting a statue in his honor within the Hall of Heroes. It was not until nearly a millennium later that the Shield of Courage reemerged in real space, only to find itself near a defensive position established by the Iron Warriors at the edge of the Eye of Terror. Under concentrated fire from 3 enemy orbital fortresses, the strike cruiser was shattered, with Lysander among the few survivors, albeit captured. For the following weeks, he endured brutal torture at the hands of the Iron Warriors. Yet the commander refused to yield, embodying the unyielding spirit of the Imperial Fist, never accepting his defeat. After enduring a month of torment, Lysander seized an opportunity to escape his bindings, armed only with his fists and sheer will. He carved a bloody path to freedom, absconding with an interstellar shuttle. Upon hearing of Lysander's survival, the entire Imperial Fist erupted in ecstatic celebration, eagerly welcoming their hero back. In the ensuing months, the Warband's chief apothecary, strategists, and priests undertook exhaustive examinations of Lysander, scrutinizing every aspect of his being, but ultimately found no signs of corruption, whether physical, mental, or spiritual. Subsequently, Darnath Lysander was once again appointed as the commander of the Imperial Fist's Terminator First Company. And at that time, he was the oldest member of the war band, as none of the current members had been born before the disappearance of the Shield of Courage, confronted with such an immortal legend. Soshyan felt an involuntary surge of excitement and anxiety, yet as the war band commander, he knew he must maintain his composure. Thus, he inhaled deeply and spoke in a solemn tone. Soshyan Aleksey, the 69th commander of the Star Knights warband, welcomes you, Commander Darnath Lysander. Lysander secured his helmet at his waist, snapped his legs together, and performed a standard military salute, his retinue remaining still behind him. Darnath Lysander, on behalf of all warriors of the Imperial Fist, I extend the highest tribute to the fallen. After the ceremony, Soshyan and Lysander proceeded side by side to the monument, gazing upon the towering black obelisk and the immense numeral 771. Lysander's gaze turned somber, as if he were paying homage to the Hall of Heroes aboard the mountain array, while the loudspeakers continued to announce the names of the deceased. After a prolonged period of silent contemplation, Lysander raised his voice. You are worthy of the bloodline of Rogel Dorn. You are worthy of the glory of the Legion. Your sacrifices stand as an eternal testament to the loyalty of the 7th Legion. We take pride in you, and the Hall of Heroes will forever immortalize your names. As he spoke, Lysander raised his fist high, echoed by his retinue. For the pre-march and the glory of Terra. For the pre-march and the glory of Terra. This resounding cry was joined not only by the warriors of the Imperial Fist, but also by Soshyan and the Invaders' warband, underscoring the indelible bond between the parent and child warbands. Following the solemn tribute, Lysander invited Soshyan aboard his flagship, the Shield of Courage, as a guest. While this visit was framed as a courtesy, it was devoid of excessive formalities. Both parties engaged in conversation amidst a heavy atmosphere. Was it your predecessor who requested the assault? Indeed, Soshyan replied, prompting a frown from Lysander. With all due respect, that seems rather unwise. Soshyan found himself at a loss for words, burdened by numerous unspoken truths, and could only recount the sequence of events. Lysander sighed, rising from his massive chair to stand beside Soshyan, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. Regardless, what is done. We must face the consequences. Yes, Soshyan nodded. Yes, the warband commander. It is my duty to find a way to rebuild, no matter how dire the situation. Observing the hopeful glimmer in Soshyan's eyes, Lysander discerned the unspoken implications and shook his head. Speaking with resignation, due to the recent insurrection in the Maelstrom region, Mars has tightened the management of the 11th tax, and we currently lack the surplus gene seeds to support your reconstruction. Lysander leaned in, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. Moreover, the situation may be far worse than you anticipate. Those words, a chill ran through Soshyan. The Imperial Fist, stationed on Terra for years, was the most attuned to the political winds of the planet. Their words carried weight and sincerity. How dire. A new warband has already been formed. The High Lords Council has issued a commission following the news from here. At this point, no further elaboration was necessary. Lysander straightened, regarding Soshyan's increasingly somber expression with encouragement. The progeny of Dorn shall never be disheartened by momentary setbacks. Have you given up, young man? Soshyan raised his head, nearly gritting his teeth as he declared. Never. Excellent. That I recommend you hasten back to the Warband's monastery on Abastilia and set everything in order if necessary. The Shield of Courage will escort you back to the Warband's homeworld. Chapter 26. Brother sighed. Lysander, as the longest-serving commander of the Imperial Fist post-Great Rebellion, possessed extensive experience in both combat and leadership. Faced with Soshyan's confusion, he tirelessly imparted the responsibilities and duties of a commander, emphasizing the strict adherence to discipline and execution within the Imperial Fist, which also exhibited a stubborn streak in leadership. Soshyan endeavored to absorb Lysander's teachings, yet he often felt a dissonance between some of these principles and his own beliefs. Despite his best efforts to embrace them, doubts and skepticism frequently arose. Overall, he sensed a strange disconnect between himself and the Imperial Fist, a peculiar sensation indeed. After a week of traversing the subspace, the Shield of Courage re-entered the material realm, arriving in the orbital vicinity of the Star Knight's homeworld. One can only imagine the astonished expressions of the guards and recruits as Soshyan appeared alone before the gates of the monastery fortress. In this undertaking, the warband had mobilized entirely, leaving behind only 33 newly enhanced recruits and the veteran Lhasa to oversee them. Having recently paid the 11th tax, the warband had yet to recruit new soldiers, resulting in the sparse numbers. When Soshyan entered the fortress and conveyed the grim outcome of the brutal battle, the initial shock among the gathered audience quickly morphed into disbelief, with some even accusing Soshyan of being a lying deserter. It was not until Lysander's arrival that they comprehended the veracity of Soshyan's words. The Star Knight's warband had, in fact, met its demise. The recruits' emotions swiftly shifted from shock to sorrow, then confusion, and even despair, as everything they once knew lay shattered. When Soshyan hinted at the possibility of the monastery fortress being absorbed by other warbands, they found themselves devoid of hope, for despair itself had become a semblance of hope. As the newly appointed commander of the battle regiment, Soshyan immediately delivered a brief address to the assembled recruits. I personally participated in that war, and perhaps some of you consider me a coward. A deserter, I should have perished alongside my fellow combat brothers, and indeed, I once believed that myself. Soshyan pointed to the deep scar on his forehead. Death is not difficult, yet is it not another form of evasion? Commander Amurad entrusted the regiment to me, and as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure that the regiment does not fade into oblivion. This is my solemn vow. Lysander gazed at Soshyan, noting a unique aura among these young individuals. In truth, he had little faith in the reconstruction of the Astral Knights regiment, for their numbers were exceedingly few. It was likely that this regiment would completely perish within a century. Yet, Soshyan's emergence instilled a glimmer of hope within him. Perhaps this individual truly could accomplish the impossible. Yes, we may very well find ourselves with nothing, but we shall not wallow in the failures of the past. If remaining here only plunges us into sorrow, I would rather depart. The Astral Knights are born of the void and shall return to it. Though we are all recruits, we are certainly not flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. We too can forge the great legacy of our forebears. As long as there is breath, the regiment shall endure. As long as there is breath, the regiment shall endure. Excellent. This is the spirit of the descendants of Dorn. Lysander clapped his hands vigorously and proclaimed, in support of your reconstruction, I, in the name of the regiment commander, shall bestow upon you 2 Rand assault vessels and a cache of weaponry and ammunition. Thank you very much. Soshyan grasped Lysander's hand firmly, speaking earnestly. Regardless of our circumstances, we shall remember our oath of loyalty. Should the need arise, we will respond to the call. That I shall remember your vow. I have tasks to attend to, so I must take my leave. If fate permits, we shall meet again, Commander Soshyan. Until we meet again, Captain Lysander. For the glory of the Premarch and the Master of Terra. For the glory of the Premarch and the Master of Terra. After a brief arrangement, Soshyan instructed Lhasa to awaken the indomitable mentor, Brother Seed, stationed at the fortress. However, he was informed that Brother Seed had already awakened a few days prior and had remained in the subterranean chamber accessible only to the commander. After dismissing Lhasa, Soshyan traversed a lengthy corridor that extended deeper beneath the monastery fortress. There were no battle brothers on guard, for only the commander was permitted entry. As he walked, Soshyan noticed that the corridor's walls, ceiling, and marble floor were adorned with prayers, resembling a tomb passage. Yet, the monastery cemetery was not located here. Upon reaching the end, he encountered a massive, tightly shut door. Removing the iron halo, he pressed it into the recess of the door, and the long-sealed entrance slowly creaked open. Upon entering, Soshyan discovered a circular chamber resembling an archive, with a massive slab of granite at its center, though it did not appear to be an altar. The room was shrouded in darkness, and without a helmet, Soshyan could only make out the surrounding walls, which were lined with rows of shrines extending up to the lofty ceiling, each containing numerous scrolls of parchment. He suddenly surmised that this might be the regiment's archive, chronicling its illustrious history. With this thought in mind, he approached a side wall, intending to retrieve a scroll for a closer examination. Just as he reached out, a harsh noise akin to scraping against the marble floor echoed through the dark space, followed by a tremendous crash as the door slammed shut. Soshyan swiftly turned, drawing his explosive pistol and aiming it into the inky void. Show yourself. Before he could finish speaking, a heavy mechanical whirring resonated, and as the air rushed towards Soshyan's face, he finally realized a colossal figure was approaching. Thick legs, an angular torso, and massive iron fists adorned the mechanical arms of the indomitable seed, who advanced with heavy steps. Until now, Soshyan had not sensed his presence at all. When an interstellar warrior suffers irreversible harm, he faces two choices, either to accept death with dignity or to continue serving the Emperor in another form. The indomitable Mechanicus represents the latter choice. Within the massive metallic shell resides a warrior whose limbs are crippled and whose muscles have atrophied. He exists solely within the amniotic fluid of his iron coffin. Yet, through powerful mechanical propulsion, he remains a lethal force on the battlefield. Typically, the Indomitable are the longest-serving veterans of the regiment, and aside from engaging in combat during critical moments, they also bear the responsibility of guiding the younger generation with their experience and recounting the history of the regiment. Brother Seed is the most respected mentor within the Astral Knights regiment, reputed to be one of the first to serve, with an age exceeding 3,000 years. Seed's words caused Soshyan to bow his head in shame. Everyone, Amurad has indeed succeeded. Brother Seed approached Soshyan, extending an arm that he found that thing. Did he not? Soshyan paused for a few seconds, then retrieved the anomalous artifact known as the Red Talisman from his backpack and handed it to Brother Seed. Indeed, the Indomitable's body quivered momentarily before returning the Red Talisman to Soshyan. Thus, the most crucial step has been accomplished. What crucial step? Why did the commander risk his life for this object? And Soshyan, already filled with questions, hurled several inquiries at once, but Brother Seed did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached the granite slab, inserting an arm into it and rotating it. Your arrival was fated. Brother Seed's raspy voice emanated through the speaker. Embrace your destiny. The granite split open like a blooming flower, and the surrounding braziers ignited, revealing an object slowly rising from the heart of the stone. Gazing at this object, Soshyan's expression shifted from confusion to shock, and finally to terror. His face turned pale, mouth agape, as he stumbled backward, even knocking over a burning brazier, the fuel spilling onto the ground and igniting the entire chamber in a crimson glow. Illuminated by the flames, a dark green banner stood before Soshyan, emblazoned with an ancient talar numeral that glimmered as if seared by the fire. Chapter 27. Ashen Essence. A recruit, upon entering the regiment, must not only undergo transformation and training, but also absorb a vast amount of imperial history. Although much of this history has been lost or distorted, it remains far deeper and darker than what mere mortals can comprehend. It is widely known that 18 legions were active during the Great Crusade. However, deep within the Terra Palace, the pedestals commemorating the Primarch's number 21. Alpha Legion is a dual Primarch. From the historical records Soshyan has encountered, 2 legions had their records erased long ago. Regarding their names, their histories, including the names of their Primarchs, all have become a mystery. The 2nd and 11th legions have become 2 lost legions. Soshyan has inquired privately with his instructors about the grave offenses they committed that warranted such obliteration of all traces. At that time, the instructor confided that this question had troubled him for many years. He had also asked his mentor, receiving the same response. But regardless of the circumstances, they undoubtedly once existed. That much is certain. So where did they go? Were they entirely annihilated? Or were they exiled? Or do they still exist in another guise within the Empire? Thus, when the banner of the 11th Legion appeared before Soshyan, he understood why the regiment's history lacked a distinct founding date and time. Beneath the obscure veil of history lies a bloody and brutal past. The Astral Knights regiment is a remnant descendant of the 11th Legion. However, if that is the case, more questions arise. Why have we become a subsidiary of the Imperial Fist? Did they not record this part of history? Brother C did not respond to Soshyan's question immediately, but inserted his arm once more into the granite, securing the battle flag underground. Strictly speaking, it was the Emperor alongside Chancellor Mikado. The magic pattern Mikado, Hero Mikado, has long served the Emperor even before the Great Crusade, and he has played a pivotal role in constructing the framework of the Empire, being the only mortal hero who can rival the Primarchs in the annals of Imperial history. Then, Master Saad. Soshyan's words trailed off, yet his meaning was unmistakably clear, followed by a deep sigh emanating from the frigid iron coffin. At that time, I happened to be gravely injured and undergoing a process of fearless transformation, fortuitously becoming the only individual within the Legion who was not subjected to brainwashing. Since then, I have carefully concealed my thoughts, remaining in a state of slumber until awakening 5,000 years ago. by which time the 11th Legion had ceased to exist, leaving only the Star Knights. Soshyan gazed at Master Sada's body, marked by the passage of history, feeling an amalgam of emotions within. The dissolution of the 11th Legion must have been due to unforgivable transgressions, those accusations perhaps lingering even after a millennium. As a descendant of the transgressors, his identity had suddenly become exceedingly awkward. After a prolonged silence, Soshyan softly inquired, "What were we called in the past?" "The Undying Legion. Our progenitor. His name was Artaxerxes, a great ruler and a commander of remarkable skill." "Have you seen him?" "Yes." Soshyan raised his hand, gesturing towards the sheepskin scrolls within the shrine. "These are the writings from the now-destroyed home world of the Legion." "Why?" Soshyan retracted the scroll, placing it back into the shrine. What heinous crime did the Legion commit to deserve such a fate? Even when faced with such a sensitive question, Master Sada's voice remained as calm as a still pond that in a certain sense. "Our progenitor did indeed commit a most dreadful crime." "What was it?" "Collusion with the Xenos." That Soshyan's eyes widened in disbelief. He found it hard to accept that a progenitor would conspire with Xenos. For even Horus, in his downfall, had never allied with them, and you know that the Emperor, seated upon the golden throne, harbors another purpose beyond mere sustenance. Soshyan shook his head. Deep within the Imperial Palace lies a vast project known as the Webway. The Emperor has long been studying this ancient Xenos technology, believing it could liberate humanity from the shackles of the warp. However, this project ultimately met with destruction, as a multitude of demons surged into the Webway, forcing the Emperor to personally guard its entrance. This clandestine history struck Soshyan with profound impact, yet he quickly steadied his mind, quietly listening to the narrative of the battle group mentor. Long before the Emperor commenced repairs on the Webway, the progenitor was already aware of this plan. He discerned the significant flaws within it. The Webway was far from a tranquil realm, and the forces of the warp could still breach it. Thus, he intended to provide the Imperium with a legion dedicated to safeguarding the Webway, a legion capable of suppressing the powers of the warp without reliance on psychic abilities. A legion dedicated to guarding the Webway. You are the only individual in the past 10,000 years who has successfully undergone the gray matter transformation. Do you comprehend what this entails? What exactly is gray matter? It is the solution proposed by the progenitor, combining the anti-psychic abilities of the Untouchables with the formidable physique of the Astartes, further augmenting the Astartes' resistance to warp powers. They were named the Dark Sentinels. This sounds quite similar to the Silent Sisters. Not quite. Their anti-psychic abilities merely suppress, while the powers bestowed by gray matter are offensive in nature, more akin to those of the Assassin's Hall, but significantly more potent, capable of terminating the domains of Untouchables at will. Untouchables who can freely manipulate their powers. Soshyan blinked, uncertain that he possessed such abilities. Indeed, the progenitor referred to it as the umbral domain, yet you remain quite unpracticed. The essence of gray matter is a biologically active metal. When active, it requires a substantial amount of heat. Soshyan immediately recalled the frigid chill that had nearly frozen the blood within his veins. You should have felt it. Master Sad seemed to sense Soshyan's thoughts. The longer the active metal operates, the greater the heat requirement. Merely relying on the power armor's thermal regulation system would not suffice. If it were a soldier from another legion, they might perish within 20 seconds. Then why do I? Because our legion possesses a unique bloodline. The genes of the Undying Legion grant us remarkable regenerative capabilities, encompassing not only physical wounds but also bodily fluids, soft tissues, and even the soul. Only the genetic seed of the Undying Legion can sustain the development and utilization of gray matter. Yet many brothers do not exhibit such abilities. When the remnants of the Legion were absorbed, the organizational structure was thoroughly dismantled. We became like grains of sand scattered into the sea, nearly losing contact with one another. By the time the Star Knights were formed, only a handful of the upper echelon retained the bloodline of the Undying Legion, while the rest were warriors of the Imperial Fist. As he spoke, Master Sada's form sank slightly, and Soshyan could almost hear the sighs emanating from within the iron coffin. When I awoke, few remained of the Undying Legion's bloodline within the battle group. Only the battle group leader and a scant few still bore the Legion's bloodline. That I carefully maintained the existence of the Legion over the long years, establishing a clandestine society known as the Immortal Ones within the battle group. For a considerable time, the society's responsibility was to safeguard the Legion's bloodline, and when it came time to pay the 11th tax, we would submit only the seeds of the Imperial Fist, augmenting the ratio of transformations for the Legion's warriors. The existence of such a secret society within the battle group deeply unsettled Soshyan. Was this still loyalty? By the time of Amurad, the proportion of Legion soldiers had risen to half of the battle group's numbers. The 33 new recruits you see before you, including Lhasa, all possessed the bloodline of the Undying Legion. That I have one more question. Why did the Emperor seek to annihilate us? Because the gray matter technology originated from a certain Xenos faction, and the progenitor had secretly reached an agreement with that faction. Soshyan's breath grew heavy, the weight of this information pressing down on him considerably. Chapter 28. The truth. How did the Legion meet its demise? The Emperor dispatched the space wolves, and the progenitor willingly surrendered to preserve the ember of the Legion. Soshyan's gauntlet clenched tightly. Was there no resistance? There was. Thus the Legion was subsequently absorbed into the Imperial Fist? Only a portion. At this point, Master Sada's previously mechanical tone suddenly bore a hint of emotion, a touch of sorrow. Most of the warriors could not accept the death of the father of genes, nor the dishonor of having the Legion's designation erased. They attempted to flee the home world with the majority of the warships, seeking a safe haven to rebuild the organization, but were ambushed en route by the Warhounds and the Shadow Moon Wolves, leading to their complete annihilation. You accepted such humiliation because I realized the responsibility I bore. Master Sad did not react with anger to Soshyan's words. Upon awakening, I understood that the current state of the Imperium could not be sustained indefinitely. The progenitor's plan from years past was highly suitable for the present Imperium. The Undying Legion must be rebuilt, and the Dark Sentinels must enter the webway to liberate the Emperor from the Golden Throne. Liberate him? Indeed. As long as we do not continue to expend our strength suppressing the webway's entrance, I believe one day the Emperor will rise again, leading the Imperium once more. Only then can we restore all that we have lost, and the statue of the progenitor can return to the Imperial Palace on Terra, and we shall take his place, eternally watching over the entrance to the webway. Indeed. Soshyan exhaled deeply, pacing back and forth within the chamber, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, he raised his head and asked, Master Sad, when did you begin planning this? Since my awakening. Is this knowledge confined only to the battle group leaders of each generation? Yes, each generation's battle group leader will learn the truth here, except for Amurad's predecessor, who was a most inadequate individual. Soshyan was aware of the predecessor's shortcomings, thus refraining from pursuing that topic further. It was indeed a disgrace to the entire battle group. You mentioned that I am the only one who has successfully undergone the gray matter transformation. Does that not imply that this technology is exceedingly complex and difficult? What purpose can such low efficiency serve? Not necessarily. The initial transplantation of gray matter is indeed exceptionally challenging. As the original liquid is directly concocted by the progenitor himself, we cannot fully comprehend its mechanisms. What I do know is that once the transplantation is successful, gray matter will exhibit a high degree of compatibility, significantly increasing the success rate of future transplants. What you have been implanted with is the last remaining original liquid we possess. Should it fail, the Dark Sentinels will vanish forever, yet by the Emperor's grace, you have succeeded. In the chaotic era of demon and martial arts, serving as a warden without any distractions. In other words, my gray marrow can be transplanted into other warriors. Indeed. So what exactly is the red talisman? And why does Commander Amulade resort to such a perilous method to acquire it? Because it is a crucial key, one that only exists within the tomb worlds of the high-ranking space necro-ns. It is only through it that you can hope to restore the lost legion. Why? The monk Seed raised his hand, revealing a handheld holographic projector, which he promptly activated. A verdant glow began to flicker, dancing upon Soshyan's ceramite armor and gradually forming an image. It was a warship, even as a mere flickering holographic representation. Its grandeur was breathtaking. It was an immense battleship, beyond the power of words to describe its magnificence. The colossal bridge and bow of the ship were enshrined by numerous obelisks and arching structures of peculiar design, evoking a sense of familiarity within Soshyan. It seemed the world engine bore a similar aesthetic. During the Great Expedition era, only a handful of such warships were constructed. They served as flagship gifts from the Emperor within the Space Marine legions. You must have heard of their name, the glorious Queen class. Is this the flagship of the 11th Legion, the Asphatar, the vessel of the Premarch, the pride of the Legion, and the sole Imperial warship capable of navigating the warp without the need for Geller fields? Does it have any connection to the space Necrons? Indeed, the Premarch often stated that one should amalgamate and learn from all, even from adversaries who possess wisdom. Seed openly acknowledged this, though Soshyan had already surmised it. The realization that his Primarch had dealings with the space Necrons, and that the gray marrow transplanted within him might be linked to those vile soulless machines, filled him with a tumult of emotions. Everything sounded so ironic, and he couldn't help but recall the 700 battle brothers who perished on the world engine. The flame of heaven was taken by Horus, and it was he who, in the aftermath, contended fiercely with Dorn and Gil-Liman to preserve the Legion's spark. That weapon may be safeguarded on Ulanar, for Horus, before his fall, was a being of deep sentiment. He likely placed the flame of heaven in a position of utmost honor. There are rumors that when he was bestowed the title of War Master, he secretly constructed a mausoleum on Ulanar, the contents of which remain a mystery. Perhaps Ulanar, Soshyan was not unfamiliar with this name. It was there that the Emperor vanquished the then most powerful Orc Empire in the galaxy, annihilating the nameless Orc tyrant. Yet, this planet had vanished from the official records of the Empire since the Beasts' War of M32. Ulanar seemingly no longer exists. That it still exists, merely hidden away. That we must locate it. The Seed's tone grew resolute. Find the flame of heaven, and then seek the Asphatar, regardless of whether it takes a millennium or 10 millennia. This is our mission. What is so valuable aboard that warrants such a search? When the Legion brothers evacuated from their homeworld, they transferred the majority of the Legion's gene seeds onto the flagship, a number that may exceed 10,000. If we recover it, then the resurgence of the Legion will come to fruition. How can you be certain it hasn't been destroyed? The Indomitable stood quietly before Soshyan. And though separated by a thick iron shell, Soshyan could feel a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Because I am the captain of the Undying Army and the initiator of this operation. My injury was sustained during that war, and I witnessed it plunge into the warp. Soshyan was left speechless, suddenly realizing that his previous words had been a source of pain for Seed. This ancient warrior had never accepted that humiliation. I apologize. No need for apologies. You now bear a heavy responsibility, Soshyan Aleksey. Though we have made considerable progress, the battle group teeters on the brink of annihilation. We must first restore a measure of strength before we can hope to search for the Asphatar. I still do not understand. If it is merely for the red talisman, must we sacrifice everyone? Because Seed's joints creaked as he moved, leaning closer to say, Soshyan, have you heard of the Iron Cage? The Iron Cage, a notorious event associated with the Imperial Fists, was something Soshyan could not possibly remain ignorant of. The accounts of this incident were recorded in a manner starkly different from the external narratives, as at the time, most within the Imperial Fists opposed the Codex, even resorting to armed conflict. Everything Dorn did was to ensure the Legion would embrace the Astartes Codex, and for that, Dorn would rather. This, Soshyan instinctively took a step back, shrouded by the dark truth, feeling as though the world he once knew was being torn asunder. A chill ran down his spine. After millennia of dedication, he was uncertain if Seed's mental state remained stable. At least, for now, it appeared not to be a significant issue, but now the battle group has only 33 recruits left. What shall we do next? Regardless of what lay ahead, the immediate challenge was the most pressing concern. Yet, after Soshyan spoke, Seed simply stood still, resembling a statue. Seed, Soshyan called out several times without receiving a response. He cautiously extended his hand to knock on the front armor of the Indomitable, yet there was still no reply. Surely he hasn't fallen asleep? Chapter 29. A new framework. It proved true that the rumors were not mistaken. The venerable ones within the Indomitable, as their bodies dwindled, were unable to remain active for extended periods. Soshyan exerted considerable effort to move the slumbering Seed out of the secret chamber and had other battle monks transport him to the armory, where the daily operations were overseen by tech marines. However, Soshyan now faced a grave issue of manpower shortage. Following the battle at the World Engine, the Legion had effectively been decimated. Not only had all the veterans and elite been lost, but also the technical personnel, including apothecaries, priests, master artisans, and strategists, had been entirely wiped out. At present, the Astral Knights Legion was unable to maintain even the most basic structure of the Codex. With the armory, apothecary guild, and the Legion's monastery all lying vacant, many tasks became unmanageable. In desperation, Soshyan began to sift through the existing personnel roster, and to his surprise, he discovered something intriguing among the 33 recruits left by Commander Amulate. Among these 33 new recruits were precisely one tech marine apprentice, one trainee apothecary, and one trainee priest, yet conspicuously absent was a strategist. According to Seed's account, the 11th Legion lacked a strategist cadre as well. Soshyan immediately summoned the tech marine apprentice, L. I. Kurogris, who had officially served 10 years prior, was recognized by the Legion's master artisan for his sensitivity to machinery and had become a tech marine preparatory. He was gifted with a servo skull crafted by the master artisan himself. "Commander, you called for me." In the commander's private meeting room, Soshyan met this apprentice tech marine. He was a vibrant and passionate young man, clad in a crimson power armor that fit him remarkably well. As a tech marine, he naturally bore the weight of a heavy servo arm and numerous repair devices, yet this did not hinder his steady gait. The previous master artisan had left a note stating that this young man possessed tremendous potential and unique insights into machinery modification. Yes, Soshyan, seated behind the desk, picked up a data slate and inquired, "How many large equipment in the armory are still operational?" That the former commander took most of the equipment with him. Currently, the armory holds only one Land Raider, one Storm Raven gunship, one Thunderhawk undergoing repairs, and 2 tactical motorcycles. What of the light weaponry reserves? There are 130 base explosives, 19 spare grenade launchers, 20 chains words, 10 power swords, 1 plasma pistol, 2 meltaguns, 2 flamethrowers, 2 heavy explosive launchers, 9 anti-armor rockets, and 10 boxes of assorted grenades. Soshyan rubbed his temples. While these numbers appeared reasonable, they would hardly sustain multiple engagements. Why is the reserve of light weaponry so low? Because we are currently in a period of equipment replenishment. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the next batch of supplies will arrive in 1 standard Terra month, not a standard Terra month. Soshyan was uncertain whether he had that much time left. That I understand. Rogris, you must be aware of the situation within the battle group by now. For the time being, the armory must rely solely on you. Do you have confidence? Rogris hesitated for a moment. There is still much I have yet to learn if I were to operate recklessly. I fear the consequences could be dire. Soshyan recognized that his words were not mere humility. To become a competent tech sergeant, it was essential to spend time studying on the mechanical teachings of Mars. There, they would learn the proper ways to soothe the machine spirits and serve Omniscia. Until then, they could only be considered novices. Rogris had not yet reached that stage, and thus his concerns were entirely justified. However, at present, there is no one else available to take over your duties. We must give it a wide eye in the future. I will ensure you have the opportunity to study the ways of Omniscia on Mars. The situation is challenging, and we must prioritize the future of the battle group. The tech sergeant suddenly straightened his legs and declared loudly, "As long as life endures, the battle group shall persist." Excellent. First, attend to the slumber of the sod monk, then inventory the supplies. Report any matters promptly. After the tech sergeant departed, Soshyan summoned the apprentice apothecary, Nashin Balatim. How many gene seeds remain in the battle group's inventory? Nashin Balatim was an old acquaintance of Soshyan, having served in the same cohort. Thus, he was well acquainted with this capable man, and upon meeting, they exchanged no pleasantries but got straight to the point. After submitting the 11 tasks, the battle group's gene seed reserve stands at 22 seeds, plus the 27 you brought back, totaling 49 seeds if we rely solely on the existing gene seeds. How long until we can restore to a normal scale? The apprentice apothecary, clad in white armor, sighed lightly and responded helplessly. Battle leader, to speak candidly, relying solely on the current gene seeds, it would be difficult to return to our former scale even after 10 centuries. Before Soshyan could speak, he added, "Moreover, as I have yet to fully master the procedures and steps of the modification surgery, the success rate may only be a third of the original. This is a very realistic situation, and I must clarify it that I understand. Therefore, your current task is to safeguard those gene seeds diligently." Understood. The third to be summoned was the newly appointed battle group priest, Yazdan Shahinian. He had also only served for a decade. Yet this seemingly taciturn man possessed an imperceptible fervor in their brief interactions. Soshyan had noticed a remarkably steadfast faith within him. That it was precisely this faith that had caught the attention of the previous battle group priest. During their meeting, Soshyan also observed that, despite the previous 2 concealing it well, there were traces of unease and disappointment. Only Yazdan had shown no signs of such feelings. The flame in his heart had not extinguished, but rather burned more fiercely, spurred by the crisis of the battle group, prompting him to set higher goals and demands for himself. In the current circumstances, such a person was undoubtedly an excellent ally for Soshyan in sorting out the situation of the battle group. He promptly shared his views on the low morale within the battle group, and Yazdan assured him that he would do his utmost to uplift everyone's spirits. After concluding a day of meetings, Soshyan sat behind his desk, listening to the ticking of the contemplator computer. his mind oscillating between thoughts of the battle group's future and the bizarre, enigmatic ancient secrets. Sometimes, knowing too much is not beneficial. Soshyan realized this profoundly. Those horrifying secrets were like a tormenting torture, gnawing at his thoughts. He had never considered that such distant matters would one day intersect with his life. Weary, he leaned back. Resting his head against the chair, he decided to refrain from revealing to the new recruits their true identities and positions, including the path they would take in the future. He was uncertain whether such disclosures would be advantageous at this moment. He could only await the right opportunity or initially recruit a few core members to form a secret society akin to that of the Sod monks. It was foreseeable that for a considerable time, they would have to operate under the guise of the original battle group. Regardless, he could only move forward now. Chapter 30. Death marks the end of duty. The evening sun cast its rays upon the mountaintop as a thunderhawk swooped down, landing on a carefully concealed helipad, its descent akin to a radiant beam piercing the peak. This massive craft descended rapidly from orbit, yet at this moment, it moved cautiously, resembling a carrion beast approaching a seemingly lifeless, yet still breathing predator carcass. As the Thunderhawk's hatch opened with a hissing of steam, an Astartes emerged, straightening his cloak as he stepped forth, the air swirling around him, as if attempting to wrest his cloak from the midnight dark armor. Behind him, two squads of warriors followed in formation, creating a strike team as they exited the helipad. The leading Astartes removed his helmet, attaching it to his waist, and gripped the pristine handle of his yet-to-be-fired bolter tightly with one hand. The Astartes exchanged brief words before advancing away from the helipad. Before them stood a towering entrance crafted from wood and bronze. This was not a road for combat, but an entrance for rituals. A path leading deep into the mountain's core. The leading Astartes stepped forward first, and the other black-armored warriors followed in perfect rhythm, each holding a black shield adorned with ivory-carved crossed longswords. While one standard-bearer raised a flag bearing the same emblem, I know, came the reply from the Sod monk's speaker. I could have slain them a dozen times over as they descended from orbit. They are reckless, untested, and youthful, just like I once was. Hearing Soshyan's words, the Sod monk rarely exhibited a glimpse of humanity, responding with an exaggerated laugh. You have never been young, since you entered the battle group. You have matured like an old man. Indeed, I am no longer young. Soshyan sighed, pressing his hand against the hilt at his waist, hoping it would not need to be drawn. Death matures us. Soshyan was well aware of the origins of this squad of Astartes. Even before their arrival, Lysander had already relayed the decision of the Terra High Lords Council to Soshyan. They were the newly formed Sword of the Black Weasel battle group, here to seize the Astartes monastery fortress and all its properties, including the battle group's servitors and conscription worlds. Soshyan had anticipated such a scenario, so he had already transferred vital supplies from the monastery to a secret warehouse in orbit and erased all records, leaving only some unimportant scraps behind in the monastery's armory. Yet, even so, the shame of losing his home pierced Soshyan's heart like a knife. More critically, although a strike cruiser, the Starfire, remained in orbit, they had, in principle, lost control of this warship. Now, to depart, they must persuade these unwelcome guests. Soshyan had contemplated leaving early, but his sense of honor forbade such an action, even if it meant abandoning his home. As a battle leader of the Empire, he had to hand over control to the successors personally, rather than fleeing in cowardice. In the viewing device, the squad had already entered the honor hall of the fortress. Death loomed over the place. Ultimately, the servo skull guided them to a massive hall, its shimmering walls illuminated by dozens of stained glass windows reflecting myriad colors. These glasses were part of a cleverly designed reflective system that drew external light into the mountain's core. 34 silver-armored warriors stood at the far end of the room, bathed in the dying embers of the sun. The foremost warrior donned an iron halo, flanked by a towering dreadnought, as the proud battle group's banner was billowed by the artificial air currents within the room. Akin to a series of sighs. I am Soshyan Aleksey, the newly appointed battle leader of the Astartes. Soshyan offered a brief self-introduction, after which the fearless individuals beside him also spoke up. I am Brother Sod, the mentor of the Astral Knights, the Lord of Obsidian. I am Dagon, the commander of the first company of the Black Mongoose Sword Battle Group. The leader responded in kind. Thus, you have come here to seize our fortress and all its possessions? Indeed, this is the command of the Emperor and the High Lord Council of Terra. Soshyan descended the steps, each stride fueled by seething fury, for a battle group that has sacrificed everything for the Empire. This marks a desolate conclusion. This mountain range was once the home of countless generations of astral knights, from which the greatest heroes emerged to engage in one brutal war after another. Pray tell, how do you deem yourselves worthy to possess this place? Your numbers are too few to bear the responsibility of rebuilding the battle group, Dagon asserted, stepping closer to Soshyan, who towered over him. All your veterans have perished. Not long ago, you were but a recruit. You are stating the obvious, Brother Sod interjected abruptly, his voice booming through the fearless mech's amplifier, causing the new recruits of the Black Mongoose sword to tense. Clearly unwilling to accept the fate of their devastated battle group, though the Black Mongoose sword may indeed be young and untested, we are not without honor, nor do we lack respect for those who sacrificed before us. Then speak, Soshyan appraised Dagon, recognizing him as an exceptional warrior, calm, composed, and neither obsequious nor arrogant. What must you do to merit our sacrifices? As Soshyan posed his question, Brother Sada's fists clenched tightly, echoing with resolve. Dagon noticed this from the corner of his eye, realizing that this fearless mech could obliterate him in an instant, yet he met Soshyan's gaze with equal intensity. You will be granted an opportunity to continue your proud tradition. There is a strike cruiser in orbit. You may board it and depart, just as the Astral Knights did before they were entombed in rock and steel, re-entering the cosmos to fight in the Emperor's name until you can no longer bear arms. With that, the Black Mongoose sword members stepped aside, clearing a path for exit. When that day comes, you shall know that only death marks the end of your duties. Thereafter, everything proceeded smoothly. Dagon not only relinquished the strike cruiser to Soshyan, but also allowed him to take along those willing to continue following the Astral Knights, including the battle group chef, Razum Plemsky, who had been selected at the same time as Soshyan but had not undergone transformation. After a brief period of tidying up, Soshyan led the members of the battle group aboard the strike cruiser. The Starfire. Once aboard, Soshyan instructed the Astropath to send a message to halt the shipment of the previously ordered supplies. They would retrieve them personally. Their destination was the Forge world of Mkan 2. Engage the warp engines and set course from Mkan 2 at full speed. On the command bridge, gazing at the receding point of Abo Estilia, Soshyan clenched his gauntlet fist. Their battle group had now become rootless drifters. Yet he vowed that one day he would reconstruct a grander fortress, a bastion worthy of a legion. Chapter 31. Warp navigation in the vast expanse of the galaxy, long-distance travel inevitably necessitates entry into the warp. It is a realm that defies description by human language, where all physical laws cease to function, including time and space. Consequently, a journey that would take millennia in the material world could be traversed in mere days within the warp. It is neither three-dimensional nor flat, nor linear. Even the most erudite Mechanicus scholars can scarcely grasp its enigmas. That it is both a boon and a curse for humanity. Civilizations have thrived due to it. Yet it has also brought them to the brink of extinction. If one were to seek a metaphor, the warp resembles an immense ocean, with humanity only skimming its shallow surface, while deeper within lurks terrors beyond comprehension. The vessels that voluntarily enter the warp are the most susceptible to the assaults of the chaos demons. Throughout the long history of the Imperium, countless ships vanish daily into the turbulent waves of the warp. Some are eternally lost in the crevices of time, while others may be cast back into the material realm at certain moments, often returned as perilous gifts. The TOs safeguard the safety of warp travel. The Geller field was invented in the 18th millennium. At its core lies a comatose psyker, whose activation creates a bubble that isolates the vessel from the warp's powers, allowing humanity to remain unscathed from those malevolent forces. Yet this is not absolute safety. Once one enters the warp, one has effectively placed half a foot in hell. Because the Starfire is the battle group's sole hope, Soshyan meticulously ensured the Geller field's proper function prior to entering the warp. Even after the warship activated its warp engines, he maintained a state of readiness. This journey must not falter in any regard. Battle Group Leader, the headcount has been completed. We currently possess 33,672 mortal servants and 51,854 servitors, of which 8,821 are skilled servitors, and 10,031 are technical servitors. Additionally, there are 8,250 armed servitors, capable of forming 4 combat companies, and 13,110 armed servitors. But our light weaponry reserves are insufficient, primarily consisting of conventional firearms with only a limited number of standard laser rifles. Lhasa, appointed as Soshyan's aide, reported the current personnel status of the Starfire on the command bridge. The choir currently comprises 10 individuals, and there are 3 Mechanicus priests responsible for the engine room, main weapon deck, and Geller field generator. each with a few apprentices and servitors not included in the count. Soshyan's fingers tapped against the railing of the command podium as he calculated and contemplated. For a strike cruiser like the Starfire, such personnel allocation, while operationally viable, was evidently inadequate. The Starfire belongs to the Vanguard-class cruisers, the most commonly utilized and widely deployed type of strike cruiser by the Adeptus Astartes. Its design emphasizes propulsion and cargo capacity, enabling it to operate independently for extended periods without resupply, though its offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking. Moreover, the Starfire's armament configuration is among the weakest, equipped only with a large lance array and a macro cannon, complemented by assault boat launch bays. Yet, even so, as a colossal vessel measuring 8 kilometers in length and 1.2 kilometers in width, the Starfire should ideally be manned by over 100,000 crew members. However, the Black Mongoose sword had already taken away those who were able to be taken. He could not press for more. Do you think we can acquire additional manpower upon reaching Cantu? Lhasa shook his head. Although Cantu is not a particularly significant forge world, it remains under the jurisdiction of the Adeptus Mechanicus. We can only place orders there because we once assisted a former fabricator general in locating a specific STC fragment. That general promised to supply the battle group with equipment for 2 centuries, and this is the last batch. 2 centuries. Couldn't they, out of goodwill, offer us some laborers? Battle group leader, you may not fully grasp the logic of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They deal solely in exchanges, devoid of any notions of camaraderie. Is that so? Soshyan mused for a moment before declaring, regardless, Cantu may very well be our last resupply opportunity for the foreseeable future. We must endeavor to acquire as many resources as possible, be they material or manpower. That former fabricator general's current status is uncertain. If he still holds his position, there may be a glimmer of hope. Soshyan nodded, patting Lhasa on the shoulder. You shall oversee matters here. I will conduct a reconnaissance of other sections. Understood. Upon leaving the command bridge, Soshyan turned toward the aft deck, where the Astartes resided and trained. The Starfire is divided into 3 levels. The upper deck is responsible for the ship's control and the boarding of Astartes. The middle deck houses the weapon systems, including the flight deck, where combat personnel and technicians also reside. The lower deck, commonly referred to as the slave deck, is where the servitors and laborers are crammed into a dark, perilous environment, primarily responsible for the power and energy systems. Interstellar warriors, under normal circumstances, seldom venture into the lower decks, and even the mid-decks are infrequently traversed. Most of them possess their own private quarters. The illumination on the aft deck is dimmer than that on the bridge. And a cacophony of noise greeted Soshyan as he stepped into the space. The squadron of heavily armed fighters was scattered throughout the spacious corridor, and upon Soshyan's entrance, they immediately trained their weapons upon him. This area had been temporarily designated as a training ground, where nearly all interstellar warriors engaged in drills, primarily focusing on hand-to-hand combat and close-quarter skirmishes. Ideally, such training would occur under the guidance of seasoned veterans or instructors. Yet the absence of these roles left the recruits to practice alone or with one another. Soshyan observed 2 shirtless warriors repeatedly throwing each other to the ground, while further away, 2 soldiers were engaged in a swordplay contest. It must be said that their skills were rather rudimentary. Soshyan had contemplated how long they might survive on a battlefield akin to the world engine. The prognosis was decidedly bleak. Even more concerning was his own lack of confidence in instructing these recruits. Aside from sparring with comrades, interstellar warriors could typically opt to train with combat robots, but the Starfire lacked such facilities. Soshyan could only devise a means to procure some from the Makinda II. At that moment, the recruits, having noticed the presence of their commander, ceased their activities. Commander, Chapter 32, Training Commander. Approaching Soshyan was Paul Armin, his newly appointed tactical squad leader, due to an alarming shortage of personnel. Insufficient even to form a single platoon, Soshyan was compelled to organize the recruits into 3 tactical squads and promote 3 squad leaders. As the numbers within the regiment gradually replenished, these leaders would serve as potential candidates for platoon leadership. However, they currently appeared too inexperienced, much like Soshyan himself. Are you interested in observing our training results? Armin wiped the sweat from his brow and flashed Soshyan a broad smile, owing to Soshyan's approachable demeanor. The regiment had not quickly established rigid hierarchies. The recruits were no longer as tense in his presence as they once were, and occasionally, they even exchanged light-hearted banter. Enough of that. You're as foolish as a gluttonous beast. Armin. At that moment, another figure emerged from the crowd, addressing Armin with a loud voice. What you practice is far too simple and effortless. I doubt the commander would appreciate it. The speaker was Baksh Farzad, another newly appointed captain, who had likely enlisted a decade after Soshyan. He was a warrior brimming with enthusiasm, though sometimes overly impetuous. Yet Soshyan acknowledged that his tactical prowess was the finest among this group of recruits, which perhaps explained his burgeoning pride. Pride and vanity are the arch-enemies of an interstellar warrior's spirit, and Soshyan felt compelled to impart this wisdom to them. Farzad, are you seeking to challenge me? Armin immediately turned to confront him, his tone and gaze equally resolute. It's been quite some time since I last bested you. Armin wielded a short sword and shield, while Farzad brandished two battle axes. Due to the Great Rebellion, battle axes were not particularly popular within the Astartes regiment, yet the Star Knights preserved the ancient arts of axe combat, a skill notoriously difficult to master. Soshyan recognized Farzad's grasp of this technique, which, while not yet perfected, exhibited a rare fervor and spirit. The two warriors faced off in the arena for several seconds before Farzad predictably struck first. He closed the distance with astonishing speed, then swung his axe with his right arm, bypassing Armin's shield before yanking it back with ferocity. This was an ancient tactic, designed to hook the opponent's shield with a sharp edge, leaving them vulnerable to a devastating blow, an approach still employed by many tribal warriors from primitive worlds. Farzad himself hailed from such a tribal background, being among the first recruits from a world rich in exceptional soldiers. Yet now, his world had transformed into a recruitment ground for another regiment. Anticipating Farzad's strategy, Armin had prepared his defense. He tilted his shield back at a 45-degree angle, allowing the axe to graze the shield's surface, producing a shower of sparks. Then, bending his knees, he thrust forward, shoving Farzad back and extending his sword like a viper striking with its venomous fang. That I'm fast enough to deal with you. Armin gasped as he retreated, coldly observing his opponent's movements. In the next instant, the screech of metal grinding and the clash of sparks echoed throughout the training room. The onlookers were captivated, some even cheering. Soshyan, a composed individual, was acutely aware of how deeply his brethren felt the despair of being displaced from their homes. They could only strive to ensure there were sufficient activities to alleviate their confusion and resentment. The training room had seemingly become a sanctuary for them to vent their inner turmoil, a source of strength that Soshyan desperately needed. In the arena, Farzad relentlessly pressed the attack, maintaining his agile footwork. His cropped hair displayed a dirty brown hue, seemingly retaining the primal energy of his tribal origins. Infused with an air of confidence, even bordering on arrogant intimidation. No, Farzad smirked. You're simply too damn slow. Shut your mouth and continue the fight. At that moment, Farzad darted to the left, only to abruptly return. Raising his axe and targeting Armin's torso, the two weapons clashed in a shower of sparks, entangled in a fierce struggle. Seizing an opening, Farzad summoned all his strength, pushing with tremendous force. Armin barely held his ground for a moment before staggering backward, losing his balance. "Yah!" Farzad shouted as he charged forward. The axes and sword collided repeatedly, each impact releasing a wave of fearsome energy toward the defender. Yet Farzad was undoubtedly the faster of the two. His exposed arm appeared almost blurred due to the rapidity of his movements. "Here I come," Farzad bellowed, gritting his teeth, his face a mask of intense concentration. Despite the training room's low temperature, sweat glistened at his temples. Armin offered no response, preoccupied with fending off the ferocious onslaught from his comrade. Neither warrior donned armor. Instead, they wore leather tunics and greaves reinforced with metal plates, typical training attire for the Star Knights. Likewise, although the weapon edges had been deliberately dulled for safety during training, they remained capable of shattering bones and piercing flesh. This was a deliberate arrangement by the regiment's veterans to instill a sense of weapon mastery in the recruits and reduce their reliance on armor. Ugh! Soon, Armin was forced against the railing, feeling the hard steel press into his back. Yet he rolled aside just before Farzad's axe could carve into his chest. "Slow down, slow down, slow down." Behind him, Farzad strode confidently, panting heavily, his face shrouded in a mist of sweat. "If you weren't incessantly babbling, perhaps you would fight better," Armin muttered, striving to regain his balance and seize the initiative. "Think what you will. If it brings you some pathetic comfort," Farzad retorted, strutting about with his axe, exuding an air of triumph as he forced his comrade back into the range of his own weapon's attack. Indeed, Armin glanced back momentarily before roaring, adopting a coiled stance as if preparing to leap. "That's exactly right." He surged forward, crashing into Farzad's unguarded torso, forcefully driving him backward. Farzad had drawn too close, too confident, rendering him unable to lower his axe in time. Armin discarded his sword and shield, tightly wrapping his arms around Farzad, propelling him until he collided with the farthest railing of the arena. The sound resonating sharply, despicable. Despite losing control of his axe, Farzad clenched his fists, ready to deliver a powerful strike to his opponent. However, Armin was swifter. He headbutted Farzad's face in an instant. The metallic clang of their collision mingled with the sound of splintering bone. And both men tumbled from the platform, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. The spectators were left in stunned silence. Chapter 33. Martial preparations. What was originally intended to be a training bout has devolved into a bloody gladiatorial contest. Yet, it did not cease, for Soshyan remained resolutely silent. His Farzad's head began to sway, the previously shimmering brilliance in his eyes gradually dulled. Before he could regain his senses, Armin unleashed a tempest of fists, sending the staggered and disoriented Farzad crashing to his knees. Instantaneously, a wave of acclaim, shouts, and laughter erupted throughout the training room. These sounds resonated against the railings, their echoes reverberating off the ceiling, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Igniting the ardor of the recruits as they witnessed this fierce clash, the cacophony grew so overwhelming that it rendered the hurried footsteps of the surrounding attendants indistinct. Armin continued his assault, delivering a bone-crushing uppercut to his opponent just before Soshyan intervened, separating them. Even without his powered armor, Soshyan's strength surpassed that of any among them, not to mention his current armored state. This is a drill, not a brawl. As Armin struggled to rise, Soshyan had already lifted Farzad against the wall, and the previously boisterous recruits fell into a hushed silence. At this moment, Armin felt a torrent of pain coursing through his body, blood trickling from his lacerated forehead, tracing a searing path downwards. He felt utterly drained, his body battered as if severely wounded, yet an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Meanwhile, Farzad was regaining some semblance of consciousness, despite his head drooping and his gaze unfocused. This is utterly foolish. Soshyan continued to roar. "You, a bunch of rookies, wish for me to beat the stupidity out of you. Your performance leaves much to be desired. On the battlefield, you would meet a swift and humiliating demise. Commander, we shall intensify our training," spoke the third squad leader, Ustad, who appeared somewhat mediocre compared to the previous two leaders. Soshyan had chosen him solely because he had served a decade longer than most recruits. I can still fight," Farzad slurred, leaning against the wall as if intoxicated. Armin chuckled softly and limped over to his opponent. After a moment's glance at the two, Soshyan slammed his hand against the wall. "Pull yourselves together. Next time, I expect to witness a more refined contest. Thus, you must train diligently." With that, Soshyan strode out of the training room, leaving this disarray for the three squad leaders to manage. Before Farzad could collapse again, Armin caught him and hastily pulled him upright. "Yes, I said. I was quick enough to deal with you." Gazing at the bloodied visage before him, Farzad's vision finally cleared, the blood from his wounds having already darkened and congealed. Though reluctant, he had to concede defeat to his own carelessness and arrogance. He would remember this lesson. "Just this once, my brother," Farzad panted, managing a strained smile that revealed a row of blood-soaked teeth. "Let it be a lesson not to be repeated." Armin, too, let out a deep, hearty laugh filled with exhilaration, and the two warriors clasped their right fists together, their bruised fingers interlocking tightly. Bleeding is not such a terrible thing. The pent-up resentment from being expelled from the monastery fortress and their homeworld had long been suppressed within them, and a vigorous bout could liberate that pressure. Perhaps in the future they would still be rivals. But amid the mingling of sweat and blood, they experienced that invaluable bond of brotherhood, for they held the future of the battle group in their hands. Upon hearing the laughter from the training room, Soshyan quietly exhaled, relieved that events had taken a favorable turn. After exiting the training room, he made his way to the makeshift armory constructed on the upper deck, where the servitors parted to clear a path as he approached. When the heavy gate swung open, Soshyan beheld a row of polished explosive rifles on the weapon racks, remnants from the fortress armory, along with some weapons belonging to fallen warriors from the World Engine campaign, which were currently undergoing repairs and maintenance. I have replaced some metal fiber musculature and a few actuators, salvaged from 3 other sets. Their servo systems suffered severe damage and have little value for repair, at least not with my current capabilities. Lee Karogris remarked with a sigh that I hope my crude handiwork has not offended the machine spirit. You have done remarkably well. Soshyan stepped forward, examining the Terminator armor, which bore evident signs of repair, and recalled the sacrifice of the fallen warrior. Commander, would you like to give it a try? It is operational now. Rogris pressed a button nearby, and the visor of the Terminator flickered to life, followed by the low hum of the servos activating. No, I am not yet worthy to wield it, Soshyan replied, shaking his head. This was not mere humility. The Terminator was not like powered armor, which allowed one to move freely upon donning it. In truth, to wear the Terminator, one must undergo specialized training. Otherwise, even movement would be a challenge. Soshyan had not received training for the Terminator, so he would refrain from attempting it, especially as this was the battle group's sole suit of Terminator armor. Chapter 34. In Can 2, after leaving the armory, Soshyan traversed a spacious corridor, arriving at the rear section of the warship. Upon exiting the corridor, he found himself in a grand hall with a dome crafted from black stone, at the far end of which loomed a series of massive windows that in the center of the windows, there was nothing but emptiness. Through them, Soshyan glimpsed an orange-yellow trail gradually blending into a vibrant maelstrom. The distant whirlpool tinged with a hint of pink in the realm of subspace. Colors defied direct description. The edges of the hall's windows were painted with hues, adorned with depictions of the Adeptus Astartes. While the Emperor's presence was felt everywhere, he gazed down from a niche, supported by meticulously arranged stone columns, his sword pointing skyward. This was the chapel aboard the Starfire, serving as a temporary monastery for the Adeptus Astartes. Prominently positioned, the face of the Emperor bore an indescribable sorrow, a melancholy that pierced Soshyan's very soul. He looked down, his left hand extended forward, bestowing blessings upon his progeny. Soshyan continued onward. The space was devoid of attendants or servitors, as the monastery was a sanctuary for the Adeptus Astartes, their most intimate refuge, where mortals rarely tread. Then, a black steel door swung open, and Soshyan entered a small chapel. This monastery housed many such chapels, where Adeptus Astartes grappling with inner turmoil would come to confess to a priest. A solitary beam of light pierced through the thick walls, illuminating the center of the chapel, with a rose-colored window situated 30 paces away. Soshyan remained silent, simply observing. Half an hour later, the sound of soft footsteps interrupted his contemplation. I have come to meditate. Soshyan did not turn. He knew who had arrived. With all due respect, you have spent sufficient time on this. As mortals often say, what is past is past. Draped in a skull helmet, his powered armor now a deep black, Yazdan Shahinian appeared behind Soshyan. Now you are our commander. You must shoulder your responsibilities. Soshyan rose and turned to face Yazdan, the battle group's priest. His armor was entirely black, each inch inscribed with dense prayers, from his boots to his neck. In his right metallic gauntlet, he gripped a priestly staff, the top adorned with a golden imperial aquila, its dormant form glimmering in the dim light. Just now, Rosa informed me that Mkan 2 is approaching. Yazdan continued, Are you prepared, Commander, as the High Priest of the War Regiment? Although Yazdan was technically under the jurisdiction of Soshyan, in practice, he operated beyond mere hierarchical constraints. His responsibility encompassed the soul and ideology of the entire regiment, which naturally included Soshyan's as well. I am ready, Soshyan responded emphatically, meeting Yazdan's solemn gaze. The regiment requires leadership now, strong and decisive leadership, Soshyan. You must not succumb to uncertainty at this critical juncture. That I shall maintain a clear mind at all times. This mission is of utmost importance. Then I welcome it. High Priest in the Foundry World of Markan 2. Terra Standard Time 0200. General Sola, the head of the Orbital Defense Station, rubbed his chubby hands together and turned to address the assembly. Are there any questions, Loken? His words pulled Loken from the tedium that had occupied his thoughts for the past 2 hours. The mechanized priest, clad in crimson robes, shook his head, which bore few mechanical implants. The strategy room was quiet, the image screens behind the station chief flickering dimly, while the typewriter in the corner ceased its clicking, having completed its recording moments before. The other defense officers stared intently at him. No issues, sir, Loken replied, spreading his hands and speaking in a thin voice. A thoroughly comprehensive and meticulous review. As always, your diligence rivals that of the contemplative calculators. Indeed, a young officer, wearing his cap at a jaunty angle, interjected suddenly, his cold gaze as piercing as the blunt strikes Loken often inflicted upon the mechanized servants. Your approval is a relief to us. Next time I share the holographic briefing with Father Farah, I shall certainly relay your significant insights. The other 13 local defense officers remained silent, but Loken sensed their concealed amusement that he was incensed, with his body still largely composed of frail organic matter. It was only natural that he struggled to control his emotions. Those who harbored animosity toward him awaited the rusting of his few metallic prosthetics in the dust, while even the defense officers he had once disregarded began casting glances in his direction. Now, the station chief said with a benevolent smile directed at Loken, "Could you please elaborate on the final point I mentioned?" "The final point, sir?" Loken tilted his head, feigning ignorance, having been absorbed in the binary music emanating from his internal earpiece. "Yes, the point made less than a minute ago." Loken said nothing, and the silence in the room stretched painfully into an unnatural length. Ultimately, the sound of a knock at the door shattered the stillness, and Loken felt an overwhelming urge to kiss the person who opened it fervently, anoint them with holy oil, and recite a hymn in their honor. "Who is it?" The station chief's affable facade was instantly torn away as he bellowed, his gaze never leaving Loken. Another knock resounded, and frowning, the chief waved his sensor rod to unlock the door. The door slid open, revealing a young man in the uniform of the augury department who hurriedly entered. "What is it?" the chief barked, and the young man quickly saluted. "An urgent briefing from the captain, sir. The sensors have just reported that the outpost augury station on the fringes of the galaxy's trajectory has detected an independent vessel breaching from subspace into real space. Identity? We are still verifying, sir, but preliminary scans of the keel markings and identity codes suggest IT may be the new Pharos." "The new Pharos?" The station chief furrowed his brow. Did it not depart for the expanse a week ago? Though Markin II had long since fallen into decline, it remained a foundry world, with the Terra High Lord Council still issuing production quotas for it to supply light weaponry to certain fortress worlds and astral military legions. Moreover, Markin II was one of the few remaining foundry worlds capable of producing the Mikado-class heavy tanks, albeit somewhat outdated, yet still equipped by some astral forces. Chapter 35. The new Pharos General Sola stormed into the central control room of the Orbital Defense Station, a facility nestled deep within the fortress armor. The spacious chamber was filled with personnel on both levels, and as they snapped to attention upon the chief's arrival, the clatter of combat boots echoed amidst the hum of the contemplative and scanning systems. "Report to me at once," General Sola commanded, his belly appearing larger than before, as if it might burst at any moment. The officer responsible for the area quickly exited his augury array, sweating profusely. "Clutching a yellow information slip. It is undoubtedly the new Pharos, sir," he declared, handing the data results to the chief. "Her course is utterly chaotic, having emerged from subspace in a completely erroneous location. What of communications?" The chief glanced at the note before looking up at the information panel resonating throughout the central structure. "Less than 60 seconds ago, we received a flurry of transmission codes, sir," a flushed communications officer reported, holding his headset in hand. "However, the content is difficult to decipher, that we have since eliminated the interference from the asteroid belt, so the signal should be clearer and all channels are open. They may simply be lost in subspace. Reports suggest a significant rebellion is occurring in the expanse, quite tumultuous." Loken did not share the optimistic view of the incompetent bureaucrat. He sensed a hint of danger, for the timing of the vessel's disorientation was too fortuitous, coinciding perfectly with the departure of the system's patrol fleet to other sectors. Though reluctant to wade into this murky water, he turned to the other officers who remained hopeful and trust in the God Emperor. Loken nodded. "Souc, even the dullest blade, if honed sufficiently, can still strike a few blows. Although the new Pharos is merely an unarmed transport vessel, we must assume the worst-case scenario, mustn't we? Who would have thought our Loken would turn out to be a military strategist?" After that, he fell silent. The other officers, witnessing his demeanor, lost interest in him, returning to discussions of trivial matters, indifferent to the fact that the transport vessel was drawing ever closer to the defense orbit. Beep, 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 beep. At that moment, the enormous augury array began emitting a piercing alarm, and the operators sprang into action, rushing to upload the data stream from the augury, frantically tapping runes. "Sir, we have received a transmission from the new Pharos," one officer interjected from his augury array. "She has just cleared the influence of the asteroid belt." "Play it," the chief commanded, gripping the brass railing surrounding the holographic display. The room fell into sudden silence. First came a burst of static interference, followed by a crescendo of sound, ultimately descending from a bizarre shriek to a low murmur. The communications officer leaned down to reach for a frequency component. Adjusting a pair of sliders, the cacophony gradually faded away, like a passing ghost, but Loken suddenly furrowed his brow. He seemed to hear another sound, a lamentation from the machine souls that had perished. After some fiddling, the channels were finally connected. "Repeat. This is Captain Copperos of the new Pharos. Is anyone receiving me? Our engine has encountered a problem." "Captain," the chief exclaimed, "that we have received your message. This is the Mark II Planetary Defense Orbital Fortress Jurisdiction. I am Station Chief Sola, speaking with you. What is your situation? Thank the God Emperor. The captain's voice quickly returned. We have a situation, General. Some slaves attempted a revolt, resulting in a severe security incident, and I was forced to seal off the escape deck and open the pressure doors. I am currently with my remaining guards on the bridge. Has the uprising been quelled? Most of it has been suppressed, but we are unable to proceed to our designated location and must return along the same path. I have received your situation report, Captain Copperos, but according to protocol, I cannot allow you to enter the orbit directly. I will dispatch a contingent of the Imperial Guard to your transport vessel. And after a thorough inspection, you may proceed. Very well. I am ready to undergo inspection at any moment that I shall make arrangements immediately. Please hold on. The station chief concluded his statement and gestured for the officer to pause communication. Have the Marine Corps been mobilized? I estimate that 85% are prepared, Commander, but I believe we can proceed with deployment. How much time do we have? Given the current speed and trajectory, the officer in charge of the ornithometer device remarked. Leaning over his screen, assuming no further issues with the engine, she will reach planetary orbit in just over 2 hours. Commander, do you require me to transmit information to the ground? Not at this moment. It is unnecessary. The situation is still unfolding and is not critical to AS, he spoke. General Sola straightened and regarded the young officer who had been vocally challenging Locken. Take your team aboard the Hyena-class lander and board the new Pharos. Conduct a thorough inspection for any insurgents that I will continue to communicate with that captain and relay the most current information to you. Once you confirm there are no issues, you will return alongside the new Pharos. Understood, Commander. At present, this appeared to be a rather straightforward task. The young officer's face radiated eagerness. Yet, at that moment, an unwelcome voice pierced the air. Commander Sola, I have a request, seeing Locken waving from the crowd. The station chief frowned. What is it? We should first report to the bishop before taking action. That I found that captain's explanation rather peculiar. How could the slaves aboard a transport vessel cause significant destruction? If it were a prison ship, I could understand, but slaves on a transport. With all due respect, even my household cleaning automaton could take on 10 of them. Generally, their average lifespan is merely 8 to 10 Terran Standard months. Most afflicted by disease and severe malnutrition. Moreover, boarding the ship rashly at this juncture poses risks, rational analysis, and personal judgment. You are exceedingly disrespectful. Locken, the young officer bellowed. We will not halt our operations due to your whimsical notions. You should remain in your power room. Military operations are not your domain. Locken shrugged and stepped aside, having said all he could, leaving the remainder to the judgment of Amsenia. Chapter 36. No one survives after the Marines boarded the new Pharos, which continued to glide through the void for half an hour. General Sola delivered disheartening news. According to Captain Copperos, the energy system of the flight deck had encountered issues, rendering the landing guidance system inoperative. This meant that the small landing craft carrying the Marines had to manually adjust their angle to enter the flight deck. This was a technical task. A moment's carelessness could result in a collision with the transport vessel's hull, reducing them to mere debris in the void. There may be some turbulence ahead. The young officer communicated over the channel, adjusting his shoulder armor into a more comfortable position while cursing the sweat that had trickled into his goggles. The other Marines gathered around him, four in front and the rest behind, all clad in protective shells produced by the local foundry, which were no inferior to those of the Astria military. The two leading sergeants had already raised their heavy ceramic steel shields, more than sufficient given that the insurgents possessed only a few live firearms. The interior of the landing craft was bathed in an unseemly red light, with 200 fully armed Marines poised for combat. Soon, a piercing alarm rang out. Prepare, the young officer commanded, and as a jolt sent him crashing against the armor of the soldier behind him. He grasped the handrail along the top of the compartment. For a fleeting moment, he believed they had successfully breached the outer hull of the new Pharos, only to realize that the backward thrust was the landing craft's dampening drive engaging. The true invasion occurred a moment later. As the inertia of the landing craft propelled him forward, he managed to steady himself when the craft abruptly penetrated the side of the new Pharos bridge mast. The surrounding metal shuddering and groaning. When the alarm ceased, all the young officer could hear was his own rapid breathing. 30 seconds. The pilot's voice echoed within the cabin, and the officer observed as the protective layers of plastisteel and ceramic steel advanced with the automatic hinges. Hearing the compressed impacts and feeling the tremors of the deck scraping against the bottom of the landing craft, he suddenly found the shotgun in his hands to be almost unbearably heavy. 10 seconds. The pilot continued to shout, "Prepare yourselves, soldiers," in the enclosed, sweltering space. The sounds of weapons being readied resonated loudly. The officer released his grip on the handrail and raised the sliding shotgun, his body charged with adrenaline as if he had just received an injection. The alarm blared once more, but only once. The red lights flashed amber across the landing platform before transitioning to green as the hatch clamped shut with a resounding clang. A plume of steam erupted with a hiss, and the air within the cabin began to depressurize. "Advance! Advance!" the Marines shouted, charging forward, the young officer amidst them, half advancing and half being propelled along. Yet their battle cries echoed into the empty corridors. The officer sought to ascertain the situation but found himself engulfed in a mass of soldiers, the front line raising their shields while those behind brandished shotguns. According to the previous unit briefing, they were to enter the bridge via one of the numerous service corridors surrounding the rear mast as components of the transport ship's outer hull. Those narrow passages were designed for crew repairs and for maintenance automatons to swiftly access more critical areas. They were confined, damp, and seldom traversed, much like the majority of the external conduits of starships, entirely neglected, illuminated by but a flickering dim light, suffused with heat and maintenance functions. Now the Marines discovered that it was merely a rusted pipe and a dark, confined world obstructed by fungal growth on the grid deck. More crucially, there were no signs of life. Silence. The young officer finally extricated himself from the throng. He was the highest-ranking commander in this place. Reorganize your formation. According to the structural diagram he had received, there should be a gravity lift 50 meters ahead. Proceed with caution. Soon, the Marines formed a tight line, weapons still at the ready, following the curved trajectory of the bridge mast. The passage turned left, the sound of their steel-toed boots and the clanking and shrill friction of their armor echoing through the air. The young officer attempted to concentrate, scanning the pipeline walls with his shotgun, probing the shadows between the flickering illumination orbs. Before their departure, General Sola had instructed them not to linger in the outer hull for too long. According to the captain's description, a few escaped slaves might still be scattered throughout most areas, particularly within the outer hull. The young officer did not perceive those unfortunate souls as a threat. Once the transport vessel achieved orbit, they would have ample time to root out those individuals from their hiding places and send them down to the surface to be reconfigured as automatons. This was far easier than hunting small game at his family estate. He often pursued slaves as quarry, driving them into dark ravines and relishing their anguished wails as they fell into traps, a true delight. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. Secure the gravity lift. Soon, a voice crackled over the communicator. It was from the vanguard of the team, who had reached their designated target. This was a large maintenance ramp, sufficiently spacious to accommodate the replacement circulation pipes or precious metal plates of the outer hull. As the Marines entered, the officer was the last to pull the switch. With a tremor and a whoosh of friction, the platform began to rise as the lift ascended to the center mast of the tower. The officer realized that they had yet to encounter any resistance. In fact, there were no signs of life whatsoever. The ornithometer readings were erratic, producing strange feedback, and the tactical display ahead remained entirely dark. A bead of sweat trickled down the young officer's forehead. He distinctly recalled setting the lift to ascend to the highest point. Why had it halted midway? Unless something was preparing to enter the lift from outside. Then, the doors of the gravity lift swung open with a suddenness, only to reveal emptiness. Before them lay a vacant corridor, the only sound the distant hum of the still operating ion drives. How the young officer pressed the switch with all his might, yet the elevator remained inoperative. With no other option, he led his team out of the elevator and into an unfamiliar realm. This place was far from the dilapidated state of the outer hull, but the illumination orbs seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. It was as if they had infiltrated a ghost ship, abandoned centuries ago, traversing the void to eternally linger here. However, the truth was that it had only departed the port a week prior. Suddenly, the illumination orbs extinguished entirely, and darkness seemed to resist them. Thick and oppressive like a shield, bind the lights to the bayonets, the officer commanded in a frenzy, and soon the lights flickered on, revealing corroded metal stairs and mottled steam-black rust. Advance, we must leave this place. The Marines began to climb, the sound of their boots striking the plastic steel reverberating up the shaft. For the first time since boarding the vessel, the young officer felt something beyond the adrenaline and the chaotic tension of battle, a dark, chilling sensation enveloping him. Something was amiss. This feeling intensified as he realized what was missing. While the narrow space still echoed with the sound of boots, he noticed that the noise had ceased behind him. A cold shiver crept up his spine. The young officer ran, shotgun raised, turning to illuminate the dark interior of the gravity elevator with his bayonet flashlight. A heavy stench of blood wafted from within, and the young officer's eyes widened in horror. He wanted to scream, but it was all too late. Chapter 37, Blood Calamity, Part 1. Has communication still not been restored? General Sola paced back and forth in the control room, akin to a beast trapped in a cage. Half an hour ago, their connection with the Marines had been severed entirely, and the same fate befell the new Pharos, which, while still gliding towards orbit, was evidently slowing down. Could the rioters have seized the bridge? General Sola promptly dismissed the thought. It was inconceivable that feeble slaves could overpower a fortified bridge with mere pipes, even if it was just a transport vessel. Loken stood nearby, analyzing the static signals they had received earlier, convinced he could deduce something. Another voice interrupted his thoughts as the communications officer shouted excitedly, "We've re-established contact with the Marines. But the signal is somewhat disrupted. Play it." Soon, a low, indistinct voice emanated from the speaker, unmistakably that of the young officer from before. "We cannot allow the hyena to enter orbit." "What?" Sola stared at him, blinking in confusion, completely at a loss as to what Loken was saying. "I just isolated the true voice of the captain of the new Pharos from the channel. Listen." A ghostly whisper floated from the small speaker attached to Loken's mechanical appendage, and General Sola's face drained of color, beads of sweat cascading down his wrinkled brow. Whatever is happening on that ship, it cannot be anything good. The hyena has likely been compromised. It is attempting to enter orbit." Seeing the foolish bureaucrat still in shock, Loken seized his shoulders and shook him vigorously. Sir, do you hear me? Activate the defenses and shoot down the hyena. Shoot it down immediately." Yet that wretched fat man merely trembled, unable to utter a single word. "Damn it. I swear I'll be done for if I stay with you incompetent fools." Infuriated, Loken shoved General Solo aside and approached the main control room's large screen, plugging one of his mechanical appendages into the operating console below. Loken looked to the array of officers at the bird augury station, and after a flurry of frantic operations, one of them reported, "There's still 10 minutes. What? Loken realized he had underestimated the speed of the hyena. The landing ship's engines must have been modified, yet he was unaware of it. Activate the laser array immediately. Level 1 preheat. Lock onto the hyena. He had made up his mind, regardless of whether his speculation was correct. He would destroy the hyena, even if that foolish officer was indeed aboard. The sense of threat was palpable. The hyena's speed was alarmingly swift, bearing no semblance to a returning vessel, but rather that of a predator closing in on a helpless prey. Level 1 preheat complete. Soon, the weapon array transmitted its initial report, but as Loken often self-deprecatingly noted, his luck had always been poor. "Sir, emergency, speak. The hyena has a high-level security identification code. We must disable it before we can target it." Truly, it seemed that all misfortunes had befallen him. "How long will it take to disable the code?" "At least 10 minutes. That we don't have 10 minutes. Get it done in 5. Though he said this, Loken, as a priest of machinery, was more aware than anyone else of the characteristics of high-level security codes, so he immediately contacted the garrison forces in orbit. "All units, assemble at the landing platform. Engage any targets immediately. Remember, prioritize fire." Under his command, thousands of soldiers on the defense orbit seized their weapons and rushed towards the landing platform. But most had never seen blood. They had only come to the orbit to make a living. And true soldiers were scarce. The platform's gate opened to admit the hyena, then closed again, restoring normal pressure within. After the hyena successfully entered the landing platform, a large number of soldiers gathered around it, raising their shotguns and laser weapons, using various obstacles for cover, vigilantly watching this unwelcome guest. The noise of the engines faded to a whirring idle, then all sound vanished. The sudden silence seemed to press upon everyone. Some soldiers even felt as though insects were crawling over their skin. The heavy forward hatch faced the entrance of the landing platform, accompanied by the dark cockpit and the open belly of the cannon along its spine. The defenders awaited. Ultimately, as the forward hatch began to descend, the vibration of the magnetic locks disengaging and the hum of servos filled the air. The burst of pressurized steam obscured their vision, rendering anything lurking within nearly invisible. Suddenly, some soldiers began to tremble, for they had seen. Chapter 38, Blood Calamity, Part 2. Following the tranquil voyage through the subspace, as the starfire extricated itself from the dazzling madness. It trembled and groaned with a supernatural dread, akin to a predator leaping thunderously from a calm sea. Enveloped by a fading halo of light, as it scanned the surrounding environment, the bird augury matrix continued to chime, revealing the hazy, incomplete sea-green three-dimensional image of the Makanda star system, gradually unfolding on the holographic screen before the command throne. Soshyan stood before his seat, flanked by Lhasa and 3 other squad leaders. With the High Priest nearby, we are 2 hours away from the highest orbit, Lhasa remarked, aiming to focus on the tactical report. Preliminary scans indicate a vessel on our forward path, that we are still identifying it. And considering the possibility of an encounter, we are retrieving data from the macro cannon and assessing the likelihood of encountering debris within the gravity well, Lhasa continued, clicking a rune embedded in the holographic control panel. Enhancing the three-dimensional image of the orbital station, we received a warning signal along with some static. The weapons on the orbital station have not been activated, considering the possibility of an intrusion. There may still be survivors aboard. Someone got here first, Amon muttered. Have they confirmed that they are under attack? However, Soshyan remained cautious, as he saw no signs of battle. The augury had not scanned any remnants of a battlefield, and it was quite difficult for an orbital defense station to fall silently. It sounded quite inconceivable. Currently, there is no definitive evidence, but that slowly moving ship may provide us with answers. Time waits for no one. We must act swiftly, Yazdan stated, his skull helmet nodding slightly. It seems our initial plan need not be altered. Soshyan quickly made up his mind. If the orbital station sending the signal is still resisting, it will serve as our operational base. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the three-dimensional image of the orbital station, as though he intended to engrave it in his mind. If not, we will reclaim it. According to protocol, any supplies about to be dispatched will be stored in the temporary warehouse of the orbital station. We will enter there and retrieve our goods, regardless of the obstacles that lie in our path. In this chaotic era dominated by monstrous beings, the assembled Space Marines nodded in solemn agreement. Before we proceed, we must first board that vessel to ascertain the situation. Perhaps it will aid us in understanding the challenges that lie ahead. Soshyan directed his gaze towards Farzad and Ustad. Your squads will accompany me onto the ship. Yes, sir. Commander, Armin began, but Soshyan interrupted him before he could finish. Your squad will serve as the reserve, ready to respond to any unforeseen developments. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately accepted the order. Prepare swiftly. Assemble in the torpedo launch bay in 10 minutes. The Star Knights soon readied themselves for battle. For many of the new recruits, this was their first official engagement as Space Marines in powered armor. As they had primarily participated in combat as scouts previously, the deck resounded with the clanking of armor and the whirring of servos, intermingled with the prayers of those marked with the sacred sigil. Soshyan flexed his metallic gauntlet, examining the intricately engraved seals adorning his fingers while feeling the exquisite synchronicity of the suit. This powered armor was not the one he had worn during his service, nor was it the one he had repaired after the conclusion of the World Engine War. In truth, this armor belonged to his predecessor, the previous captain of the battle company, preserved meticulously in a secure chamber. It was an MKVII model, significantly superior in both protection and functionality compared to his former suit. Enhanced with neck guards and adorned with lightning-like engravings, it bore the silver-gray hue of the Star Knights, resembling thunder poised to unleash its devastating power amidst gathering storm clouds. Upon donning it for the first time, Soshyan realized how distinct the machine spirit of this armor was from his old suit. It possessed an extraordinary agility, urging him towards battle. After the purity seal was affixed to his right pauldron, he donned his helm, allowing the automated systems to connect with his own. Despite the presence of the iron halo, Soshyan endeavored to present himself as one among the warriors. Regardless of past identities, he was now the current captain of the battle company. The warriors would look to him as their exemplar. Farzad, Soshyan's voice resonated through the helm's speaker. The squad commander turned from his line and saluted respectfully. Are your new recruits prepared to shed blood? Soshyan inquired, casting his gaze toward the assembled neophytes. The sight of the lined-up silver-armored warriors triggered memories of the Stormhawk, where they had once boasted over 700 soldiers. Now, merely 20 remained. They are ready, Captain, Farzad affirmed, his gaze scanning the nervous recruits, some of whom trembled slightly in anticipation of battle. In that instant, Soshyan recalled his own days as a fresh recruit, recently undergone transformation, serving in the new recruit company. They should have spent time honing their skills. Yet the harsh reality compelled them to mature rapidly, often at the cost of blood. A necessity Soshyan had to accept. The helm concealed his melancholic expression. Very well, assault leader, you will act alongside me and breach the bridge directly. Farzad lowered his head once more to As you command, Captain. Ustad. Another leader stepped forward, bowing his head. You and your team will sweep the engine room. Understood, Captain. The prepared squad swiftly traversed the armory, heading towards the launch bay. Each warrior was well-versed in the operational principles and tactical reports, the environmental assessments, and enemy analyses. They understood their purpose for being there and what was expected of them. At that moment, Soshyan's communicator crackled to life. The voice of Lhasa filtering through. They were navigating through an asteroid belt and required a bit more time. More importantly, the vessel in the void had suddenly halted. Lhasa believed Soshyan should listen in, as they had received some peculiar signals. Report to Dock 1. Warriors, Soshyan instructed that I must return to the bridge to make a decision. I will join you upon reaching the designated position. With that, he departed from the assembly point, and as he made his way through the corridor towards the bridge, the starfire trembled in response. The weapon arrays of the strike cruiser had ignited, the booming of the macro cannons and the continuous discharge of lances resonating through the surrounding space. The fleet was maneuvering through the asteroid belt of the star system, necessitating the clearance of debris and the shattering of frozen rock before they could inflict any sustained damage. The void shields of the strike cruiser effectively defended against the debris that shattered upon impact, although the internal lights occasionally flickered after particularly jarring collisions. Chapter 39, Blood Calamity 3. Before we can conduct a comprehensive scan of this damned meteor zone, the auger cannot complete its task. But we have just identified its keel code. It is the new Pharos, a transport vessel belonging to Mkan-2. A transport ship? Is it heading toward Mkan-2? From its trajectory, it does not appear so. Although it has been moving slowly toward the planet, it is far too sluggish for a cargo vessel. Lhasa played back the signal they had just analyzed. A ghostly whisper echoed across the bridge, immediately alerting Soshyan. Trader, the signal contained only these two words, from which Soshyan extrapolated numerous possibilities. If you were to consider the worst-case scenario, they would be confronting one of the most lethal threats to the human empire. For 10,000 years since the end of the Great Rebellion, they had been omnipresent, lurking in the depths of the boiling eye of fear, within the shadowy maelstrom, on the desolate death worlds, and in the dark satellites, among the perilous fortresses or the elusive fleets. Emerging from these concealed nests, the bloodthirsty chaos tribes launched assaults upon the Emperor's domain. As Astartes, they had once been proud and formidable warriors, their faith serving as their armor, and justice as the weapon in their hands, endowed with a will far more resilient than that of mere mortals. Yet once they fell, their transformation was far more drastic than that of ordinary men. The Chaos Space Marines became the champions of the ravenous dark gods, hatred gnawing at their souls, and selfishness permeating their thoughts. Apart from seeking greater power to satiate personal ambitions, they had no other goals or ideals. They had once purified the galaxy with their sacred plasma guns and flamethrowers. Now, the Chaos Space Marines threatened everything the Emperor had tirelessly built. These rebellious warriors constituted one of the most detestable yet deadly factions among the Empire's enemies. Having long forsaken loyalty, honor, sacrifice, or duty, they sold their lives and souls to the dark gods of chaos, trading their oaths for formidable might. The capabilities of their weaponry were so mysterious and bizarre that even the Mechanicum could not comprehend their operational principles. The Chaos Space Marines conspired with the servants of the dark gods. On one hand, they utilized the gathered energies of demons to cast sorcery, while on the other hand, they summoned demons directly to assist them in battle. For 10,000 years, the traitorous Chaos Legions and small warbands had plundered and annihilated countless planets belonging to the Emperor. The Inquisition tirelessly endeavored to erase the massacres and conquests they perpetrated from the annals of history, lest anyone be tempted to fall into the embrace of chaos, while loyal Space Marines fought valiantly to keep them at bay beyond the high walls of humanity. There are no other vessels in sight. Merely a Sword-class escort ship docked at the orbital defense station. Sword-class. Soshyan seemed to grasp something, a fleeting insight. Are you suggesting their target might be that escort ship? Then how did they breach the defensive station's firepower? Soshyan's fingers drummed against the railing. You just mentioned that this transport ship belongs to Mkan-2, correct? Indeed. Could it be possible, or perhaps a hypothesis? Soshyan raised his gaze to the three-dimensional image of the ship on the display, contemplating for a moment before stating, Suppose we were to land at the defensive orbit while wishing to avoid the intense firepower of interception. What methods could we employ? For instance, we could procure a transport vessel, then feign a malfunction or an accident to lure the rescue ships from the orbital station, subsequently seizing the rescue vessel and utilizing its security identification codes to evade interception. Lhasa remained in a daze for a considerable time. It seems not feasible. Thus, if we proceed with this plan, once we land at the orbital station, we shall inevitably face the onslaught of the station troops, and the mechanized forces on the surface will swiftly respond. Escaping will not be so simple, unless we commandeer the next warship. Precisely. Soshyan lightly clapped his hands. Their target is that sword-class frigate. What shall we do now? The incursion has likely been underway for over 20 minutes. The adversary has probably already seized the frigate and is preparing to depart. Lhasa's sentence remained unfinished, yet Soshyan discerned his intent. Before the sword-class frigate could vacate the star system, they must concentrate their firepower to eliminate it. This task posed no challenge for the Starfire. At its most rudimentary level, the Starfire was a formidable Vanguard-class cruiser, and over the centuries, its original design had been reconstructed and expanded, with new engine modules, a plasma circulation system, and triple-layered alloy hulls. Its capabilities far surpassed those of the cruisers employed by the Navy. Regardless of the assets the traders possessed within this star system, they could not conceal the overwhelming firepower that threatened the Starfire. Thus, their solitary frigate was akin to a fish in a barrel. What of the communications from the orbital station? Can you lock onto the distress signal? Not yet, Lhasa replied, shaking his head. Once we reach the higher orbit, we shall have a better chance to establish contact. The local records indicate that the distress signal was emitted from a designated small signal station. We cannot ascertain whether the garrison is still resisting, or if that signal is merely a looping playback. Then let us first deal with that transport vessel. It is currently at its most vulnerable. That also renders it a perfect trap. We know that those traders are keen on laying all forms of ambushes, luring targets who are either insufficiently vigilant or overly confident to their demise, or worse, by dismantling that trap, they shall have nothing left to threaten us. Then we can obliterate it from a distance. Lhasa remained reluctant to allow Soshyan to take risks, yet he overlooked a critical point. We need to glean intelligence on the enemy from it, and the supplies aboard cannot go to waste. Soshyan shook his head. Moreover, I wager these traders would never anticipate our arrival. They shall not live to escape the orbital station. Chapter 40, Blood Sacrifice, Part 4. Upon reaching high orbit, the Starfire immediately sprang into action. The strike cruiser trembled with nearly unbearable force, the air crackling with the static emitted by its void shields and the pulsating energy from the charged lance cannon array. Lhasa, assuming command on the bridge in Soshyan's stead, was enveloped by a plethora of holographic displays and data readings. The blast walls of the observation port had been lowered, revealing a space dominated by monitoring screens and observation displays at the heart of the darkened bridge. Lhasa observed the crew as they toiled diligently. Generally, the interstellar warriors seldom paid heed to their mortal subordinates, and even less frequently did they genuinely acknowledge their activities, not out of arrogance, but due to the profound physiological and psychological chasm that made it difficult for the superhumans to notice the frail humans bustling about them. In a futile attempt to emulate their masters, many had shaved their heads, while some adorned their faces and arms with eagle tattoos. Lhasa watched as they operated the communication stations and augury devices, monitoring engine outputs and preparing to coordinate firepower. Everything transpired in silence. At this altitude, no matter how hard he tried, Lhasa found himself unable to distinguish any of them, old or young, male or female. They were properties of the Order, whether voluntarily or by coercion. They were bound to serve aboard this vessel for life. This was a grim and indifferent facet of the human empire. Choice, for the majority, was a luxury of power. Battle Group Commander Lhasa activated the long-range communicator to converse with Soshyan, who had already arrived at the torpedo launch bay. That we are closing in on that transport vessel. Identity scans and keel markings confirm it is undoubtedly the new Pharos. What are your orders? Have you signaled her? Indeed, but she has not responded. Close-range augury detection reveals scant life signs. Approximately 20 minutes ago, she jettisoned a landing craft aimed at the orbital station. That I suspect your conjecture has been validated. It appears the traders have had their fun. What remains aboard is nothing more than a charnel house. Indeed, yet prior to landing, they might provide us with intelligence, such as the identities of the traders. Lhasa gazed at the monitoring screen. Even without magnification, the new Pharos was distinctly recognizable. Its mottled, unappealing hull rotating within a sphere of green and white. What had befallen her crew? What now occupied her decks and spaces in the darkness? Commander, we have 20 seconds until we can engage in launch range. Under your control. After a quiet 20 seconds. As Soshyan's attack torpedoes launched, he felt the vibration beneath him. Behind him, the first squad stood motionless, fully armored and armed. The automatic stabilizers and magnetic locks ensured their steadiness as the torpedoes fired towards the flank of the new Pharos. The Starfire had closed the distance sufficiently to guarantee that regardless of whatever defensive systems it possessed, they could not lock onto the Star Knight's jump torpedoes as they tore through the narrow void between them. The power armor absorbed the intense gravitational shifts, a force potent enough to rend a mortal to shreds. The torpedoes seemed to pause for a moment. Then, as its heat-melted tip breached the outer hull of the new Pharos, a new tremor coursed through the deck beneath Soshyan. He deftly unsheathed the power sword at his waist. He could sense the eagerness for battle from the first squad behind him. They had waited too long. Yet Soshyan found himself praying that not too many living traitors remained aboard, lest the slaughter become convoluted. The Star Knights could not tolerate failure, nor even substantial losses. Then, Soshyan cast aside his worries and focused. He was no longer an ordinary soldier. Soon, shattered metal plates erupted as the landing torpedo detonated with a dull explosion, followed by the piercing sound of automated explosives. The lights within the torpedo flickered from red to green. And before the ramp descended, Soshyan was already in motion. The power sword's activation roar contrasted with the deathly silence beyond, where darkness screamed. In the next moment, Soshyan's automatic sensors detected distorted, unnatural forms torn apart by the explosion of the torpedo. Fragments scattered throughout the corridors, rendering the scene even more grotesque. His sensors identified the unmistakable, repulsive stench of the subspace. Soshyan trampled over their mangled bodies, while the traitors bared their fangs in hatred. That grotesque terror would shatter the sanity of most mortals. Their blood-sucking fangs and newly grown appendages twisted and attempted to grasp at the silvery gray armor. Yet before the Star Knights, they remained as fragile as paper. Soshyan effortlessly cleaved through them, dark filth splattering against his armor. Falzard charged down the corridor, his two battle axes filling the confined space with fury, the shrieks of the fragments mingling with the blood rain that fell upon him, rendering him a dark crimson figure. The second squad swiftly emerged from the landing bay, safeguarding the flanks of the first squad, their plasma rifles vaporizing the chaotic cultists deeper within the corridor into explosive flames and ashes. Humming with energy overload, after the last chaotic cultist wailed to death beneath Soshyan's fist, he advanced further. Spotting an open access hatch, he sidestepped through it, seeking new foes. The automatic sensors revealed to him a slaughterhouse. Once the ship's chapel, now inundated with blood and hanging remnants of limbs, the deranged slaughterhouse teeming with hunched, cloaked beings, the cultists recoiling in fear at Soshyan's arrival. Without hesitation, Soshyan swung his sword, rending their contorted limbs apart. In an effort to escape him, the cultists desperately clawed and struck at one another. Yet it proved futile against the silver-armored giant. He swiftly consigned them to the very slaughterhouse they had once created. No other crew members detected. When Farzad arrived to report, Soshyan stood there, breathing heavily, with viscera dripping from his ancient armor. He struggled to maintain control, grappling with the impulse to continue his slaughter driven by rage. Simultaneously, he received a second battlefield report on his visor, originating from the second tactical squad that had infiltrated the ship's engine room. There are no survivors. Ustad recounted all that he had witnessed. Nor are there any signs of traitors. The engine room is now under control. However, Soshyan's attention was captivated by a massive symbol on the church wall, his instincts suggesting that this symbol bore significant relation to the identity of the traitor. He promptly captured an image and sent it to Lhasa on the bridge. Lhasa, did you receive the image I just saw? Affirmative, battle leader. What is it? On the bridge of the Starfire, Lhasa stood at the command platform, scrutinizing the image Soshyan had transmitted through his visor. Battle leader, it appears that all your suspicions were correct. We have indeed encountered traitors. On the wall, stained crimson with blood, a brass symbol flickered with sinister light. This is the sigil of the Chaos God Khorne. We have stumbled upon a Khorne warband. Chapter 41. Blood Copperclaw. It was the eve of harvest, a time to satiate the thirst for bloodshed. It was also the moment for Morinit to indulge his senses. That he gazed out from the main observation window of the orbital station, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing the sharp tips of his steel teeth and the immense brass blood god brand emblazoned upon his chest. The phantoms in the void seemed to mirror his grin, he relinquished his gaze towards the nightmarish form behind him. Focusing his eyes on the darkened sphere cloaked in a shadow. Makanda 2, a small planet at the edge of the pacified star region, a patch of green and rugged rock easily forgotten, yet ample enough to satisfy the blood copperclaw warband's needs. Morinit had once been a captain among the elite third-line troops of the 12th Legion, known as the Warhounds, who instilled terror in their enemies on the battlefield with their battle axes and ferocious assaults. They were unstoppable berserkers, insatiable killers. They had once pledged their allegiance to the Emperor and humanity until their pre-march emerged. Auron, the pre-march of the 12th Legion, vanished once the Emperor yanked him from a slave world. And the Warhounds were no more. Only the World Eaters remained, driven to madness by the Butcher's nails. Due to Angren's pathological hatred for the Emperor, they became the first to join the rebellion when the Horus Heresy was ignited. They subsequently unleashed their bloodlust and madness on Istvan III, Istvan V, Nassyria, and Terra, with the World Eaters leading the assault on the Imperial Palace. It is said that one of their champions, Khan, the commander of the 8th Assault Company, was the first to breach the defenses. But as the Emperor mortally wounded Horus aboard the flagship of the Sons of Horus, the traitors scattered like leaves in a tempest, and the World Eaters were compelled to retreat alongside the other rebel legions. After their defeat, the survivors fled into the Eye of Terror with the rebellious legions. During the Shadow Crusade, Angren was elevated to a demon prince by the blood god Khorne, and under the efforts of the World Eaters' senior commanders, they continued to operate as a legion. However, most of the warriors succumbed to the allure of the Chaos Gods, becoming bloodthirsty Chaos Space Marines. It was not until the fratricidal slaughter instigated by Khan that the Legion ultimately splintered into countless warbands. Marking the end of the World Eater's legacy. It was from that moment that Morinit established his own warband, gathering 100 warriors and naming them the Bloodcopper Claw, sailing aboard a cruiser named the Meat Ripper, serving as enforcers for various factions within the Eye of Terror in exchange for necessary supplies. The frequency of warfare in the Eye of Terror was as common as drinking water. Yet he often managed to lead his warband out unscathed. However, the Blood God seemed unwilling to abandon them. In a moment of despair, an Imperial transport ship appeared, its Geller field malfunctioning, allowing Morinit to approach undetected in his lifeboat. When they boarded the transport, having just repaired its Geller field, the heavily damaged vessel offered no resistance. Morinit refrained from slaughtering too many, for they required crew to pilot the transport, and in an indeterminate span of time, they transformed the majority of the ship's crew into Chaos adherents, extracting a crucial piece of information from them. On Makanda 2 lay a sword-class frigate nearing completion of repairs. This was vital intelligence. Although they had temporarily secured a foothold, Morinit never entertained the notion that a mere transport ship could restore his fortunes. At the very least, he required a frigate, compelled by an intense desire. He was driven to seize that frigate, yet Morinit remained remarkably composed as he assessed the situation. First, his warband had suffered significant losses, with only 9 Space Marines remaining alongside him, and they possessed but a transport vessel. In contrast, their adversaries commanded a complete orbital defense station, constructed and controlled by the Mechanicum. Should they charge in directly, the likelihood of being obliterated en route was a certainty. Victory could not be attained through space combat. Thus, the pivotal question became how to board the orbital station. Morinit was not one to contemplate deeply, especially with the Butcher's nails incessantly interfering with his thoughts. However, on the brink of his warband's annihilation, he compelled himself to devise a plan, deceive the enemy into boarding their vessel, then seize their landing craft, subsequently using that craft to swiftly enter the orbital station. He was gambling, betting that their defensive systems would not activate swiftly, wagering that they would provide his landing craft with a safe identification code, and hoping the Imperials there were not particularly astute. Then, under the Blood God's favor, his gamble paid off. The ensuing spoils would be immensely rewarding. The Blood God shall drink the blood of the cowards. Not far off, a Khorne warrior was dismembering a man's Seago chatter with the subspace. Morinite bellowed, "Open it." The Devourer shrugged, clamping a pair of disintegrators at the point he had just indicated before stepping aside. "Stand back," he commanded, activating the detonation device wired to his right arm's armor. In an instant, the directional disintegrators vibrated as they melted their molecular nuclear fuel, igniting with a deep rumble. The molten heat surged forth, penetrating the heavy door and searing 2 holes into the exquisite alloy. The entire conflagration flickered, and a faint cracking sound was clearly audible where the 2 doors were sealed together. "You, come here." Mori Knight pointed to another warrior, the largest member of the battle gang, who shouldered his way through his comrades, grunting as he delivered a powerful blow to the shattered section of the door and began to pull. Accompanied by a low grinding noise, the devourer tightened his muscles and lowered his head, while the ancient power armor, patched and worn, gradually augmented his already considerable strength after a moment of bracing with his shoulder. The automatic hinges began to function as the locks melted into sludge. The heavy door swung open. Behind them lay a multitude of contemplators and power coils, the terrified guards merely watching in horror. "Kill them," Mori Knight commanded, and the battle gang surged into the generator room as they cleaved through the screaming mortals. Mori Knight strode towards the central mass of power coils, cooling valves, and gear blocks. This was the main generator of the station's control center. Its core trembling with static electricity, arcs of energy coursing through Mori Knight's armor like a warm current. Before he produced a grenade, with emergency lighting activated, they opened fire. General Sola fell behind a row of contemplators. Clutching his ears as the room was filled with the tremendous sound of explosions, the part of his mind understood that the central power system had been compromised, and they were about to face a fierce assault. Beyond that, only pure, blind panic remained in his mind. The contemplators quaked and sparked as they were bombarded, and he witnessed two operating technicians on his right collapse, their torsos blown apart. One of them the young soldier who had sought him out during the intelligence meeting. Sola fumbled for his pistol, attempting to retrieve it from his holster. "Commander," the technician cried out, but just as he sought refuge beside the station chief, "Is he dead?" The burly man rubbed his bald head. Wiping away the blood that had splattered upon it, the scar stretched from his earlobe to his chin on his rugged square face, and his thick neck appeared exceptionally red and glistening under the light. His robust arms seemed almost on par with those of an interstellar warrior. Upon seeing his attire, two words inexplicably sprang to Loken's mind. "Cook. Where is your kitchen? Or the place where food is stored?" The burly man fixed his gaze on Loken and asked in a tone that was rather naive. However, considering the blood-dripping heavy hammer in his hand, Loken felt he had no grounds to refuse. He pointed outside and said, "You turn right for 500 meters, and when you see a staircase, ascend and turn left for another 100 meters. Thanks. I'm called Rosenplanky. I snuck in aboard a shuttle just to restock. Don't let it slip." "Oh, doe." Watching the man sway away, Loken felt as if he were in a dream, until the blaring alarm pierced his eardrums, jolting him back to the reality of an invasion. He hurried to the control console, connecting his mechanical appendages to the monitoring system of the orbital station. The result left him astounded. During the brief moment he was entangled with that giant. The traders had already approached the starport. They had discovered a temporary maintenance passage, and while Loken could manage most areas, this particular zone remained unmonitored due to infrequent use. Then he pressed the connection button. Hello. Greetings, Imperial Citizen. I am Soshyan, the commander of the Star Knights battle group. We have received a distress signal. Without hesitation, Loken grasped the gear on his chest and kissed it fervently. Praise be to Omniscia. Yes, I am Loken, the tech priest of the Mark II orbital defense station. The signal was indeed transmitted by me. We are under attack by a faction of Imperial traitors. We have identified the assailants. What is their current status? How many are there? My lord, there are 9 traitors in total. I have already dealt with one of them. Their target is a sword-class frigate, the Glory's Blade, which has just completed maintenance. They have breached the central control room and are heading towards the starport. Understood. We will proceed directly to the starport. And I hope you will assist us in eliminating these traitors. A portion of the defensive forces is assembled at the starport. Ready for your orders, my lord. Excellent. I require a structural diagram of the starport, and I would like you to arrange the garrison as follows. Awaiting your orders, my lord. At this moment, Loken suddenly recalled that the name Star Knights battle group sounded somewhat familiar. My lord, did you bring your fleet here for a shipment of supplies and equipment? He finally remembered that his mentor had made a promise with the Star Knights to provide the battle group with 2 centuries worth of equipment supplies. The final shipment should have already departed, but they had requested a delay. Loken had been puzzled at the time, as the ground had consistently demanded the urgent dispatch of supplies to free up precious warehouse space. Yet since it was a request from the Astartes, he had obliged. Little did he know that this seemingly trivial act would ultimately become the key to his salvation. Indeed, are those supplies still secure? Absolutely secure. I have placed them in the most secure warehouse, untouched by any looting or destruction. That I sincerely appreciate your efforts, Tech Priest Loken. Upon confirming the safety of the supplies, the previously stern tone softened somewhat. Our Thunderhawk will soon arrive at the starport. I will arrange things accordingly. Chapter 44. Confrontation. Moronites Swarband raced through the central corridor leading to the starport, an area designated for loading fuel and military supplies. The fury within the Devourer was building. He knew his battle brothers were undergoing the same torment. They were sons of Ongron, implanted with the Butcher's nails just like their progenitor, a device that awakened the violent potential within them. In the heat of battle, Angron's warriors could harness the boiling waters of wrath, wielding it as a sharp blade to fell their foes. The Emperor had condemned the further use of such implants, believing they rendered the Devourers unstable. Yet Ongron, with his cunning, had evaded the Emperor's sacred edict, persisting despite its existence. They were killing machines. Moronites felt this truth coursing through his burning blood and marrow. What greater honor could there be than serving the blood god with one's own blood? Despite the pressing time, Moronites urged his warriors to inflict carnage as they drew near the frigate. The act of shedding blood would heighten the senses for the impending battle. His sole instruction was, do not halt. The Devourers executed this task with a savage efficiency, leaving a trail of humble corpses between their current position and the point of incursion. However, such reckless slaughter would eventually exact a toll. As Moronites and his warriors advanced, the starport's docks resembled a tangled metal web. Beyond it lay the Glory's blade, akin to a slumbering predator at rest. The Devourer raced towards the end of the strait and the distant open docks, the scent of blood wafting in the air, and the path ahead began to narrow, filling him with a sense of foreboding. Beside Moronites, a warrior was struck by a rocket, his armor shredded, blood splattering. Yet he continued to fight. Charge! Charge forward! Moronites bellowed the order to advance, yet he failed to notice their precarious position. His warband was flanked by massive fuel barrels stacked against the vast warehouse structure. Panic-stricken slaves and mindless servitors were frightened by the chaos, fleeing into their paths only to be cut down by chainsaw axes or crushed. The Devourers attempted to close in on the enemy to reclaim the advantage, unaware of the deadly traps on either side. Then, one of the fuel barrels was struck by a shell, erupting in an explosion of yellow-white flames. The torrent of fire splattered into the air like ink. A hapless servitor tossed aside like a rag doll by the shockwave. Many soldiers near the battlefield were either incinerated or torn apart. The blast shockwave brutally dismembered one Devourer, smashing him against the warehouse's metallic wall, which offered no yield to the sudden impact of flesh and armor fragments, crushing him in the process. Even through his helmet, Moronites could feel the heat of the explosion as the alarm sensors malfunctioned. He stumbled, yet remained steadfast, shouting orders to charge. They were closing in on their target, the Glory's blade looming before him like a wall of steel. Do not stop. Do not stop. Charge, charge, and seize the frigate. And we can escape. As they surged through the crossfire, moving swiftly forward, a shadow fell before Moronites. It was a massive observation platform overlooking the docks. Instinctively, he glanced up, only to see a line of warriors clad in silver-gray power armor aiming explosive weapons at them. Damn it. In the next moment, death rained down like hail, the gun muzzles unleashing a torrent of metal and fire. Moronites quickly rolled into a blind spot from the fire coverage, yet one of his warriors was distracted. His evasion a fraction too slow, he paid dearly for his moment of inattention. That a searing beam of plasma blasted through his body, cooking him within his armor. He fell with a thud, but before hitting the ground, several of his brothers hoisted his body as makeshift cover. This was the survival doctrine of the Chaos Warband. Everything revolved around the ultimate goal of staying alive. Yet still, one Devourer was struck by a barrage of bullets. First hit in the knee. When he knelt, 2 explosive rounds detonated simultaneously against his helmet and neck, and he too fell. Moronites gasped for breath against the nearest barrier. He surveyed his surroundings, analyzing the terrain, contemplating if there were any other routes to approach the Glory's blade. In truth, from the moment the lackeys of the false emperor had appeared, he knew the doom of the war band was inevitable. Surely, a warship or even a fleet awaited them outside. However, he would never concede defeat, nor would he sit idly by. They were the warriors of the blood god, and even in death, they would drown in the blood of their enemies. He soon noticed a narrow passage formed between the crane and the fuel tank, above which a viewing platform was supported by metal pillars, encircled by steel reinforcements that upheld the refueling rack, defensive turrets, and clusters of sensors. After the second exchange of fire, a series of small explosions erupted on the observation platform, shattering the affected areas, forcing the warriors above to descend to avoid collapse. Morinit stood up and, before the thick smoke cleared, issued his final command with a resounding voice. Charge! Attack now! Blood for the blood god! Blood for the blood god! the treacherous Astartes burst forth from their cover, leaving the dead behind, shouting their terrifying battle CRY at the same time. 20 Astartes clad in silver-gray power armor emerged from the billowing smoke of the ruins, launching a counteroffensive for the Emperor for a long time afterward. Soshyan would regret his decision made at that moment. Fire, Morinit shouted, and the Devourers complied with his command. Both sides exchanged a final volley of gunfire as they charged. The outcome was brutal. Warriors from both factions fell beneath the explosive fire. As bullets struck them, their bodies convulsed and spun violently. Blood sprayed in unpredictable directions before pooling at the feet of their comrades. The skirmish resulted in one casualty from Morinit's side, mirrored by one on the opposing side. With the speed of Astartes, they had but one opportunity for a concentrated volley, and the disciplined Astartes discarded their firearms before engaging .4 Chaos Space Marines. Their past glories utterly faded, were left with nothing but endless madness. Though it was his first encounter with Chaos Space Marines, Soshyan felt no fear. Instead, he was consumed by anger, particularly towards those cowards who wielded their blades against the weaker, adorning themselves with the flesh and blood of mortals. They besmirched the name of Astartes, and without hesitation, Soshyan surged to the forefront. They were a brutish lot, battered and bruised, yet they still approached Soshyan wielding their axes in response to one warrior's roar. Soshyan thrust his sword into the chest of one of them. The foe did not fall. Instead, he grasped Soshyan's weapon, desperately attempting to swing his axe towards Soshyan's head. Soshyan kicked the rogue aside, then plunged his powered sword into the warrior's chest, yanking it to the right, causing the body to spin through the air before crashing into the fallen brethren. Is this what the once mighty Devourers have become? Soshyan spat. Nothing more than this. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Soshyan witnessed a Devourer decapitate a warrior, causing blood to surge into his head. The cold gray marrow swiftly spread through his limbs. Amid the chaos, the sound of axes cleaving through bone mingled with the blood mist. Despite their overwhelming disadvantage in numbers, the Devourers fought with a ferocity that defied their situation, refusing to crumble. Battling with an intensity that demanded a life for a life, the heated ground soon soaked with the blood of the slain. After mere seconds of conflict, 3 Devourers and 6 Astra Militarum Knights fell together. Meanwhile, Soshyan had already engaged the leader. Soshyan observed the convulsions and tremors that had spread throughout the Devourer, the chainsaw axe handle creaking ominously as the Devourer's grip on the weapon left indentations even in the plastisteel. Fury obscured his mind, drowning everything else in a tide of bloodlust. Soshyan surged forward, the blade of his sword moving with such swiftness that it was almost imperceptible to the eye. His long sword cleaved and thrust, while the Devourer swung his battle axe with wild abandon. The two clashed once more, their fierce momentum and ferocity leaving the surrounding recruits in a state of awe. Ultimately, all came to a climax as the longsword struck the Devourer's armor, glimmering with a diamond-like brilliance. The breakdown of their positions sparked as the blades bit into ceramic and plastisteel, illuminating the duel in a flash. Chapter 46. A bitter victory. Soshyan withdrew his sword from Morinite's chest. The Devourer emitted a low growl. He then began to swing the chainsaw axe blindly, as if wielding a torch to banish darkness. Though he failed to strike any target, the icy sensation of disdain emanating from Soshyan intensified, and Morinite felt as if he were facing not a space marine, but a miniature black hole, slowly siphoning his soul from its corporeal vessel. The blood of the Devourer streamed forth, gleaming like molten gold upon the metallic floor, while fuel canisters continued to burn, sending sparks swirling into the air like swarms of fireflies, only to return as charred ashes. The Devourer drew a combat dagger from a sheath strapped to his calf, attempting to rise to his feet, yet the blade's tip was already aimed at the underside of his jaw. "You have failed. Your so-called god has not blessed you." Soshyan gasped, the extraordinary sensations that had once enveloped him now fading away, as the chill of blood congealed around his heart. Yet he remained standing, pressing the sword's tip against the soft part of the Devourer's throat, the vibrant colors of the disassembly stance swirling around the silver blade. "Without so much as grazing the surface of the neck armor, the Emperor shall spurn your soul. Perish." The moment was upon him. Just a slight movement of his wrist, a modicum of force applied, and the Devourer's head would roll from his shoulders. Soshyan gritted his teeth and flicked his wrist. However, the blade did not move. It remained poised against the Devourer's throat, yet refused to pierce. An gasp accompanied the severing of trachea and arteries. No sensation marked the detachment of head from neck. Soshyan felt a lump of ice lodged in his throat, his limbs heavy as if forged from iron. He struggled to control his sword arm, but it resisted him. The blade still adamantly refused to budge even an inch as his body rebelled against him. A tremor of numbness radiated from his fingertips, creeping up his arm. Whine out a wave of dizziness struck Soshyan's mind, causing the muscles in his sword arm to tense, taut tendons pressing against his bones. The biting cold overwhelmed his senses. His vision constricted, everything around him compressed into a singular line that in the next moment. Silence fell, and a wave of vertigo robbed his legs of their balance. By the blood god. A cold jolt refocused Soshyan's world. Millennia lunged at him, crashing into his chest, the combat dagger embedding itself partially within his torso. Removing his helmet, Millennia exhaled heavily, his shattered visage resembling a painful puzzle. He mustered all his strength, attempting to drive the dagger through Soshyan's chest. He was nearly successful. The dagger pierced armor, black carapace, and rib plates. Yet before it could reach the heart, a fierce chill traveled up the blade and seized Millennia's shoulder, causing him to lose control of his arm. Blood god. The blood god embraces me. The devourer laughed maniacally, falling backward as he withdrew the dagger. In an instant, viscous blood trickled down his silver-gray armor, and just as he prepared to strike again, Soshyan's longsword had already pierced through his skull from above. Accompanied by ragged gasps, the devourer's nearly bisected head expelled one last spurt of blood, tainting the eagle emblem upon Soshyan's chest before he collapsed to the ground. Ugh! Soshyan released the sword, staggering backward a few steps, collapsing to his knees while clutching his wounded chest. That he was fortunate. The blade had missed his heart by mere inches. Although it would not be a fatal wound, he would still require a period of recuperation before he could fight again. Captain, the recruits of the battle group rushed to his side, including apothecary Soshyan Aleksey, who immediately administered a plethora of medications into Soshyan's system. However, upon touching Soshyan's neck, he was taken aback. Captain, your temperature. Soshyan raised a hand, signaling him to keep quiet, and Aleksey promptly fell silent, diligently tending to Soshyan's wounds. Noticing that his temperature had begun to rise slowly, Soshyan pressed down on the apothecary's busy hands and said, I am fine. You must quickly gather the gene seeds of the fallen warriors. Understood. Aleksey rose and began to tally the casualties. In the previous conflict, 3 battle brothers had fallen, 1 was severely injured, and 3 sustained minor injuries. The lightly wounded were already able to move on their own, while the severely injured one had lost an arm and sustained head trauma. Aleksey administered basic treatment before preparing to return to the medical bay aboard the Starfire for further care, then turned his attention to the 3 fallen warriors. He knelt beside the body of a fallen brother whose armor had been viciously hacked, yet still bore enough of its original form. Aleksey turned the corpse over, the helmet clattering heavily to the floor. He then extended his hand, commencing the recovery of his brother's gene seed. First, the healing hand vibrated, followed by the internal mechanism emitting a chirping sound like an insect. The medical probe's electric saw and vibrating scalpel began to cut through the damaged ceramic amidst a low hum. However, due to his inexperience, Aleksey's progress was slow. Gritting his teeth, the apothecary pressed the probe against the melded armor, and after applying sufficient force, he finally managed to cut a gap in the blackened plate like cracking an eggshell. He swiftly inserted his finger, peeling away the warrior's neck guard. The deceased warrior's face was terrifyingly pale, smeared with dried blood, his eyes wide open as if glaring at his enemies until the very end. For a moment, the apothecary did not recognize the identity of the fallen, but eventually, he recalled. Maria, a soldier belonging to the 1st Combat Squad. He had undergone augmentation alongside Aleksey during their early days. The apothecary closed his eyes for a moment, mourning the loss of his comrade, then positioned the gauntlet against the corpse's jaw and activated the recovery device. A damp pop resounded as a chunk of grayish flesh fell into the small glass vial of the medical probe. After inspecting the tissue with his naked eye and confirming its integrity, he stored it in the storage unit. Once back aboard the Starfire, he would need to conduct further examinations on the recovered gene seeds to ensure there were no issues before preserving them as reserves for the battle group. Approaching the fallen's chest, he plunged the drill deep into the flesh, retrieving the 2nd gene seed. Though they were all new recruits, they had undergone augmentation for over a decade, and the new gene seeds had matured. After collecting the 1st fallen warrior's gene seed, Aleksey turned to the 2nd. With the experience gained from the 1st, the progress with the 2nd was considerably faster. During this process, Soshyan had nearly restored his body temperature. After confirming that the bleeding had ceased by touching his wound, he summoned the technical sergeant to recover the equipment. Just then, a staggering red figure entered his line of sight. Chapter 47. The arrived promised cleric Loken? Soshyan focused his gaze and was astonished to find it was indeed the technical cleric from the orbital station. He appeared visibly shaken by the brutal battlefield, particularly upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of the fallen space marines. The Empire had long touted the Astartes as immortal angels, and Loken had been raised on such propaganda. Thus, the sight of these angels bathed in blood was undoubtedly a harrowing shock. I apologize. Loken bent slightly, speaking earnestly. Is there anything I can assist you with? Soshyan regarded him with confusion. Although it was Loken who had approached him, he felt as though he had summoned him instead. We require your assistance with the supplies and equipment that our battle group had originally scheduled. Over here. This way. Loken quickly nodded and led Soshyan to a centralized warehouse not far from the starport. This was the main storage facility for supplies at the orbital station, constructed from sturdy adamantium. Without Loken's authorization, even the main cannon of a battleship would struggle to breach its defenses. Yes. Here. There were a total of 5 warehouses. And the tech priest halted before the third grand entrance. He then activated the adjacent control panel, inserting his mechanical appendage into it, entering his security code and biometric identification. Once the input was complete, the 10-meter-tall, 5-meter-thick adamantium door creaked open slowly, reminiscent of the gates of a colossal deity from myth. As the door slid aside, an immense cloud of steam billowed forth from the gap, enveloping Soshyan and Loken. It's right inside. Loken coughed a couple of times, shaking his crimson robe, and stepped forward, with Soshyan trailing closely behind. Upon entering the warehouse, all the lighting fixtures illuminated instantly. This area operated on independent power and was thus unaffected by the central power system. Soshyan was immediately taken aback by the sight within. The space was as vast as the hangar of the Starfire, and the first things to catch his eye were the countless single-molecule chainsaw swords, power axes, and jump shields neatly arranged on display racks along the walls, numbering in the hundreds. In the center of the walls, colossal shipping containers were stacked high, each towering as tall as a Lehman Russ tank. Soshyan approached one of the containers, and Loken promptly opened the door. However, due to his lack of strength, he struggled just to unlock it. The space marine beside him said nothing and effortlessly pulled the door open. Inside, small lighting devices flickered to life instantly, revealing a meticulously arranged array of explosive rifles and pistols, while heavy explosive guns hung from the container's walls, with sealed ammunition boxes below. Soshyan pried open one of the ammunition boxes with his dagger, revealing neatly stacked explosive rounds, the brass casings still bearing the fragrant aroma of freshly produced oil. It's nothing much. My mentor often says we must strive for perfection and not shy away from trouble. Your mentor. Soshyan recalled the name mentioned by the tech priest Sideist, at Master Espid. He was referring to the Forge Master of Markin II, Bishop Espid. Indeed. Loken nodded, his expression somewhat awkward, which Soshyan swiftly noticed. What happened? My mentor has returned to the embrace of omniscia, I see. Soshyan nodded thoughtfully. He understood that the internal affairs of the Mechanicus were far from harmonious, although they constantly emphasized their allegiance to the machine. The desires and flaws of mere mortals had not vanished from them, and sometimes they were even more pronounced. Jealousy and animosity had never truly dissipated within their cold mechanical logic, which seemed rather ironic upon reflection. But Soshyan could only inquire so far. Matters within the Mechanicus were impenetrable to outsiders, especially since they were merely a warband on the brink of annihilation. The recent near success of the Chaos Space Marines was entirely due to cunning and exploiting minor loopholes. Otherwise, even a complete Chaos warband would find it exceedingly difficult to mobilize a Forge world. What a pity. I had intended to express our gratitude for his long-standing support of our warband. Well, Loken hesitated for a moment before quietly saying, the mentor did not pass away naturally. Soshyan turned his head to regard the youthful face beneath Loken's cloak. As a devotee of the Mechanicus, Loken certainly had an excess of flesh, with almost no visible signs of augmentation, resembling more of a priest of the imperial cult. Feeling somewhat unnerved under Soshyan's gaze, Loken shook his shoulders and took a step back. My lord, I meant no offense. Since you are a disciple of Master Espid, I will be candid with you. Soshyan sighed and spoke solemnly. The reason we have come to collect the supplies ourselves is that our warband has recently endured a grievous battle. From the former warband leader down, all 771 combat priests perished. Leaving only a little over 30 recruits, I have only taken command of the warband for a standard Terran week. Loken was taken aback. His worldview shattered, in his eyes. The skirmish that erupted among the 20-odd space marines at the orbital station had already been divine in scale. What kind of horror must a war be to result in the loss of over 700 space marines? The hymn of Omniscia echoed in his mind, and he could almost see his mentor's wrinkled face adorned with mechanical attachments smiling back at him. Our monastery fortress has been transferred to another warband. We can now only rely on a strike cruiser as our base. This batch of supplies is vital to us, necessitating our personal retrieval. Upon finishing, Soshyan noticed Loken seemed to be in a daze and gently touched his shoulder. Loken, priest, did you not wash that? Apologies. It was inappropriate of me to ask. Startled, Loken quickly nodded and bowed towards Soshyan, prompting a frown from the space marine. Most of the Mechanicus followers he had encountered were quite rigid, akin to true machines, yet exceedingly meticulous. However, this particular tech priest appeared somewhat unhinged. Were it not for his ability to open the warehouse, Soshyan might have suspected he was merely a disguise for some Imperial guardsman. I almost forgot about the matter at hand. Here is the list of supplies. Regaining his composure, Loken fumbled around before finally locating a data slate, which he handed to Soshyan. 56 chainsaw swords, 80 power swords, 20 power axes, for pairs of power fists, 120 jump shields, 140 explosive rifles, 260 explosive pistols, 30 heavy explosive guns, 10 plasma pistols, 40 armor-piercing rocket launchers, armor-piercing grenades. Gazing at the lengthy list of supplies, Soshyan could not help but commend the generosity of the former tech priest. The inventory contained not only weapons, but also an abundance of repair parts for power armor, sacred oils, spare servitors, and more. No wonder such a vast warehouse was necessary. After reviewing the list, Soshyan turned his attention back to Loken. Our warship will soon dock at the starport. Please arrange for a team to transfer the supplies from the warehouse to the unloading dock at the starport. Chapter 48. Machado heavy tank, my lord. Loken seemed to have made a decision, suddenly lifting his head. There is one more thing I hope you can see. Soshyan looked at him in confusion but ultimately nodded. Loken then led him to the entrance of Warehouse 1, taking a deep breath before opening the door. What is this? The heavy metal door slowly creaked open. A row of lighting orbs mounted on the ceiling of the warehouse illuminated sequentially, revealing 12 roaring steel behemoths emerging from the darkness, as if Soshyan had intruded upon the lair of ferocious beasts, awakening them. Each of these metallic monstrosities dwarfed the Leman Russ heavy tank. Soshyan stepped into the warehouse, meticulously examining them. These colossal, slate-gray bodies stood 8 meters tall and 5 meters wide, covered in rivets and securing bolts. The treads alone were as wide as a person, and the diamond-shaped turret mounted a cannon as thick as a space marine's torso. Glistening with a dark sheen under the light, resembling the fangs of a predator, I have never seen such a tank. They are Machado heavy tanks, an almost forgotten ancient model. Currently, only Mark II still produces them. They are also a source of pride for my mentor. Loken approached, gently caressing the steel giant as if it were his beloved. Machado heavy tanks represent an exceedingly ancient design, with many believing them to be predecessors of the Leman Russ. However, since the Great Rebellion, they have become scarce within Imperial forces, with few even aware of their existence. In many regions of the Empire, Machado heavy tanks have been entirely decommissioned since the end of the Great Rebellion, leading to a perception of them as heretical, locally produced armored vehicles. Yet during the Great Crusade era, they were one of the standard armaments of mortal auxiliary forces. Over time, the few remaining Machado heavy tanks still in service within the Empire have either been relegated to strategic reserves or withdrawn to planetary interiors and various prepared battle lines. Some have merely been equipped by certain Imperial defense forces as a tradition. Even the majority of foundries in the world have ceased the production of new Mikado chassis or any improved variants. The precise origins and provenance of the Mikado heavy tank remain elusive, even to the Mechanicus. Most people believe that this tank is named after the enigmatic Magus Mikado, who served as a close advisor to the early emperors of the Imperium. A figure shrouded in secrecy. This notion has led some theorists to assert that the design of this tank likely emerged in the tumultuous years following the outbreak of the Horus Heresy. During that period, there was an urgent demand for various combat materials, as many resources, including knowledge and production capabilities, were lost in the ravages of war. Even ancient land raiders became the exclusive domain of the Astartes. Thus, Even something as formidable as the Mikado could be resurrected for mass production as a contingency measure. However, like most relics from times of upheaval, these tanks have become enveloped in mystery, although intended to serve as a main battle tank. The original Mikado model is larger and heavier than the well-known Leman Russ. The tank itself is remarkably durable, owing to its massive size and heavy armor, equipped with a powerful main battle cannon on a turret with limited firing angles, alongside two secondary weapon mounts that can accommodate heavy stubbers, demolition charges, laser cannons, or small autocannons. However, the design limitations of this early model become particularly evident when compared to the more compact Leman Russ. One significant drawback lies in the weaponry's firing arcs. The tank's colossal chassis, reinforced armor, and mounted weapons restrict the angles of fire, rendering both the main and secondary turrets ineffective during chaotic frontline engagements, allowing enemy infantry to exploit these vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, experienced commanders often integrate infantry support to mitigate these shortcomings. However, the second flaw, the weakness of the engine, is far less easily surmountable. The primary engine of the Mikado heavy tank is an antiquated combustion-style power unit, adapted from various industrial and agricultural heavy machinery. Unfortunately, the tank's size and weight result in it being overburdened. This manifests in poor logistical performance and abysmal fuel efficiency. To enhance engine power further, it would be inevitable to increase the tank's tonnage, as the sole means of augmenting power is to add more engines. In essence, the design of the Mikado heavy tank finds itself in a predicament akin to adding water to flour and vice versa. This may well be the true reason for its abandonment. The Mugos has been refining the Mikado heavy tank. He has eliminated the secondary turret, designed a new independent turret, provided the main cannon with sufficient firing range, and replaced it with an improved composite power engine, enabling the Mikado heavy tank to match the speed of the Leman Russ. As Loken spoke, Soshyan observed this particular model of tank. Indeed, as he had noted, the Mikado heavy tank was equipped with a single turret capable of a full 180-degree rotation, distinguishing it from the majority of Imperial armor. Moreover, the frontal chassis has been angled at 50 degrees, further enhancing the already formidable armor's defensive capabilities. As for the secondary armaments, there is a heavy demolition gun mounted on the front of the chassis, with an automatic cannon affixed to each side, reducing the crew size to a mere 4 to 5 personnel. Soshyan conceded that the improved Mikado heavy tank is a reliable weapon, potentially outperforming the Leman Russ in breakthrough and attrition warfare. After all, it boasts advantages in both tonnage and defense, with substantial potential for further enhancements. Yet the crux of the matter remains. What exactly does Loken intend to achieve? Loken, what do you mean by bringing me here to witness this? Loken's shoulders visibly stiffened as he slowly turned to face Soshyan, and a strained smile contorted his features as he replied, "And my lord, after hearing of your great deeds, I wish to contribute to the Imperium as well." "This is not our property, nor is it yours," Soshyan said, his tone growing increasingly somber as he locked eyes with Loken. Under the weight of the Astartes gaze, Loken's psychological defenses crumbled, and he lowered his head like a chastised child. Stammering, on your ship. There's still a shortage of a tech priest." Loken, head bowed, failed to notice the faint smile that crept across Soshyan's face, just as he had suspected. "Are you afraid of accountability?" No. It's not accountability. They will only seek revenge. They despise my mentor and me. They will not let this opportunity slip by." Loken raised his head, his tongue tying in nervousness. Chapter 49. The Holy Flame Sword. Soshyan was correct in his assessment. Loken's primary dilemma lay in how to extricate himself from this situation, or rather, how to do so with dignity. Although the traitors had been thoroughly eradicated, they had inflicted severe losses in personnel and equipment. And where there are losses, someone must bear the burden of responsibility. In the Imperium, there is no concept of force majeure or innocence. Whenever there is a desire to assign blame, it can always be found. And Loken himself felt that this incident had escalated primarily due to human error. However, the most troubling aspect was that the main party responsible was now deceased, leaving Loken as the second-in-command of the orbital station and a tech priest. As the most suitable scapegoat, he could easily envision what would transpire next. They would haul him back to the surface and, upon landing, he would be immediately arrested and stripped of all authority. What would follow would be an unjust trial, one in which he would have no opportunity for defense, and all charges would be met with the most severe penalties. All his personal belongings would be confiscated, including his cat-eared servitor, crossed out. He would be stripped of his red robe, his gear necklace removed, all mechanical augmentations detached, and he would be declared a dissociated member of the Mechanicus. Subsequently, he would be sent to a reformation facility for a brutal lobotomy.